beautiful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Well, folks, it's official. 3 teams have qualified for Champions Seoul, and the 4th and final spot is up for grabs. And today, we about to find out which team is going to make that cut. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of VCT Americas Stage 2 Playoffs, live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. That's right, baby. I'm back. I'm Golden.
It's his favorite thing.
I'm yelling at you right now.
I'm so glad you're sold to this bit. Like, you've got to hit it every time, and I respect that.
You don't know where it's from, right? From
It's a wrestling reference,
the
isn't
Stone
it?
Cold Steve Austin podcast, brother. That's where it's from.
Of course.
That's right.
How did I miss that?
Stone Cold
I
Steve
should've
Austin.
known.
Okay. The best there ever was. All right, folks. Well, hi. I miss you guys, you know, and it's been a little bit. So let's go ahead and talk about what happened yesterday. Fill me in because I wasn't freaking here.
You missed a lot.
I missed a lot.
I mean, we confirmed 2 teams that are heading over, or 3 even. Yeah, we confirmed all 3 yesterday.
We got 3.
You
Just
did
said it,
this. I
3.
mean,
There's
you
one more.
missed a whole lot. Yeah, you're right. I should have been reading the teleprompter. That's not my job. That's his job. I mean, this match was an interesting one. G2 looked so good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, G2's defensive side on Lotus absolutely lights out. Jonah P was having a monster performance. And then they come out here with a wacky comp on Abyss. It was 100 Thieves map pick, as a matter of fact, but it certainly didn't look that way. G2 stumped them.
Yeah, and then, of course, we move on to Leviathan versus Crew. And, I mean, look, you can see the score right there. 6 rounds, 26-6 was the total. Absolute butt slapping. Didn't see that one coming.
They just whooped them. Man, they obliterated them. I don't think we've seen a series win this dominant in Americas this year. Potentially, Space, call me out if I'm wrong here, potentially in the franchising era in Americas. They just got dumpstered, man. I've never seen a team look so flaccid.
At least not in like a playoff situation, right? Because I do think about the 13-1 Loud EG, right?
Yeah, what about the other map, though?
But then, yeah, but that's very true.
Yeah, por eso, man. That was 6 rounds. Dog, it was 6 rounds.
I'm trying to help over here, brother. I can't.
And I don't I've just never seen a team look so disjointed, seeming like they were lacking identity and energy. And, you know, you can tell they even had like protocols set up. There was a smoke up. As soon as the smoke dissipates, you flood through it, you flash through it. No, forget it. Let's just give them ones and let's just trickle out the smoke the entire time. They look lost, man.
I was also just told, by the way, you were wrong. Actually, it was Lev Furia and Furia G2. Excuse me, Furia G2. So congratulations, Doug. You're a fraud.
I'm already lying.
Shout out Space, our stats guy that owns this clown.
Shout out Space. I'm already lying to the good people of Valorantville.
That's why we pay the big bucks for a statistician. In any case, so let's go ahead, though, and show y'all the double elimination bracket and where we are right now. So Lev, G2, and Sentinels have all qualified for Champions, but coming up today, we got 2 matches, and one match is going to determine who locks up that last spot. But first, it's going to be our upper bracket final. We got Leviathan versus G2 Esports, and the winner is going to be moving on straight to Sunday's BO5 Grand Final, and then it's that game I was talking about, the match that determines who gets that last spot for America's Champions Seoul. Will it be Crew? Will it be 100 Thieves? These two teams, excuse me, are going to be clashing so that we can find out.
That's the thing, right? Like 100 Thieves, they had that good matchup against Sentinels, but their stage 2 looked pretty tough. Crew have been on a big slide, but you can make all of that go away with one strong best of 3 today to make the Seoul and to stay alive here in America.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what happened yesterday if you're Crew or 100 Thieves. It doesn't matter. No, genuinely doesn't. You can't. Because if you come into this game holding that baggage with you, that emotional baggage, and you're going to be left to check out, baby. You know what I'm saying? So you got to make sure that you are up to the snuff today. It's going to be a tough one here. But G2 clinched the number 2 seed in playoffs by taking down a red-hot Sentinels 2-0. Let's go ahead inside the comms and hear how they made all that happen in today's open mic.
And they did use an ult, but still, the cycle favors them. They've got the Thrash, they've got the orbital strike from Zelsis.
I make it for Bull to have you. You're good. You're good.
Guys, let's end it. I think we're going to do an ending on it.
They have no C's. They have no C's.
They only have one smoke too. I have full gas.
Yo, guys, this gap, you know the off angle?
Yeah.
That's open, okay? They could have pushed
Take
it.
come down. Yo, off money by
Drop your Don't let them be scared of it. They're getting info. We're going to exec on them after.
Okay.
Yo, he might rim all the way when I dug. Okay. Yes, tether too. We need to like, you guys
Okay,
need to
no
go.
tether, no tether.
Okay,
Can we go?
okay. Yep.
Yeah, they fade tether, right?
I don't see shit.
Lean back side.
He tethered, he tethered.
He just
Tether.
walled.
Nothing
If it's
you on,
free,
nothing
take
you
it.
on, nothing
Sure.
you on.
Tether, I can help.
He walled long.
Gecko shower.
I can't see that.
Trip on me hookah, I can't.
Key tether.
Oh, dude.
I can index. So fine.
They have Gecko.
Only deadlock at B. You guys can
I can try again.
Elbow. I'm locking him out. Just come back.
Come back.
TP.
They're taking B. They have Gecko ult.
That's a bit.
You guys gonna
That's done.
Gecko ult
That's a
hookah.
good-
You Gecko ult hookah.
Mauling spawn, mauling spawn.
Careful elbow.
Flashing elbow, peek, wait.
Dating point when they go.
I'm gonna ult, or I'm gonna TP.
Maybe one lamp.
Jake, I'm with you.
Raise naded.
One gas down long. One top long. One top long.
Next time, can we run out?
Down, boys. I need to grab it. I'll plant.
Detain. Fight him.
I'm with you, Jake. Nice.
Hold spawn.
Out. Backside.
Up. Go.
Go.
Fight.
Backside.
Find the box. He's gonna play ring.
Under.
Nice. Not even close, boys. Not even close.
Damn. Absolutely love the comms there that we were hearing from G2. I mean, is the reason why this team is in such a great position right now. It's actually quite scary to hear. When you hear that, it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, just the back and forth, coming to set up a play, talking about what util is up and not, their overall macro too. But also, I just want to highlight how efficient they were in their comms. Like, no wasted breath, not getting overhyped. Maybe Leaf a little bit at the end was double copy a bit, but like by and large, that was very, very crisp.
Well, and I think a lot of that is a testament to the synergy that the team has together to be able to parse out as much info as they did, not just in the initial hit, but then to decide to flip the map and be with Leaf having taken all that space hookah. That's a really scary squad.
Yeah, I think that if you are an up-and-coming player looking for an opportunity and want to understand how to get better, I think you got to listen to that, right? You got to listen to the way that they talk to one another, the way that they're relaying information, as you had said. It was so clean, and that's the kind of stuff that you want to see more from G2. But
I'm confused. This feels way too genuine. That felt very heartfelt and sincere. And
listen, I'm a G2. I'm a G2
No. But like all of a sudden, you're like, if you youth at home are looking to be successful and have a profitable
No,
future,
you're not. You don't get to do
This
this.
is the line you
don't get to do
should
this. He was being sincere,
Listen,
right,
and now you're mocking him.
Unc was
He's
being
never
sincere, bruv.
Listen, I've known you too long. Something is afoot. I'm not falling for this monkey business.
Okay.
Get to the transition. There's a segue, and then you go, segue.
Like this, because we just saw some solid comms and great gameplay. But let's go ahead and let's do the complete opposite of that, shall we? Let's do some what you got, because if there's one thing we love when we hear great comms, it's seeing gameplay. So, first up, let's go ahead and check out some precise gunplay here. We got a player named Pog Weasel.
Yo, shout out my boy Pog Weasel.
Oh no!
Okay, hang on. If we can freeze that and run it back, I'm pretty sure the game betrayed you.
I don't know if we're
Good
getting
sir.
that.
I don't think we're getting all that, but
You were betrayed, man. I see a bullet. I don't feel good about this.
let's see.
No, that's
actually
What are
missed.
you talking about?
On second thought,
see
Pog
the-
Weasel, I'm sorry.
All right,
There's nothing I can do for you.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Not bad. Well done, Pog Weasel. Way to miss every bullet there.
He hit one.
He hit one.
Yeah.
He hit one.
They got
One very important bullet. All right, next up, we have Nay Screams with a From the Shadows here.
Hello.
Okay.
Right?
Got the eyes on the neon.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, the lower third really kind of spoils it, doesn't it?
No.
Yes, it does. That's
No.
a good TP, okay?
No.
And,
No.
Oh, he tries. Oh, he. You know what though? He went for some nerdy tech.
So the thing is, in order to make that play work, you have to click teleport.
True.
I'm
But
sure he was
didn't-
spamming MV1. I'm sure.
Brother, there was one thing he was doing that whole segment. It was definitely clicking the button to teleport. I tell you that right now. But my guy was like, wait a minute, I'm cooking. Wait a minute. No.
It's okay. We had 2 pros accidentally fall yesterday. So.
Fair enough. All right, we have another one as well. Now we get to see, you see a sage wall, but here's the thing. What's on the other side? Let's see what's on the other side. What is on the other
There's
side?
gonna be 5 people on the
Oh,
other
that's
side.
me. Oh my God, what?
Yo, jump scare warning. Hello.
It's like this. It's like Metal Gear Solid, like he popped up with the exclamation mark over his head immediately, you know? And then you just got there.
That might be one of my favorite
Surprise.
clips of all time. That's awesome.
That actually,
That was on a gun. I mean,
Yeah.
they all had guns on the other side. That wasn't like
respect
a
that.
Pico or
the
anything
team
like that.
rides to Sage Wall together kills
tribes
together.
I haven't seen that strat since 2020. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
very
throwback.
true. That's like day one. We just got the game. Wait, I can go over the wall. No way. That really did feel like that. Thanks for the throwback, even if it was not intended. All right, now we've got one more creative way to get a kill on Abyss. Idio, what is happening here? No.
Wait a second.
Wait.
No.
Oh, he's looking at the ground so that they don't know that they can see him.
No way. No.
Yeah. Because Yoru ult, like the thing that comes around you on the enemy team, that's
Yeah.
when Yoru has eyes on you.
Right,
So
line
like
of sight.
face in the ground is trying not to reveal that.
But I love the fact that he thought he had him, turns around, and then gets popped immediately.
Yo, that's tough. There was a flash in the inventory and everything.
That was
Yeah,
great.
That was a
For
cool
Puns
idea.
and buns,
Yeah.
GG.
That's
Cool idea, tough execution though.
definitely what I would have done. For sure, I would have been like, guys, I got the play. Get to the back of the wall, just get absolutely bopped. Unbelievable stuff. Thank you guys so much for sending all that good stuff in. Hopefully you guys continue to send us more. You can stay active with us on socials, use VCT Americas. Send us your clips. We'd love to hear from you and see what shenanigans you get off to. But let's go ahead and talk about this matchup because we are going to start things off with Leviathan. Now this team, they qualified, they're sitting pretty. But see, here's the fascinating part about this squad is that, and we talked about this a few times, I've seen podcasts, people talk about it. Has Leviathan been truly tested yet? That is the question on our minds, and I have a feeling today we're really going to get an answer to that.
And I think more specifically in stage 2, right?
Yes.
Because this team, like, their strength of schedule was so front-loaded into stage 1 that they were so dominant back then. We knew they were a great team. Then, of course, underperformed. Come playoffs, come Shanghai, and now in stage 2, yeah, they haven't dropped a map, but I don't feel like they've played the strongest competition. I mean, even yesterday against Crew, I would rate Crew as the weakest team in our top 4 yet. So this match today is the one that locks them in as potentially the best team in
But does it
Americas.
matter how they did it, though? Because, I mean, like, Leviathan, they didn't just look good. They looked dominant. They looked in form. Does that matter?
Yeah, I think so a ton. Not just thinking about, I talked about it on the cast, not just about this tournament, not just about playoffs or the next couple of days, but looking forward into Seoul, looking forward into how the rest of that tournament run will go, because we often mention that VALORANT is such a heavy momentum-based game.
Yeah.
And if you're able to hit your stride, and yes, maybe it's against weaker competition, which the truth is, it is against weaker competition, but you're stomping teams that you should be stomping, and yeah, you might get pushed a little bit more, but that's momentum that you ride well into the rest of the year, and that's when it matters most.
Yeah, well, let's actually hear from the IGL King standing by with Elizabeth to get his thoughts ahead of today's matchup.
Now, King, with Lev's schedule in stage 2, do you think your team has been truly, completely, fully tested by the other teams you faced?
I mean, I feel like we've been dominating everyone, so people might think that we haven't been tested, but it's just that we've been playing insane. But obviously now we're gonna play against G2 and probably the strongest team we're gonna face until now.
Well, that's my next question for you is, G2 and Lev are in the conversation for being the best team in America, the top 2 for sure. Where do you think Lev lands in that conversation?
I mean, we're one of the best teams in the region right now, up there with G2, so obviously like a top 2 guaranteed.
I'm going to ask you, are you better than G2?
I mean, of course.
Of course. Well, that's my next question for you. My last one, rather, is that the only America's team to have beaten you, and since I believe Shanghai, or in your stage here, is G2. So are you going into this as a revenge match?
I mean, I never think about like, I want to beat them because they beat me. I'm just like, at a certain point, we've been dominating everyone. I want to dominate them also, so it's going to be fun.
Well, best of luck and fun.
Oh. Dude, that's a nice mouse pad.
That really is. Liz out there causing problems.
That was the artisan pad. You can tell it was in the nice case. Like, I know exactly what that was. That
and you know a thing or two about mouse pads. I learned, so today I learned. So that actually is kind of cool. That being said, though, now here's the thing. Leviathan, flawless, as we had talked about, right? Ito Pata, the coach coming into this team, has been a big contributor to that. I talked to a lot of the players. They've all expressed the same thing as well, Ender.
And it's the timeline of when he stepped up into the head
Very
coach
true.
role, right? Coming out after Shanghai, after they disappointed. Lots of high expectations for Leviathan, did not live up to those internationally. But since he has stepped to the helm for this team, they have been absolutely lights out, just coordinating their plays so well together. One of the first things we heard Ito talking about in those interviews, start of stage 2, was, hey, we wanted us to be fighting way better together. And the way they have coordinated plays amongst each other has been dominant.
Yeah, it truly has.
I mean, you can tell how some of that confidence with Ito has bled into the players as well. Even King, just honestly being like, yeah, we're playing against maybe weaker teams, but honestly, we're playing insane. And that's why it feels like we've been so dominant. When you carry that kind of swagger, that comes from the top, right? Like, that's somebody who's instilling that sort of mentality into the program from the very beginning, and that's something that bleeds and permeates into the rest of the way the players approach the map.
The two biggest improvements I have seen that Ito has brought to this team has been in their retakes. I think, especially like on Icebox, that's their signature map, but the way they retake into the A site is just so clean. Coordinating high-low swings together, it's been fantastic. And their late rounds on both sides, right, attack and defense. I think their late round communication must be elite because the way they're holding complementary angles to one another makes it very hard for other teams to get back into rounds.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You also happen to have a lot of individuals that are popping off, and one of them in particular, we talk about him all the time, it's Aspas. Now, he, of course, made it his mission to make top 3 so that he could bring, his former teammate Saucy to Seoul. That's what he said. He's got his boys back. So now they're all going to be taking a trip over there. But individually speaking, though, I mean, look, let's just, cut to the chase here. Aspas has been magical. He's been great. He's been Aspas. You couldn't have asked
He's the best player in Americas.
You couldn't have asked for a better situation here. But what I didn't expect when I was watching the games yesterday, boy, that Tex, he could fire. He could shoot that sheriff like nobody business.
I mean, if you just look at the stats next to each other, I think there was 3 kills separating the two of them. Aspas had 40 kills over the 2 games. Tex had 37. Like, Tex was putting up obscene numbers for his role.
Yeah, and I love how I've watched this kid develop over the years because he just he genuinely does not care about people's opinions. He doesn't care about the way he's perceived or anything like that. He just kind of stays to his own lane, moisturized, unbothered, the whole thing, and he's just gonna like frag out and do his own thing, and he continues to improve week over week. So I think there were a lot of, I mentioned this on the cast yesterday too, when they announced that he was gonna be the addition to the squad, there were a lot of questions like, you've built a super team. Is Tex gonna be the weaker part of this chain? And he has just given that the finger.
No, he has seen, continued growth as a player as well, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at his performance over the course of the year, like big bump up into Shanghai, where again, Leviathan didn't perform particularly well, but he was doing well himself. Now a Leviathan that's winning every single game, and he is still maintaining those numbers when he was having to do a lot of heavy lifting internationally.
Yeah, I think we quickly realized that the individuals were not the issue with the team, but it was more them figuring out how all the pieces coordinate and combine with
They
one
were
another.
kind of loose cannons at times during stage 1, especially when they were running over the competition. But that brings me back to how much good work Ito has done with the pieces of Aspas, with the pieces of a Tex that has blown up over the course of the year. They're now coordinating together, and that team looks near unbeatable.
Yeah, it's quite scary here. But if there's one thing that we love here at Americas, it's some storylines. It's some good meat on the bone. Kind of like the way that Tex is going to be facing off against his former teammates in the guard. Yeah, that's right. We went all the way back over there.
Wow.
and we're making this personal. No, but, Tex does have familiarity with these players without a doubt.
Of course, right? They lifted the trophy in Ascension. Of course, in the offseason, there was so much confusion around what was going to end up happening with the guard. Tex got this opportunity to come to Leviathan and spread his wings and make sure he was going to be on the international stage, or on the internationals stage, rather, here in Americas. Now he's going to Seoul, and quite frankly, it's amazing to see that guard core did find their way, make sure they had a team made a spot here in the big leagues, and now they're against each other for a shot. One of those sides is going to be in the finals a year after they won Ascension? What?
Storyline.
And for as much as like they can be cool and like still get on and they're still bros and homies, whatever, a win like this is something you can hang over the other guys. I mean, 9 times out of 10, like, cool, we're all good, but you remember when we beat you guys to get the grand finals in Americas, and then, I dropped 40 on you?
That's a nice feeling.
You don't let that
40.
go.
Imagine someone draws 40 in this game. I'd be crazy. But yeah, hey, it is very possible. But you know what, though? Another part of this, too, is Texas' former head coach, Josh RT, actually expressed how much it meant for him to make it to Champions. That oftentimes kind of gets lost in all of the talk about, you know, ult usage and ability, you know, like macro understandings, the nerdy stuff. It's the human element as well. Like, for a guy like Josh being a coach of this team, that meant a lot for him to be able to qualify, and now he gets to go to Korea.
Yeah, and I think when you think about the year that he's had, really the entire timeline that he's had, I mean, for him to have to navigate everything that gone on during Ascension, transitioning over to franchising, and then the addition of Icy and all of the questions that went around that, and was that the right pick? Where did you even get this guy from? What are you doing to your roster? Like, for a team to be so just fully focused on their vision, not concerned about anything else that's going on, is really impressive. And again, much like Ito on the other side of the stage today, that takes leadership from the front.
Yeah.
When you've got a bunch of really young guys who, yes, are much more mature than they seem, you've got to be able to influence that in a very positive way. And I think Josh has done that in a tremendous manner.
Yeah, he truly has. I mean, we've talked with Josh plenty. You can get that vibe from him. Yeah. But also, you can see how much this whole thing means to both of these teams. It's really awesome that we're at this point right now. But for more, let's go ahead and head on over, to Elizabeth, standing by with Josh RT himself.
Now, Josh, you just qualified for VALORANT Champions in Seoul yesterday, and you tweeted that when you found out that Champions would be in Seoul, that you made it your mission to go to this event because you wanted to see your family again in South Korea. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, so my mom's side of the family is all in Korea, and my dad's side is all in the States. So, like, every once in a while throughout my life, like, I visited Korea, and so I just want to see my cousins again. And, you know, as someone that's, like, on the older side of the sport, like, doing something like this and, like, going to an event like that kind of legitimizes, like, in the eyes of my family. So it's always kind of cool to see. Like, I plan on, like, getting my aunt there and, like, you know, my uncles to see, you know, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Now, you won Ascension last year, the biggest tournament for challengers. Do you think G2 can do it again, but this time on the biggest stage in the world, back-to-back, essentially, you know, champions of their respective circuits?
The competition's tough. I can't like be fully confident to say like I'll do it again. It's more like, you know, we'll just see. I think the preparations has been good. The boys have been like mentally sharp and really together. So I think the chips are starting to stack for us, and I think we have a really good shot through it.
Well, speaking on behalf of everyone, so happy that you made champs and happy you can see your family again. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to seeing what both of these teams can do when they take the stage earlier on. But you can see behind us here that G2 decided to get a little creative with Abyss. Abyss was not their pick, as we had noted yesterday, but yet they busted out this very unique composition, and of course the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of cool things about it. The one thing I very quickly want to highlight before we get really into the nuance of it is I love the fact that we're starting to see walls introduced on this map. Just the other night, I nerded out for entirely too many hours in a custom by myself, just kind of like theory crafting around, does Harbor work, does Viper work, how does this all combine together? I love that we're starting to see that work.
Yeah, and when everyone else is playing Ascent Light compositions with single smokes, honestly, what G2's read on this map has been so different, because other teams, talking to any pro, they're all saying this is an attack-sided map. Attackers are doing very well at the moment. But this comp from G2 so heavily leans into the defensive side, the stall power they have on the B site between Killjoy, Viper, global Astra smokes that could also be stuns or pulls, not to mention fast rotates from a Yoru too. Like,
so freaking big.
It's crazy, especially when so many teams are playing just a pretty heavy exec style on one of those sides of the map. Yoru's ability to pivot between the two is
Are there
very
any
strong.
potential flaws with this before we show things
I think the big thing is they don't have a jet, and we've already seen that jets with an op in hand are taking over the map.
Yeah, and I do think Yoru can help fit that a little bit, but you're right. I mean, there's just no way a jet no way a Yoru kid with an op can hold a candle to a jet doing the same.
Yeah, you know, you can still TP out, but the tradability of it isn't as locked in as jet. I will say, though, I love seeing the Yoru clone because so many teams are playing the Cypher on this map, and the Yoru clone is just busting the Cypher setups down.
Yeah, so let's dive into some of these plays, right? I understand you have something you wanted to show us off.
Come on with me.
You have a minion with you, so you can go ahead and
I told him to wear
use him.
yellow, and he's in pink and blue.
And instead I wore yellow, so...
I missed the assignment.
I don't know.
Wait, does this mean you should be the minion? minion here.
Don't worry
I,
about
I
it.
do look like a minion, to be fair. But.
I'm going to talk about how Jonah P locks down the fort over on this B site, and it's using that Viper that not a lot of people are playing at the moment. The first thing I want to take a look at here is the orb that he drops in the middle of site here, because basically what it does is it gives you so much maneuverability around the site, whether it's your teammates trying to flood into the site, whether it's you escaping after you get a kill over on the right-hand side here. I think it's just very, very effective to move around. And Cypher, you have to drop down 2 cages to block off that same type of distance, so this is a lot better.
And if we can very quickly, I'd love to show my point of view while the orb is up, just so you guys can see what that looks like from the attacker side as they're trying to scale up onto site. Like, this is the orb that you're left facing. I don't know if you guys can see that right now.
That's all right.
Yeah.
They got it.
I'm shooting you as the
Oh, they saw it.
Yeah.
I also want to talk about this wall here, too, which is a little bit particular. You want to make sure that it has this chunk pop-up that comes out on the right side for a little bit more coverage. But what it allows you to do is actually play in the front here and isolate the angle. Because when you're not playing with the Viper, all of a sudden you're fully exposed over here, right? So you can't actually hold these off angles because you're getting shot, you know? And with the combination of this wall and the Killjoy utility, you've got a lot of great coverage.
I mean, it's so smothering to try to get through. Again, if you decide that you want to tank that wall, you're going to get vulnerable, and you've got a turret that's sitting up on top of Jenny right here that's going to instantly let you know that someone's coming through. You pop the mollies, and you're essentially melted as soon as you come in. And then you can also reposition the mollies in a couple of different places. You can have one a little bit further back, one towards main site. But the idea is this Killjoy setup in combination with the Viper utility makes it nigh impossible to get onto site with.
And if you come back to my POV for a second, again, that Killjoy turret, what it's looking at is anyone stepping through this wall, and it also can see over the Viper wall here. So an attacker can't just jump up into this corner all for free as I die. Don't worry about that.
Okay, he's got the hacks.
It's all good. But yeah, it gives you full coverage. And I also just love the fact that this wall allows you to actually get an op into play, right? You can't really hold out here up on this high angle when, you know, you don't have a smoke, because you can get shot from so many different angles. But they can throw up this wall, and they brought in Ice Siege just up on this line. Jonah P himself actually loves to play up here as well, just holding on to a lot of these forward lines. And it was really effective for him. Whenever his teammates were leaving him alone on this site, he would post up either here watching that forward line or up on this bookshelf here and just be very content to hold down the fort on his own. And he was dominating the entire game.
And the very last thing I very quickly want to say about Jonah P's positioning there on the bookshelf that you're referring to is oftentimes we've seen teams like to flood out towards B or try to split in through B if they have enough mid control. The alarm bot on the minimap, the one thing that we haven't really touched on, helps cover you in that regard if you are going to get flooded in through worms. So it's a really nice setup that they have here. And again, it's very defensive minded, as you mentioned.
I absolutely love what he was doing. And I think that wraps up what we need to accomplish here on the demo station.
All right,
so let's
look
come
at
on
that.
back here.
I won't lie, I'm a little bummed that I wasn't invited to the,
Get over it.
I didn't get a PC. You know, at least could have set your boy up with Valorant on console.
We literally know you play console.
Couldn't set your boy up,
yapping.
though. You know what I mean? For that. All right, guys, let's go ahead, though, and continue this conversation, because another player that, we've been isolating a lot on the individuals, but one individual yesterday, the Professor, my man popped off yesterday. Jonah P looked phenomenal. Continues to just be the gift that keeps on giving for this G2 lineup since the guard days. He's always been that cool hand for this team.
His Viper has just been absolutely lights out, especially on this Lotus map. Like, he was crushing on the defensive side. His C holds, I don't think anyone was getting past. And I just love the way that G2 called their defensive side to never fast rotate off sites, because if this guy was leaving sites, they'd be losing a lot more rounds. But the fact he sticks on him, you're never beating him.
Yeah, even you just saw that, like, one tap with the gloop in his face onto Cryo from across the map with the Sheriff. Like, sometimes you do things perfectly by the book and they work out well, and then other times you kind of roll the die a little bit and you get away with one. Jonah P has been the embodiment of both in the most perfect manner possible.
He's got to play the lottos, but basically I need to figure out.
No, he's but it's not even luck. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the fact, similar to what I was talking about on Abyss, where his smokes give him that ability to, like, move so much around the site. You will see how he is able to shift after taking a fight, use those smokes to reposition quickly, and then take another fight. It's so good. It's so smart how he's able to move and isolate those ones.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from Jonah P. We'll see what he can do, and of course the rest of the G2 and Leviathan squads as they take the stage. But we're running out of time, so let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions from the broadcast broadcast team. See who has predicted what. We love these. And okay, so first game, I think I expected that, a little bit of a split decision there for G2, but siding I think more with Leviathan, and then everyone going with 100 Thieves, which I completely understand given what we saw yesterday against
Crew just been on a slide. They're gonna have to. It would be a shock if they won, honestly. But you know, that's just calling it the way it is.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of things, as we think about the first match, we mentioned it earlier. I don't think we've ever seen this level of dominance from a team before across the entire year for Leviathan, and there's really nothing to suggest that they're slowing down.
The thing is, I voted for Lev, but I think the guy to watch is Icy today, because I think like Icy has had some actually really great games. But even yesterday, when they're cruising, didn't look all too hot. You know, a bit of an off day for him. He's going up against Osbos, the best player in America's the weird world for my money. And honestly, he needs to have a big day. If he can have a good day, I think G2 can very handily win this series, but that's a tough call.
It's going to be a good one, folks. I'm excited for this. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road because we don't have a lot of time left in the clock. It's going to be Leviathan taking on G2 Esports, and then after that, we get Crew Visa taking on 100 Thieves, and we will finally determine who are the 4 teams that we're sending to Champions Seoul. VCT Americas starts right now.
Nosfer no consigue nada de raíz de esto. 1 por 1 por ahora. Nosfer ha caído fuera. Aspas es un agresivo de Chan. No se lo esperaba para nada. Y es otro más. Sola multikill. Si está el defuser por parte de Furia.
No huge mistakes here for G2, and they're burning the clock down now. And they're starting to hold the torch to the feet of Crew.
I think we are playing really good as a team now, and we are playing really good individually as well.
Oh my goodness, Lev are on a warpath.
We still have some mistakes, but we are working on it.
Osbos, 3 to the round. Come here, buddy. Oh, that's it.
We've always known they can be capable of dominant wins like that, but so are we.
Push towards that spawn. They all, oh my.
We've 2-0'd Sentinels, NRG, 100 Thieves.
The headshot from Trent, and they get it done!
They are a very good team. The IGL Valley is really good.
10 seconds left.
I think it's just going to come down to the day and who's more prepared and who's feeling it that day, and it's going to be us.
Riot Games Arena, es hora de mandar a un equipo a la gran final y ellos lo hacen una y otra vez. Es Leviathan.
And now let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
Forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle for this turn of Evans rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game, ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a Wild West. We ain't faking what I claim, it's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset, by the name of G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true.
When we saw the makeup of the bracket, this was the matchup that we were all eagerly anticipating, because G2 Esports, not only have they seen significant growth throughout the year, but the way that they are playing right now in playoffs is unbelievable. And for Leviathan, the story has been practically the same thing. These two teams are hitting a growth spurt at the best possible time.
Everyone stop what you're doing. Sit here for the next 3 hours because we're about to see some elite Valorant.
I couldn't agree more.
I hate the David versus Goliath metaphor because I think it's painfully overused.
It's
painfully overused. But I don't know. Think about when this Leviathan roster was built. What was the intention? Championships, right? Yeah. The expectation was you're playing for hardware every single time you're out on the stage. Yeah. And then you've got his G2 squad who's been put together from the very beginning, has gone through the muck and mire of Tier 2 and have climbed their way out. So in a lot of ways, there really is this like big giant and some little guy.
Ideological thing as well, right? Because you got a team that stuck together the whole time versus a team that was kind of combined together this year.
And the ultimate irony is that G2 is the team that's already won a championship last year in Ascension, right? This core of players.
That's right. Let's not forget, this is a team that came in through the Ascension program. They are the highest placing Ascension team across all the regions, to my knowledge. No doubt, right? But to have done that, and when, in most cases you see like, the rookies, quote unquote, come in, they oftentimes play like that. Not here. G2 does not play like that whatsoever. Here's your series layout: Icebox, Bind, and Haven if necessary.
Yeah, a bit interesting seeing that Abyss get floated. That was the standard for these two teams up until the second phase and getting banned away. But I was wondering, I was wondering if G2 would want to pick it. But the thing is, you don't have tape on Leviathan really there. And of course, Lev would have some tape.
You don't want to give any openings, right? I feel like in those situations, I know this is going to sound really redundant, but if Aspas is put in a situation where he can just freely pick Jet, and then there's like nothing really around there, like he'll just do whatever the hell he wants. So you really don't want to give him the agency to be able to do that on a rather untested map. As there you can see the king of lounging just chilling out, getting ready for this one.
This guy's kingdom is getting too big. He's too good at everything. If lounging is part of it as well, somebody's got to
taking lounging, aiming,
spinning,
underwater
stuffed animals. He's taking it all.
I will say, as much as we talk about playoffs and we talk about champs and how, okay, they've qualified and that's what it is they're going for, this, that, and the other. I wonder, I've had a couple of conversations with coaches and pro players alike. Like, yes, Soul is important. Soul is the big ticket. But to be able to walk away with this trophy that's in front of us right now means so much to these guys. You even talk about how things have played out early in the year. Who was able to walk away with the Stage 1 championship, hoping that they can do it again. Like, there's a lot to be played for here, just in Americas. Even, before even thinking about the international stage. So, yes, it may just be they've already got their tickets to Seoul punched and bags packed and, what have you, this, that, and the other. But they want that trophy right there.
Yeah, no one's packed their bags. They've been scrimming for the last, month and a half nonstop.
They thought about packing their bags, kind of like the way I've been. Yeah. But in any case, though, here comes the Age of Select. And, again, it's Icebox. So we know what we're going to get here, really, from Leviathan and G2 for that matter.
No surprises. The big thing is, though, that Icy doesn't play the Jet on this map. G2 are rocking in with the Gecko. Has always been for them, so they don't play with the Dive Agent. And honestly, I think this is a bit concerning going up against Leviathan because Aspas is going to be frying.
Yeah, but I also think that this is such their identity, right? You think about how Valorant likes to call and how they like to play, it makes sense.
Well, folks, this is it. Riot Games Arena, make some dang noise, because it's now time to get ready for this matchup we've all been waiting for. And let's send it over to our completely auraless casters. It's
bro. Wild allegation.
What is this slander, man? I mean, maybe for Josh, I can understand. It gives off short king energy, but me, okay, listen. The stage is set, and I'm not just talking the boxer match is going to be occurring between me and production and whoever wrote up the prompter, but here for the grand finals, which is what both of these teams are fighting for. Listen, the tickets are punched in, really, for champs, right? They're not playing for that anymore. That's kind of at the back of their minds. What they are playing for, though, is to be crowned the champions and winners of the Americas Stage 2 playoffs, and that is what these teams are fighting for. As I already said, that grand final spot.
I think there is no doubt that these are the two best teams in Americas that are going to be looking to head towards champs, but also that are currently fighting to lift that trophy. It's a beautiful one that's on the line this year as well, and Aspas hoisted it last year too as part of Loud, winning in the International League here in Americas. What a place to begin on Icebox. I think the map pool in general looking great for Leviathan.
It's going to be a standard affair, nothing out of the ordinary. At least as we set the sights over towards Icebox as well. And G2, we already know what they're going to be up to. Always methodical, always cautious at the beginning of these rounds. Don't want to give away any of these advantages. Just trying to bait out a potential approach and peek for the information.
Look at Leviathan, though. They've realized that this is a group up over towards the A side very early on. You've got King and Mazzino pushing out B. Broken turret.
So the Utah's going to be uploaded here. Flashed up towards the back of the site. Tex could not evacuate, couldn't evade it. Jonah P as well is going to cement himself into this 4 position. And the flank is given up entirely from Lev. They're actually going to be regrouping back up together, just trying to play this one forwards. But again, Aspas is committed, catches the cross, pass and away. There was no trade in sight. Unconventional, really, from G2. Expect that to be really the building blocks of this team. Biding their time now, waiting to regroup as the Util is now back online, sending it flying forwards, and a fight is caught by G2 out towards the back of the site. Icy even just lucky just to get the one. Jonah P and Trent, and accounted for. Off to the side themselves, Aspas dropping down and just cannot land it. Not with a share of bullets going wildly. And now in the favor of G2, a pistol round win.
And it's Jonah P that picks up 3 to put G2's pistol round on the board. Jonah P was playing phenomenally in Shanghai and then coming forwards just in the game yesterday, where Icy cooled off ever so slightly compared to his excellent performance that we'd recently seen. But Jonah, undetected, uncleared, picked up all of the crucial players there. And this one, a rematch of the last time that Leviathan have lost to an Americas team, actually, way back. Stage 1 playoffs, lower bracket final. G2 were winning all of the pistols there. 9 out of 10 in our BO5 went the way of G2. It was still an extremely close match.
For sure, these teams are closely matched even now, right? Titan to test this Leviathan team. G2, I mean, haven't been getting a lot of respect often, but with every win that they accrue, you're going to start respecting them a little bit more.
It's undeniable at this point. I don't think there's many people that would even argue that G2 are not a top 2 team in Americas. Look at the depth that Leaf has been able to get. This 4-1 default where you send Leaf forwards. And G2 have been running this after winning the pistol almost every single time they've played. And it's still finding value for them. It's just a very solid strategy.
Up and over. Open sight. Really just a fight to be taken and one out there. Obviously only committing towards the pistol. Swing from Mazzino, just seeking if he can deny the plan or at least potentially get that pick off that he was looking for. But as the investment relatively minor. Aspas is worried about the incoming possibility of a flank. I think that was just pressure being laid in by Trent. Now going to be rotating that to the back of his team. They are low, but leaving it just down to Aspas now. Still, could do quite a lot from this spot. Still worried.
Icy has a Bulldog, 1 away from Thrash. A kill or a death gets that online. And G2 would be looking phenomenal for the bonus round. Will Aspas provide?
Yeah, a little bit of hip fire action. He'll be able to clean up maybe a kill or 2. Rounds going to be lost at this point, though. Time running far too low, so G2 going to be up that too.
But that does mean that Icy's got to play for an ult orb in the next round, and Leviathan can try to craft some strategies around denying that. It's difficult when G2 plays so slowly. If you're looking to try to fight on both outer extremities of the map on defense, you're going to get overstretched. I also think it's a really interesting map pool that we've got here today, Brent.
Yeah.
G2 choosing to attack into Leviathan's bind as our second map, rather than seeing what they've got prepped on Abyss. G2 also choosing to end, I believe, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, on Haven rather than Ascent. It sent me for a loop there, what we've got in the top left. I'll have to double check.
We will have to double check that one, but pretty sure it was Haven. Aspas, early fight and engagement for him. He's going to be opted into that straight away. Does draw blood with Leaf dropping. No one's being pushed back away from this, though. G2 still want to commit. The drone up and over, missing the tag. Aspas will always be keen to disrespect you.
Right here.
Going to try and take those fights forward and often, especially with the rifle in hand. Dart has to be dodged and avoided as well. It's off angle, spraying him down, expecting that re-peek. And it's all in the back of his mind. He knows exactly the positions to be playing. 3 in the round already for him.
And dodge on the Thrash too, so not even getting punished by that.
He's been leading most of those statistical metrics, but finally shut down in the moment.
Chose to make the play there that could have ended the round instantly, but he's left his team in a 2v2.
Don't get me wrong, a lot of damage done to Icy here. In this spot, Jonah P. Going to be the one to take that first contact. Again, there's so many healthy targets, though. Half armored at one shot from the Outlaw would do it, Tix. He survives. Lands those shots up. Leaves it alone to Icy in this 1v2. A quick tap as well. Icy issue not being forced out. ADS stub damage done, but he doesn't really have the gun or the weaponry for it. Again, just has to peek out Jiggle, and he's just on a sliver of health. It's enough to be guarded over the shoulder by Tex. The Fuse online. 2-1 being that scoreline. Lev finally with that round on the board.
It's a pretty damaging bonus. G2 had chances to win it. They invest in ultimate, but end up doing a lot of economical damage too. I think Lev will be happy to have just survived that. And once more, it's Aspas that delivers the crucial kills to put his team in a winnable situation. With that economic damage done, and Leaf is anticipating people being on light armor on the other side, it's actually only King.
Playing for the orb as well, Aspas. Just to earn up the Blade Storm. Big group over G2. It's all 5 of them. Nobody holding! Mazzino applying constant pressure. The Phantom spam stun punishable. Earns himself a cheeky one. It's a nice one to set the scene. G2 still going to be pushing up though. Updraft over the top, Aspas! Claiming one after another. Dropping any adversary that steps to him. And he wants to just take away any possibilities of the G2 win. That's dominance, overwhelming aggression by Leviathan.
So beautifully played. You'd think that with the pace, the slower tempo that G2 play at, they actually wouldn't even be offering Aspas those opportunities. But a couple of people just to the right side of yellow, and Aspas is able to pick one off. And then as he dashes away from that extra swing, he plays Mazzino in.
Spike down, B.
Beautifully done there. And those are the kind of rounds that Leviathan have been pulling out against everybody in the league, where they just look dominant. Like there's nothing you can do to stop them. Unless you're taking out Aspas instantly, he's getting kills and also making so much space for the rest to trade off.
He's going to take these liberties. Outlaw in his hands. Oh, nice return on the fire.
That's what you have to be doing. Otherwise, Aspas is going to push further and further, test those boundaries.
Doesn't get away with it, does he? Leaf is also quite eager. This guy tagged up though, have to stop himself. Head's barely poking over. Slight exchange of the bullets. Repositioned though, these left players. Com is pretty hard committed off to the corner here. Players are being picked apart. I was up through mid with Mazzino dropping down. Oh, it's going to be asked for. They are falling apart actually. Leviathan, Tex. A little bit of AD in terms of the rifle play on hand. He's going to do a lot now to try and push this one back. Flash over as a pause to score, but they don't expect this position already. Valen crept his way up even deeper onto these sightlines. Plan can now go online, picking up the orb, no time, but that one's still dropping. King sensing it, there's definitely chances, can't adjust it. No with the rifle, and a thrifty win, but G2 puts them back in a driving seat.
What a round to pick up. Is that the difference it makes when you're able to take out Aspas early on and prevent him from going on a tear against you? It was an insane shot that Leaf hits. I mean, look at that. Yeah. Reacting to an unexpected position and being able to clean it up, and then the rest of the team is able to go forward with Sheriffs. Important final kill there as well from Jonah P, who continues to have huge impact. Does that temper the level of aggression that Aspas is showing, or just cause him to double down?
Backing away for now. Doesn't want anything to do with it.
So G2 got punished for throwing this cascade over towards B in a prior round. Mazzino just spammed through it, got a kill out the back of it. This time, Valen throws it, nobody following behind it, making it feel like it could be B pressure. But the thing that Lever do so well on the defense sides against every team is that they're always more curious than other people. They don't give the respect to attacking utility. If they don't hear anything, they go and have a look. And King had some decent idea that it wasn't serious pressure on B.
Ooh, spot in the head there, I believe, of Icy with the drone, but you're right. I mean,
it's just going to keep the stack in the right place on A.
Yeah. That conversation about, you know, the defensive setups by Leviathan, one of the better teams for it. Dash, no value to be gained by Aspas. He was expecting a timing to be taken, but G2 are always ones just to be quite quirky with it. Never expected when they're going to be hitting it through, and now though, Mosh Pit, Hunger of Reckoning, it's a big indicator. Alongside the Flash as well, it's all being sent flying forwards. Hunter's Fury, this is the respawn. Com is looking for a kill or two, at least gets the one time. Trip, still avoiding it. And would stand his ground against it, and now the flood is caught. Lev, who want to play this one with the bodies into the fight and the fray, taking it forwards, past and away. Still, it's a kill feed that is filling entirely up Wingman. No spike into his hands. They slow it down once more, calling for it with 12 seconds onto the clock. It's left just down to Com.
10 seconds
He's the one who's got to respond to all of this pressure. Shock darts flying forwards. Cove just denying any sort of bullets that fly forwards. A 1v3. Thrash is avoided. Spotting the head, spotting the bullets. Looking for a kill or two. This is chaos incarnate. He's dropped down to 5 HP. Barely any weaponry. And Valen is the one to clean it up.
What a masterful call there, and usage of the clock by Valen again. The pause in the round, the pump fake, that drawing in of the Leviathan retake, and G2 so ready for it, punishing all of those slight, minimal overextensions. These pushes back in from the retakers, they're not that much overstepping themselves, but when Aspas and Mazzino swing, they're taken piece by piece apart by the G2 players, ready for that. And Lev going to a timeout here. They had the stack in the right place. The ult from Com was absolute perfection, the way he trapped Trent in the corner. And yet they still weren't able to get it done because they expected G2 to be scrambled with only 15 seconds on the clock. Yeah. This team is immaculate under time pressure, G2. You can't rely on the fact that the clock's going to run out on them. Exactly. They squeeze every second out of it.
They're so well-tempered in those moments. They don't get flustered like a lot of other teams. Like you said, they squeeze every single bit that you can get out of the seconds there. This early beginning for Leviathan hasn't gone their way. The economy hasn't been built up. A large reason why this team is so good on the defensive side, partly, is because they can get an operator into Aspas' hands most of the time. The economy's been taking a tumble pretty consistently. He hasn't been able to build up to it. Usually it's a big tool that they use to build around with a defensive protocol, stacking plays onto one side of the map. It's been a bit of a struggle, and that's what this timeout be hoping to alleviate.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the Leviathan economy because you would expect one of them to be saving up for that operator. G2 with an opportunity to start building up to some massive ultimates of their own. Leafs and Trents are almost destined to come online at the end of this round. Cascade starts in the opposite direction there for Valen, as if they're taking early A control, and in fact, just waiting to punish any B aggression on the eco.
Yeah.
At the same time, heading into a bit of a stack here from Lev.
Lev are just trying to make sure that they hide their intent. Just being spotted, that's Mazzino. Only one that fires a couple of bullets as well. Gone for a bit of a re-peek of his own as Util out into the hands of multiple players here. But he does overstep himself in the end, and the weaponry just not quite good to follow up and through. So Mazzino will be dropped. Spotting signs of life from them. Out in the open, Aspas. Again, he was hoping that somebody would just walk straight into that crosshair. Pulling multiple players now. Lev losing control of the A side.
But look at Leviathan looking to try to re-peek again. Always looking to see whether G2's attacking utility is real or not. Does it have a serious threat behind it? Other G2 players looking to go forward. I mean, look at both teams expecting something from the other. G2 ready for this re-aggression.
Both going for it for the same time. Just again, spotting these players out. They all topple and fall.
What a read.
Yeah.
G2, absolutely immaculate read.
And you're seeing the stylistic difference just kind of, I think, made manifest in this map. And you probably see it in many others as well, as we get into this series. But G2 will always just try and pull you. They'll try and pull you in, going for that mid-round information. That proactivity, they won't shy away from it. Often they're going to get rewarded for playing aggressively, pushing Aspas into deep positions. Normally, nobody can hold a candle to it.
And of course, if Leviathan don't go for those defensive re-clears, that's where Valen thrives, because he ends up having so much more information in the late round. If you just give ground and aren't willing to take the risk of walking back into areas, then you might as well not be playing the game. You're just going to allow G2 to run all over you. So Lev have to find those risks, but they also have to find them at either unexpected timings or with excellent utility, or just when G2 are making that rotate to the other side of the map.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be not just a test for Valen's calling, but a serious test for Leviathan. They have not played against a team anywhere near as good as G2 since they got back from Shanghai.
Yeah, hard agree. I mean, this team, I think, they've been just trying to shake off those untested allegations almost that have just been chasing them around because they've just been dealing with any of their competition.
Oh, they've been flattening them.
I mean, they've been flattening everybody. It's 2-0s, the way that they've been cleaning up most of the competition. But, you know, I don't think we saw the best crew the other day. So again, the allegations kind of stand. This time they are up against this heavy hitter in the form of G2, and so far punishing them. This is the important round here. And now, what the timeout was being called for Leviathan. Investment with the weaponry, operator in Aspas' hands with a lot of ults for G2.
Nanoswarm thrown there from Leaf, a very standard one onto Pipes. When it gets broken, you're thinking, okay, maybe somebody's playing aggressive in that kind of area. Aspas, in fact, on top of Jenny, looking for a pick. And Valen seems to have got the read on it again, just because that early utility was broken on A. They're headed towards a B split, and this is going to catch King under huge amounts of pressure.
Yeah, already walking up straight into him as well. King, just the one before the trade comes online again. Might have spot those players just before he dropped lockdown. That is incredibly committed. Many angles you're going to have to defend into that spot as well. I mean, Icy's like, all right, mate, I'm leaving you to your own devices.
But at the same time, look how far back the defenders are. No contest possible for the plant. And even getting into a retake position is very difficult. So many spots you have to clear.
Every single step of the way. The Viatan can't get a foothold, man. They cannot stand against this. Still, Mazzino will make a good go of it. But again, it's a retake scenario. Aspas is working with that operator. It's going to slow them down once more. All that time that's been bought. Backing away. Trent also with his Hunter's Fury in his back pocket, and you can already hear it. Spike's ticking away. Options removed and limited. It doesn't matter about the Cove that's placed down as well. Can be defended against it. Valen cleaning up Mazzino, drifting off to the side. Aspas, he's eager to pick up that operator again, save it into the next.
But that's a perfect round.
It is.
Lev had 3 or 4 players over towards A. I don't think Valen's got a real reason for dying there, but the economy's in a good spot, so it doesn't matter too much. But they had 3 or 4 players over towards the A side, including Aspas Operator, that they've scrimped and saved just to get it into his hands. And instantly, G2 have found the weak side of the map, run a B split, and had control over huge, vast swaths of real estate. There was no opportunity for Lev to win. No opportunity for Aspas to have his impact.
It's an awkward scenario where Aspas carrying the operator into the next. Everybody has to invest up alongside him, because at this point the game is getting away from them.
He's doing something very different here, though. You don't often see him playing in these kind of angles, getting droned down mid early on.
Yeah, push.
So he's in front of the Viper Orb.
Turret's been broken. G2 might have been receiving a lot of this one here. They might want to speed up into it, but the pits drop down, layered now towards this A site. And again, that pause has been inserted whether G2 want it or not.
Harbor Ult was just picked up there instead of the Thrash, so that makes it a bit more difficult to deal with King. You can use Harbor Ult against it, and look at Aspas in front of the Viper Orb in mid. Tough to deal with.
Here.
Oh, he didn't choose a timing to go for the shot.
That's awareness stuff from G2. They know that they lost control of mid prior, obviously with the turret being broken.
And also the drone being used. I think Com's drone a bit of a tell.
Now going for another re-exploration, double down. So many players ready to receive. It's G2 again. They bait and punish and pulling them back. And Aspas is just forced back and away. Mazzino is going to do a ton and more. 2 are dropped down in the process. Spike in the hands of Wingman back. Open. Oh, just about got it. Right before the Cove ended up being propped up.
30 seconds left.
Receiving that one back, and again, Dart reveals it. 2 versus 2. Valen is low. Plant online though, backs himself away again. Reckoning now available for this post plant.
I suggest you move.
It's going to be used nice and early. Just to buy them a bit of that time as well. Nobody wants to reveal themselves too early from G2, just making sure that they play this one safe.
Poison orb emitting.
Orb up,
No charges left.
putting the pressure now, at least with that tap.
player
King, no.
standing.
Eats a ton of damage in the process of it. Leaves it down to Aspas. Noise being made from the footsteps. Quick little tap, cutting it away. He's baiting out the peek and the response from G2. They do hand him the one, but still time is running short.
at least they
Brings it
tried.
down to it, and it's ice cold from Trent. The dart reveals all.
This
He knows he's won
is
it.
nothing.
Time is on his side, and another round is inevitable. It's 7 now for G2.
I really don't think G2 could be playing much better with wall hacks on. The way in which they're rotating around the map on the attack side, finding the gaps, and understanding exactly when Lev are going to go for these defense reclears. We saw them catch the eco round defense reclear on B perfectly, all stacked up waiting for it. It's the same thing in mid again. As soon as the wall comes through and pushes Aspas away, their read on how Leviathan are playing the defense here is simple perfection.
At no point Leviathan are really able to get a foothold, stand up against most of this. Look at this util, all just being used to pressure and push away any attempt at the A orb. Thrash is also going to be used in conjunction, just trying to add up any potential impact to this one here. They do get the detainment, but there's no follow-up onto it. It's been defended, clearing a way through, up and over the ropes. There is a punish at least. Up through mid as well, looking for a bit of space. That's Jonah P. This first kill advantage, not going away at G2, but it hasn't stopped them in the past. Especially so into this map.
Jonah P is the insurance policy here. He's going to be able to give them information. Multiple players have rotated, turrets offline. You know, they can go back over to B. They know that Tex is nowhere near. As Tex starts to come back in, Jonah P's in front of the turret. Potential.
Stepped though, yeah, they might be able to see him just poking out and away. Oh, there's shots raining down onto him. Turret's still up. It's a worry in the back of the mind of Jonah P. Even just offloads the pit. This one's stretching off into spawn, man. Spam, straight bullets again. He's so damn weak. One single bullet potentially clear him. Icy out for the back as well. Wants to get aggressive and active into it. The fight to Aiken towards the back as well. That's a reckoning offloaded, but again the timing. It's picture perfect. You can't ask for much better gameplay than this. It's G2 running rings around this Leviathan. No time for them to catch their breath.
It's just beautiful there. If Jonah P ended up making a misstep and got caught in kitchen, okay, some part of it may have fallen to pieces, but the Professor finally falls, but he's done his damage, teaching Leviathan the holes that are rippling throughout their defensive setups. The over-rotate, the stack already on A, and then the over-rotate so that Texas utility went offline. G2 exploiting to perfection. Even if the turret had not gone offline, Jonah already had info that B was pretty open and his team could start to make the cancel and the rotate. They're never locking themselves into only one decision. There are always options for VALORANT to choose as a plan B, plan C.
Appreciate it.
They're completely dominating Leviathan in a way that we have not seen since Lev was at Shanghai. And I also don't think the Lev are falling to pieces here. This is just masterful from G2.
Yeah, the attack side calling, I mean. It just feels unfair, I think. Leviathan's perspective, they're going to be wondering, man. Are they in the comms? Are they in the walls?
Right there.
I don't even know about all of this. Exploiting and abusing any possible options as well, just to pre-fire. Aspas, he's been punished for a lot of these aggressive plays, and he's making a go of things again. Tex dropped down to just double digits of how fairly there. King also has to go for that re-aggression. He needs information. At least maintain a bit of control out towards an over B.
Finally, that defense exploration finds value, but King is still battling with Icy over towards B. This could be the round for Lev, despite losing Aspas early.
Got the odds to potentially turn the tide. Zeno needs to be careful. It's barely a shoulder peeking out. And just spraying it through. Jonah P wins it with the Phantom. Cove down now. That will commit the plant into the play. Util's going to be delayed here. And the Hunter's Fury just a little bit off the mark. It's a lockdown. Fuse alongside. It's still damage done. Come. That is picture perfect as well. Lands that one right onto the mark as well. Just catching that rotation back and away. G2. Left now with just two of these players left to do the most.
Nanoswarm broken. Mosh still available.
And the wall fades away though. Com was not ready for it. Up and over on top of the ropes. No adjustment, at least with the rifle. Still damage done. Tex and King low enough.
Bad plan.
Amount of damage might do it. It is a bad plan indeed. Up and over the wall into his face. Dropping down, not favored. Still King gets off of it. There's a sticking down. Unexpecting it! Oh, chaos in the camp of Leviathan.
King not trusting, not realizing perhaps.
Did he even have time?
Thinking, I think he had time there. I mean, we'll have to watch it back from his POV perhaps, but the Red Bull clutch comes through no matter what. That one looked difficult for Icy. He doesn't have a great angle onto the diffuser, but I'm not sure that King understood exactly where Icy was. If he thinks perhaps that Icy's playing towards pipes, yeah, he might end up getting off that. First round where it looks like G2 have stolen it away from Lev rather than being in control the entire time. But we head back in. A slow beginning for G2. Thankfully, haven't missed too much, and Aspas posted up with an off.
Yeah, this Drono was going to be spotting him. He doesn't even break it in the process. Has to use the dash to get out of there. High tide. It's going to whip its way across towards that B side. Lockdown. There are no answers to this. Lev used all of them up just in that prior round. Didn't even go their way. Lev have no choice but to really respect this one here. Push back and away. Cove up now. Props it forwards. Hand down for the wingman. For the push it away. Aspas though, that's a nice one. It's just spam coming through, at least onto those long angles. Leviathan finally getting that advantage. The foothold that they were seeking that we've been talking about this entire time. Now it's all about converting. Again, G2. Shock darts forwards, flying util into the hands as a punishment. There and away and around still with that damage. He cannot be getting away with his G2. Not again. Not like this. It's an old turret. The Thrash. Just to push back and away here. Texi just cannot get down from the high ground. There's no safety there, just buying time and critical moments here for G2. Jump spotting, 7 bullets left, ticking away once more. Dominance, a masterclass finish to an almost impeccable attack side of G2. 10-2. They've made Lev look like a lost schoolboy.
Nobody has been able to touch the Leviathan Icebox like this, and G2 have run away with it. I said earlier that Lev didn't look like they were playing badly, it was just G2 playing perfect. These last 2 rounds, we've seen big mistakes from Leviathan. I think the play on that retake and the amount of shots being missed here, honestly. Aspas with the odd missing shots you wouldn't expect, and somehow allowing Jonah P and Icy to run away with things towards the end. Maybe there was a chance for Lev to pull things back earlier, but now I'm worried.
Yeah, this is a G2 that are hungry to get to that grand finals for good reasons, of course.
G2 absolutely dominated the first half up against Leviathan, and it's been a really interesting stylistic matchup between the two teams, right? Leviathan, you've got Aspas on the Jet, and G2, they've got the Jetless, right? Icy on that Gecko. Honestly, coming into today, I was very worried for G2 because of how slowly they play their attacking sides. The guy like Aspas is so proactive at seeking out opportunities and finding timings around their utility that I was ready for this to be Leviathan up 10-2 against G2, but G2, they still played their rounds, and actually, Doug, they were kind of shutting them down.
Yeah, and I think honestly, as we think about the stylistic matchup, I would argue that it favors G2 heavily, and I'm not just saying that because the score is 10-2. I think they just play such a fundamentally sound play pace to the game. I think Valorant's calling is immaculate on attack. They really feel the entire map out, and then even in this round that we just saw, they were able to eco them, and it was off of the map being played very slowly, not really even allowing Aspas to get in a position where he can take over a round. It was much more patient. It was much more methodical. It honestly feels like a death by 1,000 cuts when you're playing against G2.
And honestly, the comp making that a lot better for them, having that extra piece of initiator utility, but they're going to have to close out here on the second half. We're going back to the casters for that.
There's a lot that is going to be asked of this Leviathan squad, I think, heading into the second half. It's their map pick of Icebox. And again, you know, the rumors that are swirling and circulating around this team about, you know, potentially have had quite an easy path here into the playoffs. Are they going to be able to beat the match of a team like G2? Right now, it's all G2.
Lev are going to need to pull out something special. Already, we've seen a bit of a different pistol round. 1-3-1 with pressure through mid. It's going to test G2's ideas.
Toxin screen down.
And end over towards A. Looks like a fairly empty site. I think from what I've seen in the last few months, there are very few, if any, IGLs that can match up against Valorant's attack side calling. I mean, and this is going to be a massive test for King today, whether he can look comparable.
Absolutely is. Valen, oh my, the timing on this is insane. Eye tight?
He thinks the turret's right there.
Yeah, potentially cuts it off a little bit early there. Still up and over the top as well. All this information Valen has been gaining. It's a full stack of G2. They've got all the bodies in the right places. Ready to just strike from behind. Valen is right there when his team needs it. The pressure and noise is all being made, and everybody following through and playing off with this one. Heroics in order. But King is the only one to step up to that site of challenge. And Jonah P in the end just can't be stopped, man. This entire squad
Can I make the comparison to what would have happened if the sides were swapped there? Valen goes on the flank immediately as soon as he realizes that B pressure is a little bit faked through mid, and he just starts walking out B main. If the sides were swapped, and that was something that Lev had done on their defense, there'd be a G2 player waiting for them. The read would have already been there. That's the difference right now, is that G2 are ahead of all of the game plans, and Lev are not making the reads on what's happening on the other side of things. You see Valen thinking about the turret, throwing out that high tide, looking to get behind them, and Lev are left baffled in some of those spots, not anticipating the way the G2 are going to outplay them. And force to force, they're down 2-11.
It's a full investment, it needs to be, and a full stack towards A as well. They're not holding anything back. There's no hiding of the intent, just trying to lurk players up, trying to catch those cheeky timings, instead fully barreling their way forward. It's all trying to be expected and anticipated, but a spam go on one side here.
They know where Aspas loves to play.
Yeah, right at the top, you can feel him just raining bullets down onto that spot, forcing him to back away as well. It's all off angles being played again. Lev just trying to hunt and fight towards the back of the side here. Finding the mark, it's Aspas finally online. Here and now, leaves it up to Trent, but they're all being faced in the end, so Lev salvage it.
A lifeline for them. But how much longer can you hold on? Can you really chain this many rounds together? You see already that G2 are very aware of how Aspas likes to play on this map. They've avoided his operator perfectly, masterfully on the previous half. Now what they have to deal with is Aspas' aggressive post-line positions. Loves to play on top of Generator, loves to push into spawn through the rafters, loves to play on top of screens. I think that's going to be the big battle of this half. How much can Aspas do and how much can G2 stop him from getting that value?
An easy setup here for Leviathan. Got to keep stringing these rounds together to even stand a chance here. It is an open site. A lot of util being used. Potentially some sound cues as well being heard by Valen. He's making a call, and the rotation is abound by G2. Starting to get some bodies now onto the B site.
There isn't very much weaponry here. It should be a bit of a freebie for Lev.
Walls on the drop as well. They're actually hunting out some of these players, maybe trying to catch a timing against them. All right, there is very little chance here for G2.
But Lev need to be building up towards some large ultimate. It's Mazzino that's the closest. Only one away now. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, just going hunting for it still. It's pretty evenly spread, like you said, though. One away from that big ult from Mazzino. Potentially something to play with.
Definitely. I think if they can get that online, they can certainly make a play happen. Alternatively, you want to be thinking about, are G2 going to look to be playing around that orb, but should we try something different? Do a 1-3-1, for example, and try to exploit mid-control. You know, you've got to be trying to think one step ahead of what Valen's anticipating. He's already showcased in the first 12 rounds. He's way ahead of you when the sides are flipped. Battle of the minds here. What do Lev go for? Early A pressure and slip these two up mid, perhaps. Now just throwing the Viper Orb and resetting into a 1-1-3. Quite standard here, maybe just looking to play Mazzino for the Orb.
That early Nano Swarm that was up and over as well does not remove the turret from mid, as was intended by Lev. Again, a lot of A pressure. Still with the spike leaning over towards this direction. They don't have all their players here, though. Still holding for a deep push and flank out. Potentially just being scarred, I think, by Valen and that deep push he did onto the pistol. Cove's now committed, along with a plan.
This is nice. Anticipating that G2 are going to be playing off-site because of that Reckoning. They just take the plant for free and have Reckoning for post. Good identification of the way that G2 are going to be looking to play, and King's on the late lurk.
Spas heavily committed. Reckoning has to be committed as well, just to help him out. Big reveal. Start spotting the two, spraying away. Mazzino not getting punished, at least from not letting the rifle reset here. Backing away now, trying to play this post a little bit better here with a Cove. Broken and bursted, still the kills coming in here for G2. Wingman, it's online, up and over the rocks as well. It's still being diffused as well, despite the fact that Icy was dropped from behind the flank. It's King to deny and delay, trying to land that kill, and finally goes his way.
Important round to get on the board there for Leviathan. A really great read from King. A well put together attack side call from him. They take a free A site, recognizing that G2 are playing off. And you saw the value of that Reckoning in the post plan. It allowed Aspas to play so much more aggressively, or at least have his safety on site in those kind of spots. And then that timing from King could not have been at a better spot. It did look a little bit shaky, but he cleaned things up. Second highest rated player of Americas behind Aspas so far.
Almost missing that one.
Valid, he went for the tank. You very, very rarely see people try to ego check that and go for the orb anyway.
Little timing just slightly off, so Valin survives, but barely.
It does deny the ult from Con.
Drones committed nice and early here from Lev, but different look to the round from them. Normally they're very all in.
Toxin screen down.
This time, a bit more patience being played.
You see Tex, Com, watching in spawn, looking to see whether a push-up like this has happened. Keep off angle.
Whoa, okay, Com was barely ready for that one still. Jonah P not able to get a kill off the back of it. Big committal, and out in the open as well. There's no water. Problem salves up in the danger zone ever so slightly for Lev. You can feel it going amiss in terms of their protocols, but at least they're winning the fights out.
And I think that's the key for this team. They have been looking to try to play looser. If Tex gets on the warpath like he did against Crew, there is a chance that comebacks could happen.
Left.
Maybe not on this map, but certainly looking towards Bind Ascent. And Lev are going to give it a good shot here too.
One round at a time, as long as you deal with these players up onto the flank. Putting the pressure down onto it. Weakened up Valin. Going walkabouts though into the spawn, but facing it together. So very committed in terms of the ideas that Lev were going for, making sure that they all played together for that one. That was against the anti, or at least the eco, half by round 4G2. This time, a lot of ults being earned up. Weapons too.
This next round is going to be a blockbuster. Huge ultimates on both sides. Tex one away from lockdown. I mean, both of the Killjoys having access to that. Sova ults on both sides as well, so there's the additional mind games of both ults being able to be countered.
Yeah.
Just myriad different ways that both teams could try to play this setup. And it's King really in the driving seat as the attack side IGL. How he wants to play the pace, where he wants to put the pressure.
The round might get messy. Yet to find out and see.
Ultimate ready.
Deep drone down mid. Being expended here by G2.
Reactive so far from G2 as well. They were looking to clear out mid, now they rotate over towards B. The response to all of this pressure.
The calling of Lev this entire time making noise over towards B. Similar game plans to what we saw in the prior round. Tex and King still grouped up, side by side, looking to see if they can gain any space. Over towards A, maybe call a potential pivot. It's a Reckoning that's offloaded. Cascade as well. This really does feel like it's going to be trying to land over towards B again, but G2 have players committed into mid. I'm beginning to read that this isn't exactly what it seems.
But at the same time, I think the space has already been gained. If Tex falls, that would be a problem for Lev. But otherwise, G2 just looking to play a bit of a retake here.
Oh, Tex has wandered way too far.
Way far up.
Head of the curve. To his own dismay. It's down to that rifle lane. King, he will deliver. Dropping down two, so that Hunter's Fury is causing issues in the movement. Barely enough to get out of there. Aspas survives into the mix now. 3 versus 3. Com's still with the ult, and he's playing this one far back as well. That's the insurance policy into the back pocket. What is going to be the play by G2 as well. Bodies will topple and fall. Still getting a few players onto this one, at least with the wingman. Onto the fuse. He committed. The acknowledgement broken. At least with just the one burst. Aspas holding for the deeper push as well. Just spotting it. Top of the head, top of the cranium. Just can't quite land it as well. Movement at Jar finally. There with a preempt. Tread sticking all the way through. And there was no plan in sight for Leviathan. Just didn't quite have the extra level to it.
Match point.
I called it when I saw Tex going forwards, but that I think was a big error. King did an amazing job in the post plan there, but when Tex dies, it gives Trent a free Sova ult to be able to use. He doesn't need to save it for any kind of post plan lockdown. So when Tex falls, suddenly you see this massive Reckoning Sova ult combo come through, slicing its way through Leviathan and allowing the rest of G2 to take aggressive positions. Putting Aspas and Com in a very difficult spot. Lev would now need 6 in a row. But G2 have taken an eco round here just to make sure that they don't force and make things more difficult for themselves.
Yeah, playing it for long-term focus. And grab the win round a little bit later down the line. Aspas, this is incredibly committal. Part of the course of this guy. The Swarms Not doing a job there to push back the plant, so we're going that extension into the round as well. Deep flank here. The P, again, looking to potentially pressure from the side as well. G2 now sending in waves the util. Committal here. The lockdown by Lev, just trying to push them back in a way as well. What is the plan in place for G2?
They're looking to pinch com from both sides. Look at this protocol to clear out the lurker. Gorgeous stuff. Recognition, no Sova utility. Let's go and find where com is.
Gonna have to get a move on here. Time is against them. There's of the essence in this spot right here. Committed positions out from Mazzino. Off angle, spraying him down, at least with it. Nana Swarms delaying, denying as well. Even more time has been brought up against him again. It's up that narrow margin, half onto it, sticking all the way, but every single player falling. It was down to the wire. Even if Wingman got the full stick, I don't think it was even possible for them. Still, Lev alive.
G2 weren't even trying to win that round. They came into it with an eco buy and didn't use their lockdown. They almost won. They nearly just closed it out right there on a thrifty. Clearly, they need to be disguising these comm lurks a little more. And I think playing more aggressive post-plant positions too, to make sure that G2 can't just swarm into back of sight like that. This is the round that matters for G2. They're going to be investing economy, ults. And immediately, Viper's Pit used on B.
Real difficult one to get yourself through here with the drone. There's no committal. Only a few bullets just to accompany it. Off to the side as well. No lucky kill that they were hoping for. Donor P's not dropped, so the pit stays up.
G2 have been playing mostly retake on the A side. They haven't really pushed anybody deep towards Nest. Haven't been playing on-site crossfires. Lev could get a read, but they can just walk up. Instead, going towards mid. All a battle of timings.
Yeah, it is once more, isn't it? Drone. It's a deep committed angle. Off to the corner as well. Icy just bodyguarding as well. He was right there behind him. A lot of noise being made as well. It's a scurry with the footsteps. Potentially a bit of acknowledgement there for G2 as well. They are holding. Most of their team, in fact, just watching for a cross up into mid as well, but maybe expecting it in a different position. Spikes over towards A. Space again given up here to Tex, but he can't overstep himself. Not again. This is the defining moment. There's only 34 seconds left and just strikes. Rapid approach, backs away now, playing with the rest of the team and across and away over an attempt to punish. Here's a lockdown. Ults now being laid up one after the other. The Thrash Entertainment off into the corner, needs to be, he's bodyguarded off to the side. Dizzy, dealt with, Aspas. That is just elite still. The flooding fast. Into the thick of it, off to the side, Jonah P. That's snappy, and the pressure is definitely on. Icy already applying it. Quick little tab at the defuse as well. Kills need to flood in and through. Jonah P needs to be dealt with. Off from the side, and they do finally take care of him. Down to just one. Trent not able to catch it into the cross. A tap again, but they know he's not on it. It's even evident, and a 3-2-1 swing is good enough for Lev. And good enough for the round win. They are stringing this together.
Not ready.
And Tex has managed to wake up and start hitting shots like he did yesterday. And he's dominating some of these rounds of 4K in it. Pretty lucky one from Aspas in the middle of all of that as well. But on top of all of this, Tex is going so far forwards. He's the player that's exploring through A. He's the player taking the risk and finding out that the site's open. He's also not putting a turret for the flank, so he allowed Jonah P in through the back. He needed to make up for it in the front by hitting those shots, because he created that gap, wasn't watching things for the rest of his team. Reminder that G2 took an eco round in order to make round 20 their decisive final blow. And now they're forced onto another eco here.
Yeah. Ult's being committed as well into the prior.
Yeah, things are starting to slip away from G2's iron grip that they had on this map earlier on.
Here.
This one just trying to hold. Oh my goodness! The shot just barely missing. It's a haircut given to Mazzino.
And I think that's indicating the kind of loss of grip we're talking about with G2.
It's tumultuous.
Poison's off.
Jonah P. It's committed. Drone as well, potentially giving him that extra information. It's broken. There's two rifles ring out as well. It gives him a bit of an indicator to play it. That's a shot to swing off. I mean, cooking up plays on the fly. G2. Surely this is not how you win a round. This is not how you close out a map. Not in any sort of typical fashion, but why not? When the Sheriff's online, when the shots are hitting.
30 seconds left.
time is what you make of it already. How is Jonah P getting this value? 2 versus 2. Damage done to Mazzino. All it takes is the tiniest of breezes to bring him down. It's a tap to force him out into the open. G2 on the precipice, on the cusp, and that's how they finish it. A Thrifty to close it all out.
Ridiculous! The manner in which that round opened up as well. How is Jonah delivering again and again from difficult spots like that? At the end of the day, it looked like it was maybe slipping out of G2's grasp, but the advantage they'd given them on the attack side with Valent's impeccable calling ended up being too high of a mountain for Leviathan to climb. And that's Lev's map pick. Yeah, they were starting to get back into it there a little. Maybe that momentum will be helpful for Bind, but otherwise, if you catch your mind back, they were almost out of this halfway through.
Fully outclassed, really, almost up until the end. Still, we're going to be stepping away. GP and the analyst desk breaking it all down for map number 1. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Nosfer no consigue nada de raíz de eso. 1 por 1 por ahora. Nosfer ha caído fuera. Aspas es un agresivo de Chant. No se lo esperaba para nada. Y es otro más. Sola multikill. Si está el defuser por parte de Furia.
huge mistakes here for G2, and they're burning the clock down now, and they're starting to hold the torch to the feet of Crew.
With Coach Josh RT of G2 Esports. I was prepared to say a stomp, but then it got really, really close towards the end, Josh. Moving on from that, something I want to ask you is this kind of underdog story that G2 is perpetually stuck in. I said something that I feel like the goalposts are continually moved for G2 to be considered heavy contenders. I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Again, that's fine with me. We're going to demand respect by results. We're going to just keep proving everybody wrong and just beat your favorite team. So that's how we're going to do it.
So you agree? You think you're like undervalued by the community, or?
Of course, I think it's because of the style of play, the lack of like a perceived superstar, and yeah, I know that can be somewhat I guess boring, but I just want to win, and that's kind of how we just go about it. So
you've won the first map. Best of luck on map 2.
And in words I have not yet said this stage, Leviathan has taken a loss in a series. Wild stuff there. G2 looking fantastic, though. And really, I mean, you heard Coach Josh RT say it there, right? They're not flashy. They don't have the perceived superstar duelists. What they have, though, are 5 guys who are dedicated to the process, and the process has been breeding results so far.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be sexy. They find a way to make it work, and they did it on Icebox, and they did it where Icebox is supposed to have free reign, and he's supposed to be Jed, and updraft, and knives, and pew-pew, right? They destroyed them. And they even had, as the game got a little bit later, you can tell they had some plans in place that were giga-braining, if you will. Josh mentioned it on how they were ecoing, so they had more in the second to last round. Ultimately, they lost it, but they won on the Sheriffs. It was all good.
I mean, ultimately, their late rounds were just lights out. 10-1 in post plants in this match is just absolutely absurd. Even when it's getting close, you've got a guy like Icy stepping up here. Some big chokes from Lev right there, but he takes that opportunity and gets the round going. It was a thing of beauty to watch G2 play in these late rounds.
And I want to go back to the attack side, because that was really where G2 were able to amass such a ridiculous lead. Given Leviathan's inability to handle some of what Valen was doing. And I was kind of thinking through this as we were watching this map play out. Valen's the best IGL in Americas. And when you think about the way he mid-rounds, when you think about the way he controls his troops, it's really hard to argue otherwise.
Yeah. And also, too, even that final, let's not forget, everything, all the math, everything was going into that round 20, right? They had everything. They had all the guns. They had all the ults. They had everything. And in the end, what it ended up being was a brilliantly executed eco round from G2. Some great coordination with utility, allowing the players to be able to move freely, pop a few kills. You get Jonah P at the back yellow. He's doing work.
Well, that's the thing, right? Jonah P ends up match MVPing. We're getting used to that at this point, but it's him with that Sheriff back yellow that's swinging off of the shock darts that are coming in from Trent. Those ideas working so well with each other. When Jonah P, I don't know what Josh is talking about. They don't have a superstar. Jonah P is a
That's
superstar,
your superstar,
man.
baby. Put your stocks into him. That's what we say. But in any case, though, let's go ahead and hear from Ito Pata as Leviathan find themselves in a very precarious situation going into map 2.
Here with the coach Ito Pata of Leviathan. It is not every day we see the classic Leviathan Icebox taken away from you in what would have been a dominant fashion, but you were able to bring it back. I want to ask you, what was the conversation at the half you had with your boys, and how did you almost bring it back to take back your map pick of Icebox?
I just focused on the fundamentals, because honestly, it was the issue we had on defense. It was just a lot of solo fights. We were just solo fighting into their whole team most of the time, and there was a very big disconnection whenever we had to play together. So this was the main goal going into the second half, and obviously it started working towards the end. I think we're back in the game now, and we should go back and win bind.
Well, best luck on map 2.
I mean, Ito there is talking about the lack of coordination in some of the fights that Leviathan were taking, which is wild to hear, because that was the shift that we saw from Leviathan, making it from their performance in Shanghai to week 1, where they did not lose a map. So we know it's something they were able to fix in hindsight, but now that's fallen apart, and they need to be able to bring that back to have a chance.
I'll tell you what, though, the narrative of whether or not Leviathan have been challenged or not, definitely leans on the side of not. because, I mean, when you see these results, you see the way the G2 put things together, it does feel like this Leviathan team, great fundamentals, great ideas, but they had not encountered a team that can match them blow for blow.
Hey, I'll give you a better question. Has G2 been challenged yet?
Oh, brother.
I mean, the truth is, they weren't challenged until the second half.
Good thing we have a massive international tournament around the corner to figure that one out, huh? Isn't that crazy? In any case, though, folks, the question on everyone's mind is, will Leviathan bounce back? Let's go ahead and find out. Send it back over to your casters, and here are your aura-filled casters. Brendan Sideshow.
Thank you, GB. I'm so filled with aura at every point in my life as well. Always making sure I get... Map 2 is bind here. The stage is set, really, for G2 potentially to be catching this Lev team. A bit unaware, right? Because, like the desk was saying, they haven't lost, you know, a map in a series. All of stage 2, they've been dominating. It's been easy peasy lemon squeezy for them most of the time. And now they've been knocked off a little bit, you know? They're off tilt, maybe. Potentially have to regain that ground.
I found it very interesting, Idapada's coach interview, because he was talking about the lack of coordination on those defensive reclears. I actually think it was just good anticipation from G2. But also what Lev might need to do in this half coming up, because it's going to mirror the same kind of struggles that we saw in Icebox. If G2 take map control and Lev want to re-clear, they were doing contact re-clears on Icebox. They were just walking forwards. I'd like to see them use more utility so that at least if G2 are there, you catch them with a flash, with a horn, with a, you know, something like that. And the composition, absolutely no problems there. We've seen this comp have massive results, big value. And I actually prefer Lev's comp a little to G2's, but I think Jonah P and the way that he plays around the sky and the information is extremely good. He's actually getting big value out of that where most people have moved over to Faye.
It's very efficient, you know, when he's holding onto the B-long angle on the defense side of things. But they're going to be starting on their attack, which is, you know, where we, again, start talking about these points between the attack side calling of Valen versus the defensive protocols of Lev. Somebody's got to shift with there. You mentioned Idapada saying that they, you know, they're a little bit just kind of disjointed, I suppose, you know, just the discipline wasn't there. And if there's anything G2 are good at, it's going to be punishing sloppy play, individuals trying to get a bit reckless.
Yeah, and I think we're in a unique position because we can see the entire minimap, whereas Idapada only saw things from Lev's perspective.
Yeah.
I think Idapada may not have quite realized just how much of a read G2 had on them.
It was almost perfect all throughout that first half, but new beginnings here for map 2. If you're Leviathan, you got to get it out of your minds here. King pushed them back with the early molly. Again, he's still committed into this spot as well. It's not an easy exit for him. He's tucked to the corner. So Dizzy and an explosion to just committed right out and through. Double players up through the TP as well. Cut to the corner. But again, the adjustments, the micro aim adjustments, G2 have locked them in place. Just like that.
I can't believe that G2 have got out of that one alive. I don't know what the timing was, but it looked perfection. Aspas is going to do his best to try to recover things. He's got some hookah control. Can he play Mazzino back in? Latch onto Mazzino?
Yeah, again, he's just like caught up into the corner once more. And G2 happy to take up all the space. Even through the back of the hall as Aspas, they already know his position. They flipped the site entirely against him. They're not going to give him a chance or an option to get back into this.
It's ridiculous.
G2 do, yeah, they're always going to be trying to make sure that they sync up these plays together. Snap P, adjustments. Off to the side again, but the plan is even just for backside. Who's going to take first contact for it? Valen knows he's off of it.
There's no time.
Circle shrinks, yeah, and so to the chances. Once more, G2. They twist and turn. You just cannot quite catch G2 unaware.
I don't understand it. King's got one side of hookah, hits 2 headshots on the players running towards him as they're funneled into hookah because of that beautiful sand crunch called from Leviathan. Love the call, love the timing, all perfect. How on earth is Icy able to pick that one up and then immediately kill Korn? I mean, he goes from being under pressure to completely winning his team the round in just a couple of quick seconds there, Icy. Didn't have the biggest impact on Icebox. Honestly, didn't have the biggest impact in their prior map to get them to play against, to get them to play against Leviathan. But we've seen recently what he's capable of. We've seen heights from Icy now that are just incredible. And you see it in rounds like that on the pistol again.
G2 going to be calling for the heavy committal out towards B. Steve is trying to catch a few players out through the TP as well. They might find it very difficult to remove this guy. He already just takes out 2. Finally, the Thorn is removed.
He's the solo lurker with a ghost. He shouldn't be able to pick off 2 of you in that spot. But of course, it is just the eco for Leviathan.
Yeah. I'm cooking up a cheeky little play, seeing if they can get any sort of value out of it. But again, G2, you're going to see the same patterns repeating itself. I think it's just they are always going to be getting the right reads of what they want to do. It's the lack of hesitancy for me, I think, as well. The fact that everybody's on the same page so quickly. When they call a pause, everybody stops.
They're also phenomenal at... even Brimstone's cake isn't going to save you from that one. I think they're phenomenal at using the teleports on this map. That's one of the other things that I love about the way that VALORANT calls. Quite reminiscent of watching Boaster or Finesse call on this map. 2 of the best bind callers that we've ever seen in the game. VALORANT is right up there with them. And you know, at Champions, he'll have that opportunity to go toe-to-toe potentially with Boaster if the bracket deems it to see how his calling matches up with some of the absolute best right now.
Absolutely.
But it just looks like he's got such a mastery of creating these avenues out of danger.
And their playstyle right now, I mean, the way that G2 will funnel these players into them, force proactivity from the defense just so they can get information to work off of, and immediately strike back, punishing it. It's tricky to play against this current metagame as well, where it's very hard to sometimes call, and G2 are so good at always just hiding what they're going for at any point. Already, you can see it, you know, Prowler not getting any value, just about avoids it. Trailblazer now going to make it feel like they're putting some pressure up towards B long. King, deep molly as well. Jiggle spot as well. He's still committing over. Meanwhile, G2 also going walkabouts. Contacting, taking control. It's an off angle by Tex, but just moves away from it.
Aspas this entire time has been watching short with the op. This is where Leaf has the wall. Can try to put that up and apply some pressure.
Can scuttle past it. Makes it very difficult. It's too many angles to watch for already. Could have walked past. Jump spot though from Trent. A little bit too overcommitted. And now to Util. It's going to sail straight through and pass it over to Satchel. Just barely getting these players out of dodge still. Icy's alive and kicking still. Aspas ult earned. It's in the back pocket now with a showstopper. Could be a key piece that they use to try and push this back and apply the pressure right back to him. G2 only got 30 seconds left. C's going to miss actually, rebounding right into them. I think that was comms to try and delay and deny Leaf the plan. There's nothing to push this back and away. Watching for the headshot angle. Just anybody to hop up onto that box. King, time needs to be bought. A noise needs to be made for him to get some value from that spot, but he is cleaned up. All sticking together now. Ult in the hands, noise being cut. Aspas is just hoping that it will force G2 to scurry away, but again, they tuck tight to the corners, and there is so much safety here for them. Denying any opportunity, this swings is perfection in motion, man. And G2 make even the best teams feel like you're just dancing around them every single time. There's no value to be gained here. It's 3 in a row, a bonus round conversion. G2 cannot be stopped.
Players down didn't seem to make a difference. G2 getting value with stingers in spots you shouldn't see it. They lost Trent early on. What is that kill from Leaf onto Mazzino? What are these kills from Jonah P? That kill, to be able to pick up King, who was on the flank, is monumental. There's so many important duels going the way of G2 in the middle of a round where actually their calling had put them into a little bit of a tough spot. But winning the bonus puts enormous pressure onto Leviathan.
It's in a rare round where it's going to be that heavy committer from G2. They don't wait things out, not right now. Still, Tunnel goes wide and forwards and through. Still have to worry about these showers. Players Satchel up and over. Still, Icy's perched up, but he is vulnerable into this spot as well. There's too many angles to really account for him, but the smoke's in his face. Full committal by Lev now. They've got all the bodies in the right place, making sure that they can try and flood back into this one and fight it. Aspas is leading the charge, spearhead for the team, but again, forcing these players out wide and open, in through the showers, fighting in a split mid around Mazzino from behind. Barely dead, still lands it, everybody topples.
How's Mazzino gone from whiffing to whipping a 180 and doming the player that was flanking him there? Crazy round. But actually another one where G2's calling puts them in a bit of a rough spot. I don't want to just be gassing up Valen the entire time, even, you know, depending on, no matter what the outcome is, essentially. This time, he takes his entire team down short, fast on an eco, on an anti-eco round.
Exactly.
Doesn't give them a lurker so that there's an alternate option of popping through the sand teleport. So, got his team stuck in that position. And Lev immediately respond, coming out of the bonus loss with a Thrifty. The faster pace from G2 is not usually that successful. They, broadly speaking, save it for when they come out of attack timeouts, just to throw other teams off their rhythm.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, it's every single time that I can think back, they end up usually losing the round. They try and go a bit explosive, just trying to condition that they're playing slow the entire time, hoping that the defense will be spread. But that was the wrong time to do it. We've already seen and noted with Lev winning that one onto the Thrifty, turning things back around now. Potentially the momentum that they needed. Jonah P making himself known. Some spot, no damage under Icy on either side, just spots out the opposing raise. That's Aspas. TP pivot now. It's that Shower's control that was theirs, but again, they do have to crunch these players. Mazzino feeling quite a lot of the pressure coming his way. A lot of that util preventing the evacuation, but he finally finds a bit of safety out through the back of the site. And a deep reflank occurring from Lev. 2 players up onto the flank. Viper's Pit now to try and offset this. G2 very defensive. Jonah P can hear all of this, and the off angle not expected again. Wide in the face. King will deliver at least with the trade as a Molly at his feet. The timing's not good enough. Just tries to get straight past it and ahead. Aspas up and over, around and away. But again, they got to deal with this pit, and it's just causing too much confusion into the fight. Crom left to do a lot. Trent's still locking it down very short. The tap from Mazzino, but all it takes is a bit of spraying and praying and a deal with any sort of intruders.
Lev are just getting bounced around here, going from losing the bonus, winning a big Thrifty, putting in a almost checkmate scenario again. I'm not surprised to see a Leviathan tag timeout coming through here. Not at all. If Irapada came into this map thinking, we fixed things up, we got the momentum, we kind of stabilized at the end of Icebox, we're going to be good for Bind, I think he's now going to be doubting that assessment. 5 rounds in here on Bind.
Definitely has been missing ever so slightly. I mean, I don't know the numbers particularly for this map here, but I mean, series total so far, the first kill advantage has been going away of Leviathan. And 15 rounds, they've got the first kill. Guess what? G2 have won 10 of those.
Yeah.
In 4v5 situations. It's because they're able to just pick apart, find those little openings. They either cut noise and force Lev to make the move, in which case they punish a couple of solo plays, or they stick together and just overwhelm it with numbers advantage, even when they're a player down.
Yeah, I think G2 have been catching Leviathan off guard, very much breaking the pattern recognition of what Lev are expecting teams to do. Might be because Lev have been playing against weaker opponents for quite a while since coming back from Shanghai. They look like they're not anticipating G2 in certain spots. They're expecting to get very clean flanks through market where there's people watching. You saw a couple players, Aspas, getting caught off by Trent's positioning Cubby at short. You know, just small things like this that Lev are not anticipating, that G2 are throwing in as extra wrinkles to the round. And round 5 ended up being massively important because G2 not only now have economy advantage, but they're getting up to huge ults that they can build entire game plans around. And this one actually looks like a pretty quick take up B long, just judging by G2's position.
Yeah, very committed. Lev's investment is all over the place here. Aspas still obviously holding on to this operator.
Back to me.
They do have a lot of space down through short. Even pings on the map almost indicating they want to go for a little bit more, but this is the push ahead here by G2. Thrash couldn't be followed up, just waiting out for the tether. There is that detainment into the corner. Orbital strike as well, push them back in the way. That's a spike committed, Malin! Couldn't run away from it. He was seeking safety, at least with the TP, and this is G2 in a pretty precarious spot. They have to explode out into this one and try and take these fights. Brute force on display, but King locking it down. Molly's at the feet, and that's overwhelming. They shut it down before it can even get started.
It's the wrong read again for G2. They tapped the pickup of the Dizzy there, expecting Lev to be going for an aggressive defense re-clear of B long. Remember on Icebox, Valen's idea about what Lev were doing was correct every single time. This time, Lev go for a re-clear of short when Valen's expecting them to do a big re-clear of B long. They thrash, they realize there isn't anybody close, and they actually end up getting caught in a bit of a rough spot there. Both teams, I think, missing the read on each other here on Bind in a way that wasn't really present on Icebox.
Bit of danger here for Aspas. Up into this spot as well. He's going to have to back away from that with a wall up.
Look at
his face as well. Walking away. Mazzino Left to cover.
Look at Icy all the way up B long. He's got himself deep into this pit. Gonna have only a single point of health to work with. But could he potentially find King exploring outwards?
King looks like he's expecting at least part of it. If he steps forward as well with the decay damage, all he needs is just a single shot.
That's good info for Icy.
Yeah. Icy's been pushed as well into this deep corner as well. I don't think this is going to be expected at all. King walks straight into it. Pits drop down.
That's beautiful.
And it's a massive opening now. It leaves it all down to Com. He's a solo anchor. He's got to weather the storm. Buffer himself pass and away from him. But look at the utility. You can't stand your ground. Not against that. You have to give it up. And so, backs away now. Still with the weaker weapons for G2, but plenty of tools at their disposal. Definitely to turn the tide. And with that orbital strike's going to be committed into elbow here. Bit of spam at the bullets. They forced this fight out and at least isolated Com. Picked up the weapon and a call is made to move forwards. To pack mentality. And they're ripping Lev apart. Through the back of the side, it's Aspas and Tex. They have to reclaim any part of this. The half clearance again, and Aspas is left to do the most still. A blessing in disguise here. Rocket into his hands. Half onto the fuse. Here's the footsteps. Noise bait jump spot again. A tap. Now the committal. Aspas knows it. The wing cons has to get half, at least for even a chance in hell, but he doesn't know if he's being pressured. Rifle picked up and away, drifting back and forth. They know he's not on it. Leap again, tapping and swinging around. We go. G2, a thrifty win to close that one out.
And what phenomenal game plans to set up those first two picks. Icy takes an early timing deep into King's ult, and then they additionally have the Trailblazer on top to push King fully out of his pit and allow Icy to capture him once he tries to go back in. And then this orbital strike that pushes Com away and forces him as the Brim Smoke's about to go down. I mean, the timing could not be better in order to take G2 into a 5v3 that they then scrappily closed out. Isolating Aspas as the final player alive. He's 12-4, but he can't win the round. Quiet descends over Bind as tensions rise. Lev have gone for a bit more of a trap play, playing off Aspas's contact here. They've got to anticipate that G2 are going to be using utility to take B long, because that's how they've generally been going for it. A Trailblazer or a Dizzy, something like that. And Com is trying his best to get information on the opposite side of the map.
Contacting up, no util. 1-for-1, backing away. Scurrying at the footsteps as well as a noise bait by Tex. He's still committed into this one. And Jonah P, he's happy for it, man. Willing to rip away another player.
Both players super confident. Both been playing incredibly well in recent matches. Jonah comes out on top.
With a player down for Lev. In this particular spot again, a lot's going to be asked of the remaining three. Even Com as well, looking for that information. Any signs of life here. Very committed and extended out towards Showers as well. Just needs to play his life here. Potentially risks need to be taken. He's already pushed up straight past this one inside the smoke. Spike's going to be stuck and committed. Com! Where's he seen that one from? Spam down though. It's a trade in sight still. Two left to stand here for Lev. The potential is there for them to try and salvage. Molly slightly delayed. Mazzino's not going to be able to delay and deny that. Spike going down.
They're looking for King.
And King spotted. Still with the movement though this time. It's working rings around them. But spotted again on the reaggress. The cross once more. So it's Mazzino left into that 1v2. It's an orb up into his face. Too many obstacles really, surely, to account for. Yeah, half clearance into the corner. Tucked tight, Leaf will be able to deliver that final blow. 6-2 now. That scoreline once more. It's so familiar to that icebox that we saw. All the momentum here for G2.
We're talking a lot recently about how G2 are a little underrated. And I think that that respect is starting to grow. It's starting to materialize. In terms of individuals, I'm still not hearing enough people talk about how important Jonah P has been for this team recently. His performance at Shanghai was keeping them in it early on in the tournament, allowing them to go on that run. And he's just been there for every important duel, winning that fight against Tex, closing things out against the King flank. He's always there, covering these gaps for G2. They're in control again of the attack half. Lev trying to get unorthodox with their defensive re-clears.
This angle though. Seen a few players in this spot here still going, walking further forwards, just encroaching into territory that they potentially don't have, yet still will get rewarded. King forced to back away here, and at least there's an ult forced out as well out of Icy. He wanted to respond back here. Fuse are going to be running out just in time. Still tucked to the corner. Oh no, pre-fired. Running him down. What?
Mazzino?
How the hell has he got that?
That's so unlucky for Mazzino.
Yeah.
But still, Leviathan in the 3v2. King's done his job.
It's definitely made it winnable. But Aspas is that lone player sitting onto the side. I've been worried about the Showers players. Aspas back in position once more. Has that control out towards Lampsia. Thrash with a detainment is the best chance they've ever had. Jonah P seeks to delay and at least try and save, but it's not possible. The angle wasn't watched for. Aspas just wrapping it all the way around from the side there. There's a third one on the board for Leviathan. They needed that.
It feels like the left defense lives or dies by whether these pushes on defense are getting anything done. In this situation, they find perfect timing onto Trent and Leaf, catching them both very unawares. And then also Icy missing where King was playing, but still rewarded with one. A bizarre situation, but it puts Leviathan at their third round. It's very difficult to see Lev going further and further up the scoreboard, to be honest.
Yeah.
With the manner in which they're being able to get rounds. But, you know, there's something here, and they're knocking the economy of G2. It's just really tough to see them get those timings consistent.
The question is, how many rounds do they need? I mean, if Icebox was anything to judge, definitely going to be more well-suited when themselves going to get themselves onto that attack side. What is occurring here? And kills that we missed, but King was happy to hold it down out towards Hookah. Flash up and over the top as well, just adjusting the aim for it, but they are happy to oblige into the battle, into the fray. And the fight taking one out here. Duels finally left, getting their confidence back.
King has been holding that aggressive position in Hookah pretty confidently for the entire map on buy. This time he gets rewarded with 2. Did G2 not use enough utility perhaps, or were these the players without rifles? Yeah, Valen didn't really have the weaponry to trade out Icy in that spot. King's given a bit of an easier 2K, but still, good performance from this IGL of Leviathan. Came into this game again as the second highest rated player in Americas.
Which is, I mean, unheard of for somebody in a calling position.
He's done it before in the past, but we've always been critical of his actual calling. We know how much he can frag. But Lev's defensive setups prior to this match, you couldn't have doubted them. And yet, Valen's consistently finding holes, and he's going to look to do so again.
Nightfall will definitely push any ideas of trying to commit over towards an A hit. Looks like they were set up for it as well, with the util that was out in their hands.
Didn't look like a full commitment, though, down short. Valen has, however, used all of his smokes, so perhaps I'm wrong with that assessment. Maybe G2 were hoping they could just sail through. Yeah. Com has mostly been playing towards Showers, so they might not have anticipated that fade in lamps.
The right answers are there for Lev. Still, Com, believe, holding out the tether. As soon as the wall goes up, this is great to punish. Big connection, but the bullets running down onto them. There's safety. Just cowering themselves back and away here. This off angle by Aspas is vitally important. And it's all about a clearance. Leaf expecting it. At least with that anticipation, maybe he's created an opening. Still, G2, they don't want to shy away from this fight. Out towards A now with just 30 seconds left. It's a full committal, even though the players are here to receive. Lev crossed up now. Comes still with control. Out towards it. Can't deny the plant, though. He's the one who's dropped. Mazzino, surely you don't go for this as well. He's just walking out into the open, raining down with the bullets, and his head just pops out and over. Enough for Trent to pluck it off his head.
G2 managed to win this round with no smokes. Valen had already used them on that failed execute that got cancelled by the Nightfall. I'm looking at the position of Aspas, of Tex. Aspas on an off angle, Tex playing Heaven, that you can't smoke off.
Yeah.
And yet both of those players fell in an instant. Good anticipation of where Aspas was going to play from Leave. And then Icy just swings short and deletes Tex.
My ultimate
King
is ready.
with a couple of fairly useless kills, to be honest. We're in round 11. There's a bit of damage done there, but...
Yeah, we'll see how the money looks at.
I think Valen can pick up a weapon from Icy and or Trent, to be honest, and I think they'll be fine.
Round before...
But yeah, this kill, where Icy, I mean, Tex getting caught by the flash there from the look of things too, is a bit of an error. But yeah, economy is still pretty good for G2 heading into the final round. Ults better as well for the attacking side. Aspas Again, picks up the operator, looking to try to be the savior. If he got a pick, he would have showstopper, but they're not going towards him.
No, it looks like a full committal over towards A. From their positions, it's a boom bot, it's a thrash, it's all going to be used to try and clear out this pit. And guess what? Entertainment onto the 2, it's an orbital strike. They are just waddling and wading through it, but then microwave to death. And splitting it all the way up. There's no lacking in the map control here. Fully in control of the front section of A. There needs to be a response from Lev here. It's the final round here of the half. They're trying to take the fight forwards into the approach again, but Mazzino traded out. Can't quite do it. It's bullets firing all the way down as well. It's barely able to evade most of it here. Second round of things with the Thrash Entertainment, not quite there, just about avoided. Dizzy in their faces, flashed up, there's the acknowledgement. And Icy's keen for it. Even keener aim still will be required. Still, Aspas is there. Now with a showstopper. Up and over once more. Pre-fires into the corner. But too much to do, surely. Too much to overcome. Triangular depth is a setup around him. 8-4 will be the finish in terms of the score. G2. These guys can't be stopped.
Once more, the attack side looks indomitable. Valen's got to be considered one of, if not the best attack side IGL that we have in the game right now. Once we get to Champions, he's going to be going up against the best of this year. But I think what he's done so far in Americas since Shanghai, I mean, including Shanghai as well, is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with that one. We're going to send it to a short break. On the other side of things, of course, the rest of the map.
Personally, I've always known that we could be one of the top teams in Americas, and that might be a little boastful to say, but I really have always had that confidence within this group of guys. And it would mean the world to not only me, but to everyone in the team, even the organization, to prove that we can be one of the top teams coming from Ascension. It would be cool to have that story. The new guys with not much respect or history on their name come out and just dominate. It would be kind of cool.
I couldn't agree more with Valen. I think that storyline would be something, but I mean, he's kind of downselling himself, I think, in his team a little bit by saying they don't have that history, because as an org, you know, they're probably one of the most, you know, committed core rosters that we've got in Valorant ever at this point in terms of staying together. But they did best all obstacles into Ascension. They won out that tournament to make it here, and they are our best performing Ascension team globally in every region so far, and are looking well on their way to cementing themselves in another finals.
It might be years before you see another Ascension team have the same level of success, especially if G2 go on a run throughout champs, which it looks like they're informed to do. I mean, what we're seeing from them in recent matches is nothing short of excellence. Somebody, you know, we were looking at a tweet throughout those breaks of somebody saying G2 informed to take on Gen G. And I seriously think, you know, G2, they only lost to the finalists at Shanghai. And I think right now they look better than they did during that run. They've only continued to make improvements.
Couldn't agree more. I think lessons have been learned from that moment here.
On the pistol round, as you attack G2 up towards B long, you've got to recognize that they're going to fall back into high-low setups. They do this pretty constantly.
Or double flash fight. I mean, blinds potentially connecting there, but pre-fire necessary, dropping one of the players.
Look at the walkout from Valen.
Yeah, this is very committed. Here's many footsteps here. Just didn't quite know what to aim for.
Good read, though. Great read from Leviathan. They got players anti-flash for that play down B long, and then they recognize Valen. Very good anticipation. That's what we've been missing from Lev.
I'm just cutting noise. Still bodies are being shown here. Lev Ready to try and swarm and overwhelm this one. That's a committal into the TP. They don't have prior control of this one. And that might bite them from behind. Icy is the one who's just looking to make his mark. No, and shots rattled. 3 necessary at least to just clean up Mazino. Backside control fully gained up here, but across, not watchful. Leaf is quick onto it. It's answered back and at least traded here, but still 2v3.
They don't know where the retakers are coming from, though.
Exactly, it's perilous. Precarious. Here for G2 now, still doubled up. Same could be said for Lev, though, and they want to try and take this fight. Any way you slice it. Again, still doubled up and backing away once more here. Puts Icy with a difficult task ahead of him. Got to overcome this one here, and it's a high-low setup, just crouched up, one below the other. Necessary to deal with these G2 players when they've been getting away with so much here, but it's a pistol round on the board at least for Lev, and maybe signs of life.
I'm out. A really important pistol, absolutely. Not only that, but they did manage to keep that gap of G2 running away with things on their attack side much closer this time on Bind than it was on Icebox. And I wasn't that impressed with what G2 were putting together on their defense of Icebox. They ran pretty much the same strat. Retake A setups, allowing Lev to just walk in. If Lev can put together a really nice attack side, could still have a game. G2 looking like they want to set up for a showers crunch. If Icy takes any contact.
Yeah, this pretty standard stuff that you see from teams on the eco.
Yeah,
using the TPs, take away the orbs.
It's a little bit of a bait play as well here. Yeah. Makes it feel like B is very weak, but there's still a couple of players.
Just trying to take some bite, I think, out of the war machine. The ability for the attack side to generate those ults so easily. A lot of TPs occurring all over the place here. I mean, it seems like neither team knowing which way to commit into it. Inside the TP right behind them. They do manage it. Dropping the congestion.
Smoke's down.
Another TP from behind, that's Icy.
Aspas looking for the kill. Getting on that showstopper. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Lev.
I'll be happy with that one here, Trent. Potentially not willing to give away his life, honestly, with how close Aspas is up to that big ult.
Spots his former teammate over there, Tex. Decides to back away from things. Aspas looking like he wants to go on the hunt. Aspas's fragging has still been really, really strong. That's what's kind of scary here, is that G2 have still been in control of this game, despite the fact that Aspas is having that superstar level impact. They've just kind of made sure that the kills aren't as impactful. Not always the first kill, not always those important mid-round kills that stop G2 from going in a certain direction. But yeah, I mean, Aspas is sat at 19 and 8 currently. You don't normally get those kind of fragging stats from him without being in the lead.
One of the rare times where he's really not, but he's doing all he can. Potentially get to that grand finals as well. He's the only player left in our playoffs, really, that can potentially lift that trophy again.
Toxins going up.
The honor and prestige that comes with winning Americas to be the best in your region. Still on the table, of course. Never really just slowing this one down. They'd have no other options across the rest of the map here. It's all 5 players up through A short. They're just slowing it down for a moment, but now going for the committal. Trailblazer used in response. That clears out most of the shower. It's going to give G2 a bit of peace of mind as well, knowing that nobody's playing into that spot. Might even just seeking to try and delay this one. That's VALORANT. A bit of run and gun. Just punishing that one as they're just trying to get onto the line of side angles, out through lamps and away. It's jumping up and around. Mazino just barely alive. Down to the double digits. Dizzy being used as well and committed. King cleaning up. Jonah P. That was a necessary one as well. Losing control slowly of the map here, but over the top as well. That's not smoked up. Leaf, this guy is working miracles for them. Now the rest of the team going to be grouping up here. 2 left to stand here for Lev. Tex looking his way around. Almost a miracle again. It's King. Beautiful, beautiful precision on display, but not enough here. G2 just about surviving. 2 rifles staying alive into the next 2.
I think Lev can feel fairly happy about the damage that they did on the bonus, but at the same time, it looked scrambled in the post plant. It looked like people didn't exactly know which spots they wanted to fall back to, which crossfires they wanted to play. They were trying to still be active, and in the end, they ended up running into Leaf. He gets a double kill from Heaven here. with players swinging out into the open in spots where they probably don't have to be that active. Like I said, though, a bit of damage done, and G2 are going to be coming into round 16 with a Stinger and a Guardian. So the bonus round, to some degree, a success.
I see, though, sole job really to try and hold back this push. Oh my God, body blocked into the corner or what? But I'm not too sure. Drop down to 5 ounces. A Thrash. It's committed a second wave of things here. Icy presses forward. It's entertainment. Up inside the smoke, needs to be defended. Rifle in hand. Com will live up to that expectation. And it needed to happen.
How is Aspas alive?
Lucky to be so. Spike committed as well. That was G2 just looking to punish. They're even going for another re-aggress out through B long. It's going to be giving them a lot of mid-round information to work with.
Ready.
Depending on the direction that Lev go into as well, might get punished for it, but we'll see. Again, could come down to these timings. Grouped up, Lev looking like they might want to commit down towards A. It's being watched. King aware that there's
Toxins going up.
these avenues that are open. But now looking the other direction, walls up, contacting. Valen to hold them back. It's an off angle. Aspas leading the charge as well. He's low enough here. Right foot! Spraying away. Valen still getting 2. And these players looking from behind. There's only 20 seconds left into the round here. You can feel the uncertainty just settling into Lev. They don't know where they can even be possibly coming from here. Jonah P just wraps it around from the side as well. Needs some help, that man. Just ran down all the way through Mazzino. Doesn't know where to expect a second. Spike has to be committed to tap onto the plan. Hoping that it pushes Leaf out into the open, but he will be happy once more to take the fight. Steps into the action. And 4 rounds now being the difference between these teams, with G2 potentially getting away with it.
King has got himself up to 21 kills, but it's the IGL on the other side, VALORANT, that pulls off this play. A bit of spam on a weaker Aspas, 5 health. But to be able to get the person looking to trade that duelist as well for 2 in lamps changes the tide of this round utterly. A 4-player stacked over towards B.
What a read is this? I mean, you're going to be met with the overwhelming might of Leviathan. Tomosh into the corner. Showstopper committed. Aspas will not clear the corner up, but still flashed up as well. Lev, they can finally barrel their way through. A path has been paved up into the side, but they're not accounting for this Octagon. Flash is perfect. Jonah B! The Professor in action, man. He schooled them.
Sick round from Jonah, and also a sick read. They make it feel like they're playing over Octagon, so that they force Aspas to throw the Showstopper out and path as if he's punishing only 2 players in Garden. And instead they've got people tucked around Hookah.
Taken out.
Those cause the distraction, allow Jonah to stay alive. That, to me, looks like a hard ante on what Aspas likes to do with his Showstopper and what Lev, in general, like to do on those offensive rounds. You think about it from Aspas' perspective, if you see that flash play coming out towards Garden, you're double satcheling out, ignoring everything on site because you expect nobody to really be playing there, and you're just focused on basically Jonah P's position towards B long and Octagon. Love that play. Great work stepping up again from an unsung hero on G2.
Yeah.
Jonah P's just been maybe not the best player on the team, because at times Leaf's impact has been outrageous. Valen's calling is the central backbone to the entire team structure. But Jonah just gets so many of these important rounds, the big impact kills.
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, if you're a scoreboard Steven, you're looking at the numbers, there's no one that just overwhelmingly dominates a game from G2. They're very much, they're such a system team that it's spread about evenly,
Look at your point exactly here. King and Aspas on 20 and 22 kills, more than double Mazzino and the rest. Tex out at 4, which is a big underperformance for him. Other side, it's a very even spread, exactly as you're saying.
Exactly, man. And so G2, you know, you see these players, you maybe don't think of them as like these heavy hitters, but it's all about the impact. The game IQ is kind of off the charts, honestly, for a lot of these G2 players. They always know roughly the right play to be making at a given point in time, even when they're at a disadvantage. It's been evident this entire series. They lose a player, it doesn't matter. They're always finding ways to somehow wrangle back control.
Lev going for a slightly slower approach to this one. G2 with big ultimates to work around as well. Orbital Strike is going to cause a lot of time pressure if Lev play the entire round this slowly. G2 have also been picking their timings to go for defensive aggression better than Lev. And look at this again, G2 trying to explore short, This time, Lev with a bit of a read. Big clash.
Yeah, contacting up into the fight. So that's an auto strike. That's an attempt to relieve some pressure. No punish though. Not even a push forwards as well, what they were hoping for, hopefully, that overextension of these players. But Lev are finally finding themselves in a good spot. It's an ult pulled out, it's a first kill earned. It's all about converting from this point on. Dizzy, that spots it, Thrash, it's committed. As soon as they get that acknowledgement, it's spammed down though, defended. Valen, he's there with the molly and with the rifle play.
This a fake though, just trying to keep players anchored over towards B.
A horn sent flying into the back of the side, Satchels as well. Cuts up the crosshair placement.
30 seconds left.
Leaf can't withstand it, has to back away here.
Okay.
Giving up the sight now forward. It's a TP by IC.
Spike planted.
It's out, Boombot wasn't broken.
Welcome.
There's one side of things here. The squeeze is coming out now. TP, reinforcement arriving here for G2. Still worried about the potential for being a lurker, but it's a crossfire setup to get through. And what util do they have? Trailblazer. These should be good enough. Takes it a movement. That's nice. Just slightly ajar. Still G2 are not going to be slowing down their own approach. Off from the side here. Get a bit of a pincer going, but they need these hookah players to start putting in some impact, or do they? It's barreling over, brute force, and again the distractions necessary to try and win it still. To pit in their face. A tap. Forcing these players out from the wide open space. No way, adjustment, Valen, ridiculous. It's magnetic in the moment, sticks it to half, win God's hurt, and a round, one out. That is ludicrous. What is that?
G2 cannot be winning rounds in this kind of way.
Match point.
The break on the hookah hold is impressive enough. Throwing flashes in for Valen to sweep around the front. But honestly, King's ultimate on site there ends up ruining them because G2 are afforded so much of the space around the pit. Eventually, King and Aspas have to come and check this spike. How has he won it?
I don't know how he's that cool, calm, and collected there towards the end, man. That's ice cold from Valen.
1 round away from being able to take his team to the grand finals here, as they were in stage 2. Stage 1, apologies. Again, making it through Leviathan, but that one through the lower bracket. Oh, Icy spotted.
Oh, punish. He's with the Guardian.
So if they want to do it, it's going to be a 4v5 in round 19.
Yeah, in this case, though, Lev will be hanging on. Tenacity is there with this team. Never willing to give up too much. G2. Potential's there for play as well, but might get caught by King once more. Calls to the group up, though. This one looks like a heavy committal. Xeno's got an orbital strike to work with. They can use that to clear a lot of that space. Might give them peace of mind, and yeah, it's going to be committed. So, out towards Lamp here. Finally gets a move on, uses the stimmy to evacuate and through and out. Nade sails up and over. Jonah P, so fast under this line. Adjustment! Control needs to be maintained here, but flash into the face. G2 have toppled them all. It's a 12 round, and one more step is all that's needed, and one player is all that stands between it. A grand finals appearance for G2. They'd love to have it to right the wrongs of stage 1.
And it's Tex. How much more poetic could it get? The player removed from G2 at the beginning of the year has to do it all with only 10 seconds.
On, man. They know exactly where he is, and G2 won't give him anything at all. 13-6, a 2-0 finish. That's dominance, man. It's a masterclass in terms of the calling, of course, and we say that often with this G2 team. But the preparation is there, the team play is there, the discipline is there. They look like they're on a warpath to take Americas by storm.
G2 just look absolutely fantastic. They've leveled up coming into playoffs. They already look great. They've toppled Leviathan here, who were yet to drop a map. And yet taking away their map pick of Icebox, slamming them on Bind. In the stage 1 playoffs, Bind was a map that G2 lost to Lev. Lev looked better than they did back then, but both of these teams have improved in these last few months. That added experience of going to Shanghai has done wonders. This team is going to be a phenomenal representation at Champions of Americas. The only question remaining is, are they going to go there with a regional trophy already in their cupboard?
Certainly had a tremendous amount of confidence to them. You know they're going to be gunning for it. It was denied by 100 Thieves in stage 1, but they've earned their right to the finals this time with all the advantages that come with it. Last time they had to do it from the lowers. It cost them.
last time. This was a BO5, went the entire distance. G2, they won it 3-2, but after winning 9 out of 10 pistols, I mean,
one of the longest series we've ever casted.
It certainly was, and today, the gap was evident.
Yeah.
Just perfection from Valin on his attack side calling. Beautiful from G2 in terms of the way that they added some variance into how they were playing.
Yeah.
Genuinely, this team is so impressive. To have a team that was playing in Tier 2 last year be at this point where they look like the best team in Americas at the end of the year, that's special.
Yeah, it's super special. I mean, the accolades just mounting up now for G2, and they potentially could add one more to the trophy list. We're going to send it down to Liz. She's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, I hope you've been paying attention because class is in session. It is the Professor Jonah P, or should I say Jonah Playoffs?
True.
Because you have been grinding and you've been literally sitting kids down in the server. This will be your first Champions, correct?
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. Because yes, you went to Shanghai, yes, you've gone to Ascension, but this is your first VALORANT Champions.
I mean, it feels great, especially qualifying against 100 Thieves. You know, our first chance was in LCQ a couple years ago and they beat us. So, you know, it felt great getting our revenge there. And plus we haven't beat them this year. So this feels amazing.
Another team that you've made history against is Lev, because they haven't dropped a map this stage, and you just 2-0'd them pretty convincingly.
Yeah.
What did you think coming into today? Because I was talking to Lev, and you guys are in kind of the top 1, top 2 conversation for the Americas teams. Talk to me about preparing for Lev and what you expected from them, and if they did or did not deliver.
Well, preparation for Lev, we knew they were going to pick Icebox, so we just had to make sure we had to get our stuff down because our Icebox is terrible. So, you know, we started attack so we can control the pace, and we got 10 rounds. It almost wasn't enough, so. So, yeah.
Something I want to ask you is when I talked to Josh at the rival interviews, or sorry, post-map interviews, he said, you know, people underestimate us because we don't have that star player. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we're all star players on our team, you know? We're one player. That's why we're so good, and our team play is so good because we're all on the same page. So you don't need a star player if you have great teammates.
That's true. I went through your Twitter. I sound like I'm HR.
Yeah.
But you said, we beat your favorite teams, paraphrasing because broadcast, ish was easy.
Yeah.
Was it easy?
Oh, it was so easy.
I mean, I was talking to Leaf, and he says he thinks you guys are probably one of the teams that works the hardest.
Oh, we are for sure.
You are for sure. Why?
We barely have any days off. We're working through Saturday, Sunday, Fridays, 8 hours a day, VOD review, listening to Josh talk. Josh has a melatonin voice like me, so it's very hard to stay focused.
ASMR.
Just 3 hours a day of review and 5 scrims just every day, just grinding.
Now, last question I want to ask you, because again, going through your Twitter, see these on your arm and your hand. Because some people were thinking that this was competitive integrity issues. You were like, no. So talk to me about it. What is this?
My girlfriend couldn't be here today, so she just wrote some reminders on my arm, you know.
Have fun today. I miss you. You are better.
Yeah.
I love you forever, my baby.
Yeah.
And it's more than a game, because it's all the people around. You have families back there for G2, and Sideshow and Bren said it. G2, you are one of the best teams to have us representing us at Americas. You should be very proud of yourselves. Give it up for Jonah one more time. And we're gonna go to a break, but stay right there because we have another match after this.
Line's been drawn. They're picked to pieces.
Cloud9 are so good.
Bom, contra Underdogs, sinto que vai ser jogo muito difícil também. Time que taticamente também joga muito coletivo.
I'm not too worried. We played Crew before. We had a close series against them. They're a heavy contact team, it feels like. They have definitely some good shooters, but we do as well. I feel like we have insane shooters on our team, and we can be the best in the world.
We fight. And now we try to walk in, the lineup coming through. And fakes to fakes, inserting players moving forward inside the site now for G2. My gosh. That's 2 flawlesses in a row now for 100 Thieves, and they're rolling in the bank.
Bom, esse próximo jogo é muito importante em vários sentidos, não só pra gente, tanto pra Crew também, para os jogadores, pra Crew, pra torcida e pro Champions. Eu quero viajar, faz tempo que eu não viajo também, e a gente vai com tudo e vamos buscar a vaga.
He has to stick it. There's not a lot of time here. Moose can go aggressive. Is he going to be able to take this? It's already got to happen. It's going to be so close. Oh my gosh! Point 1.
And it all comes down to this. There's one more slot available for Champion Seoul. Who's gonna take it? Is it gonna be Crew Visa or will it be 100 Thieves? Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 of VCT Americas Stage 2 playoffs. It's time for our lower bracket semifinal. I'm Golden Boy. You got Ender yet again. And joining us from the nether realm, it is Wyatt, or as I like to call GB and his 2 very tall friends. So, yeah, right, thank you guys.
The nether realm.
Yeah.
The green room.
the green. How was the green room?
I mean, it was nice. I had some Kung Pao chicken.
Yeah.
Is it green?
No.
Good smoothie.
Contrary to popular belief, not green. In any case, though, let's go ahead and talk about Crew first, because this is a squad that we were saying, hey, could Crew go on a run? Well, it turns out may not be the case, because it kind of got flattened a little bit by Leviathan when we saw them play earlier on. That was not the Crew that we were hoping to see that came out of that C9 game.
No, this was a sloppy-looking Crew, quite frankly. They got absolutely put down by Leviathan.
They got outclassed.
Yeah, and it's sad to see because this team was so strong back at the start of the year, but like it just seemed like a complete collapse on a fundamental level yesterday.
I was all the way on the Crew train for all of Stage 1. Was so impressed by this team. They've had their moments in Stage 2, but that was the lowest of low points for them all year against Lev.
And how could you not be enthusiastic about this team? They were, what, 5-1, I think?
They looked insane. They looked insane.
They looked utterly incredible.
All of their players were firing on all cylinders. Their game plans were simple but incredibly effective.
But then Stage 1 playoffs happened. And then things started to see things cascade poorly in their favor. And the big question is this a team that is underperforming right now? Or is this a team that ran into an insane Leviathan that day, right? And I think most people would probably say underperforming.
I would say both can be true.
Both
and
can be
both
true.
literally are true. This is a
true.
Crew that it looks like a shell of the former team that was 5-1, right? Up against Leviathan that at that point had not dropped a map all stage. So to me, it was like the ugliest matchup that you could have possibly gotten because it was 2 completely different extremes that, ran into each other.
Yeah, I totally agree. But that being said, this is still a Crew that is not as good as the one we saw in Stage 1 at the most pivotal time in the year for them.
Teams are peaking right now.
A recent roster move. They've had to make a lot of adjustments.
Not just a roster move, they dropped their IGL 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the position that they find themselves in. But let's actually go ahead and hear from the Crew side. We got Elizabeth standing by.
Now, Shai, Crew has made every single VALORANT Champions event, and now your team is on the cusp of not making it for the first time. Is there any pressure? How is the team feeling?
La verdad es que no sentimos presión, ya que Crew siempre está como se le conoce, que cuando está al borde de la muerte es donde mejor juega. Ya estamos acostumbrados nosotros como a estar en ese límite y siento que va a salir una muy buena versión hoy de nosotros.
The truth is that we don't feel any pressure. Crew is known for every time we're in the cusp of losing. That's when we see the best version. So I think today's going to be a very good version of us.
Well, something I want to ask you specifically about last match was when I talked to Adam, he said you guys really struggled with pacing. Is that something that we have addressed or is it an ongoing issue?
En la partida anterior, una de las cosas que dijo Atom era que estaban como que tenían problemas con encontrar ritmo. ¿Ya solucionaron ese problema o es algo que siguen trabajando?
O sea, yo creo que a todo el equipo le pasa que les cuesta como arrancar a veces, entrar en el flow del stage. Y nada, obviamente tenemos esas dificultades, pero hoy, la verdad es que hoy siento al equipo mejor que nunca y siento que vamos a entrar desde inicio a fin de la partida a ganarlo, a arrebatarlo literalmente.
The truth is that for the whole team, it is true that we struggle towards the beginning, and it's something that's happened before. But for today, I feel like the team is feeling better than ever, so we're going to go out from the beginning to end and give our best version.
Best of luck today.
Well, at this point, you got no other choice there, Shai. It's either you give us your best version or your season comes to an end here today. And one of the changes that they made, we were talking about the changes, MTA came into the team a week before playoffs. So, like, how do we feel like he has contributed to this roster in that short time? What kind of impact can he possibly have?
It's a crazy switch up from them very late in the season. MTA played with them in Kickoff, pretty much played just KO. Before that was a duelist in LATAM, an upcoming player that they're trying to mold into a flex player now. But in Stage 2, looking at the numbers in some of those first games where he's now playing Sova, Viper, for instance, it was like he had 10 rounds of Viper played professionally. I mean, that's not possible because that's not a full game, but it was like 21 rounds of Viper professionally going into a match in Stage 2. Rejoining the team is crazy. It put a lot of pressure on this guy, a lot of expectations.
Yeah, you can even see, right? Like how much they had put into him in that, or how much he was doing in that duelist side, but now he's having to readjust things.
Yeah, and it's because he's not coming into the team to be the main initiator for them, right? Like Heat is, you know, playing the KO and all that other stuff on other maps. It's odd because I thought MTA was actually pretty excellent during Kickoff individually. I thought he had some really good moments for himself. But
I believe it was an injury, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Injury related.
What I was saying is that it's hard to see him on these other roles because I don't think he's had that same level of impact, which I thought was very high.
Yeah, I remember Coach Adams saying as well, like, all right, like, kind of lay off a little bit. Like, he's picking up a lot of new roles. This is a tough adjustment for him, but it's like, y'all made the adjustment this late in the game. And that was a few weeks ago that I'm speaking about, by the way. That was maybe like week 2 of Stage 2.
Yeah, right around the corner. I mean,
the season is about to end, GB.
We're almost done. We're almost done here.
It's do or die.
That's where things get really scary, man. It really does. But let's go ahead and move on to their opponents, the Thieves, as we get ready for this one. Now, this is a squad that I think you can look at it and say maybe they're in trouble. Maybe something's going wrong here because they won't be able to bank on their championship points either. So they got to win out here. They have no other choice. Victory is their only option.
Yeah, we were just taking a look at the map pool up behind us, and one thing I really want to point out with that is the fact that Breeze and Split, the two maps rotated out. Breeze, they had a 100% win rate on this year. Split, they were 5-3 on. And with their bind falling off, like, what is their map pool? Is it Abyss?
Yeah, I mean, they chose Abyss for themselves and, of course, got dealt with by G2's.
Do we think we get Abyss again?
The thing is, I don't think Abyss is a bad map for them necessarily. I do think they're running into a comp that they probably do not have any scrims going up against.
Yeah.
So that one, I give a little bit benefit of the doubt to them to have a second rep on that going forward. But the point still stands that look at the far right corner of your screen, Breeze and Split gone is rough.
And over there, Bind 8-6, only a 57% win rate on the map that they were a month ago touted as being the best team in the world on. It's tanked because they've lost it 4 times in a row now. Everyone has figured them out. They haven't adapted to their opponents' adaptations to them. So this kind of looking like a jumbled mess, except for Ascent.
I do find it funny. It's like, that was their best map in the world. Then everyone figured it out. And then it stopped being the best map for them. They thought they had it all figured out, but it turns out when you have so much material, so much tape to go off of, and then on top of that, you lose maps that are
you can stick a lot of things together with that much.
Yeah, and yes, because of tape. You had to get the tape reference there. Well done.
He loves it. He loves it, folks. My biggest fan.
Elizabeth, just save us. Take it away.
Now, Asuna, you're now fighting for your chance to go back to Champions because you've been to Champions previously with another version of 100 Thieves. How do you feel this team, this version of 100 Thieves, compares to that version of 100 Thieves?
I mean, I guess we're better, but it really depends on if we show up. And as long as we do that, then we'll always be better than the old 100 Thieves. And I think we have a lot more ideas on this team. We calm a lot better. And overall, we're we're just a better team than the one we were in 2022. We just had a really good peak form, but right now we're still trying to get to like that form. But you know, G2 had a really good day yesterday, so yeah.
Something else I want to ask you is, how do you feel the strength of your map pool is now?
I mean, it's good. I feel like we're really confident on every map. As long as we, you know, just start off warm, we'll, yeah, be really good. I don't think we're worried at all about it, and yeah.
I do want to press on that a little bit because you did lose your Breeze, like the iconic 100 Thieves Breeze, and we do have Abyss now in here. Does that like by default make it weaker, or do you not feel like that is a true statement?
No, I don't think we ever thought of Breeze as a good map for us. I think it's nothing to do with the map pool changing. We just ended up losing a couple of bind games. That's the only thing that's really changed. But when you're playing good teams and you lose, like by default, your map pool seem worse. It's nothing to do with like, you know, you being bad at the map. It's just in general how like the game goes. Like if you're losing every every game, then you're gonna end up having, you know, maps that you lost on. Yeah. It's not like your map pool is bad or anything. It's just you need to work on the mistakes that you have.
Best of luck today.
We ran the numbers, but he's like, nah. I'm good. We're good. And hey, I'd want that. I'd want that confidence. You know, I would like him to just continue to have that into the server as well, because they're going to need that today.
But it's also not wrong. Like he's been playing with teams, like they know how scrims have been going and all those things. I think it's a similar sentiment to how I look at their Abyss, right? Where it's like, yeah, they're 0-1, but that's still not like, it's too early to call that that's a bad map just because they lost the first time.
And it was against G2, which is giving credence, I think, to his point. But where that detracts is when they're dropping these maps to Furia early on in stage 2. That is the issue.
You're right.
Yeah, that's the problem. Losing map to G2 in their current form, okay, fine. But you know,
and of
tumultuous
course,
stage for them, obviously.
Now here's the other thing, though, right? Like, continuing the conversation about the map pool, and one player in particular, Cryo, because we have been seeing Cryo really, you know, there are moments where he's an absolutely brilliant tier 1, like best in the world at some points, and then there are other times where he's not really fitting into the mold there. Do you feel like they need to lean more into the jet maps? Maybe give Cryo a little bit more of that fighting chance, or not?
I don't think it's necessarily a map thing, because this guy's also just dropping like the most insane numbers on Brimstone too. I would say the past few weeks, rather, he's been performing absolutely lights out. I think he has really stepped up in a big way, especially on those jet maps like you mentioned.
Yeah, I could certainly see. Well, I mean, not even what I could see. It's literally just true. They are trying to get to Ascent. Yeah. So on their last series, Ascent was banned by G2. They previously picked into it. They want to go to the map where Cryo's op can dominate.
Yep. Yeah, they want to give him as much of a fighting chance here, but he is going to be running into Kesnet, though, right? Which is always, we of course always praise Kesnet for how consistent he is. But I will say, though, these last few, I mean, even yesterday, he was not really nowhere to be found in that series.
Yeah, yesterday was
then again, the whole crew.
No player was to be found in that series.
We got to see his neon. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, Kesnet, he is somehow, I think, honestly, kind of, in a way, underrated on the global scale, because his team just never makes it deep enough for his name to be thrown into the conversations that he might actually deserve to be in. And, you know, when it comes to duelist head-to-heads, pretty much this entire year, the only guy that was ahead of him in numbers was Osbos, maybe at a couple times, Oxy, but he's up there with the best.
I would say, I don't think anyone can find the, like, get round-changing plays that on attack like Kesnet can as a duelist, like especially like on a map like Ascent or anything where he's working into mid. Like when crew are playing slower rounds, he is a guy that isn't even asking for support, but will just find a pick or find a lurk time to get deep towards an enemy spawn and completely control the pace of the round.
And by the way, this is a guy who's been doing that for 4 years straight.
That's his
thing. He's out of a lot of those top player conversations just because the team hasn't made it deep enough yet.
Yeah, well, look, folks, this is it. I mean, do or die. You win here, you move on to Seoul, you lose, you're out. Your season's done. Let's send it over to the stage to get this last match of the day started.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for this do or die elimination match. A spot at Champions Seoul is on the line. Give it up for your 100 Thieves! a mí se me viene a la cabeza un color y una región. Es Visa.
Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard, work hard. Work hard, work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up and then play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up, let me see you move. Oh yeah.
This is it. One spot left for grabs in Champions Seoul, and it's going to be one of these two teams to nab it for the Americas region. And look, Bucio's doing pull-ups. He's been climbing. He's feeling it. But seriously, what the hell is that?
Look, all I'm going to say is I thought Crew were the underdogs, but they've got the sixth man. They're bringing out the gator.
They got the inflatable pool gator, and I'm all about it, baby. As soon as you're done, you win this, you move to go to the local community pool and just enjoy a sip of water in that thing.
Yeah, sip of water, to be clear.
Yeah, sip of water. Yeah, or Red Bull.
Asuna is so unamused by the inflatable gator.
I mean, it's intimidating. That being said, though, this is, look, jokes aside in that instance, let's not forget, one spot. Whoever wins this is going to lock in that final spot for the Americas region. And here are your series layout. You got Icebox, Lotus, and if necessary, we take a trip over to Ascent.
Crew get rid of Bind in this case, which we were discussing how tumultuous that map has been for 100 Thieves in Stage 2, despite it being their best previously. So they're going to take things to Icebox, where I have flashes in my mind of Cryo offing towards B on defense, Bang, anchoring absolutely nuts on the Viper on this map. Locks down that site.
And the thing is, Crew need to 2-0 this series, in my mind, because if not,
you get to Ascent.
We're going to Ascent.
You get into Ascent, and look, I mean, not to be that guy, but Cryo's going to cook on that one if you're not careful. You put him in a big game situation like that, I have no doubt in my mind he'll show up.
Look, it's a good map for Kesnet too, so I won't say it's 100%, but it would be tough.
You're just giving him an opening there.
Yeah.
Big opening there. All right, well, let's go ahead and see what we're going to get for this Icebox Agent Select. Shouldn't expect anything too crazy here. We're going to get that, you know, that Gecko and Viper combination that we're seeing here from 100 Thieves. We'll see, of course, what we get over on Crew.
Yep, just the standard from 100 Thieves. And on the opposite side for Crew, nothing too crazy either.
Same
just
there.
Your regular stuff on Icebox.
Yeah, thing to look out for is on defense, 100 Thieves are always saving 400 creds on Cryo in pistol rounds, so even if they lose 2 rounds and no kills, he always has that round 3 off.
Well, we've got ourselves a high-stakes elimination match and 2 casters that have incredible aura. It's Vantilli and Riv.
Thank you, GB. I like it. At least somehow we have more aura than Brennan's sideshow this morning. But at least now, Riv, we're going into this do or die. The last spot for champs is now up for grabs between 100 Thieves and Crew. But there's no more chances. There's no more saving grace. There's no circuit points that's going to save you. Everything is determined here, and you need a win to go through.
And Crew look like they have to bring out all the stops here. They can just do no wrong throughout this game. If they do, I feel like 100 Thieves takes it away. We heard Adam recently saying, we've turned into the sheep. We're not aggressive enough, and that is our problem. He almost says it in every between map, is that the pace. If Crew can set the pace, nobody can stay with him, and it does seem like that. We hear the desk talking about Kesnet. He's going to have to put up a show with the rest of the squad. Same thing for 100 Thieves, though. Suffering a loss just recently. Puts them down here in this bracket, and G2 just kind of ran circles around 100 Thieves right here. As we see this pistol round coming through, starting a little slow towards B. And it's up to 100 Thieves as well to kind of create their pace. Nobody can get stuck playing the other team's game here in this match.
If anything, the aggression definitely has to come out from Crew. They have to come out swinging with a lot of confidence, leaving this through against 100 Thieves when they lost against Leviathan 2-13 in the last bout, the last time that Crew played on this map of Icebox. And for the Thieves, I mean, it makes sense. It's a perma ban that they have to
leave buying through. So for 100 Thieves, they pretty much have the opportunity of winning this first map as first contact is here towards green. Everything's stopped for now, but a triple swing out towards yellow allows Crew to score first, at least in the round.
Yeah, good chip onto Melzer, but you see Crew moving together. Nice collective as they go now through mid to check. You're gonna have one more rotate through spawn, and Kesnet, eyes and ears on A, is gonna be able to make this call.
Dash has now been used. He's trying to re-swing to stop the plant, but cannot get the wingman down, and on top of that loses his life. This is a plant now for the Thieves. On the top of the A tower, stop with the spray, but it's going back and forth. The flood back retake for Crew. Heat fighting on the top of the tower. That's now a disadvantage. EU, once again, already in the first round, has to go in a clutch.
Low health everywhere here. And it's going to be painful for EU. Sees one. Oh my god, that's the hit.
Shot for Hasten. There's 10 seconds left. He has to move it and try to pick it up. But now both enemies are wounded. Swing it through towards the back. Oh, you will score that frag and get the Red Bull clutch and the pistol for the Thieves.
There's like 3 bullets, but both of them were shot dancing it out there. Oh my god, that's the pressure we get out of the pistol round. We're ready for this series. EU does it again to come up with these clutches. So strong at the end of the rounds. You'll see that name over and over again. He does it on the fade, he does it on the Sova. It just plays the utility from the initiator so well in these clutch moments, and it always seems like he has a bit left too to offer. 100 Thieves get in the site with still all that util up, so EU can use it to make sure they collect the round. Here in the second one, it's exactly the kind of pace 100 Thieves wanted. They even kind of caught Kesnet off guard as he left site. So you can see they caught Crew off guard. They'll be ready for the next one here. Marshall rotating around the map for Kesnet is strong site A here for Crew.
Yeah, and it was a fast tempo for 100 Thieves to start. Initiator utility on both sides of the A nest just prevent Crew from picking up the orb on the A site, which maybe could give him an advantage in the later rounds. But at least they have a stack. 4 players here for Crew towards this A site. Already a dash dispense though. Looks like they thought the Reed was going to be rotating back towards his B site, and it gives an advantage for 100 Thieves to move in, go for the plant. There's the wingman plant on top of that.
Oof, Cryo stacking up some Blade Storm. That'll feel good. Get him going. It's kind of searching for a kill too as they look around for Melzer here, bringing the frenzy. So pretty good money. Kesnet actually purchasing in here, so he'll be a little bit lower coming into the next round. If we do see the full save since he had a Marshall here. And it's just a few more as EU alt point, but death is now Cryo tries his hand.
It's frenzy close range. Oh, this is still pretty good, yeah. That's gonna melt down Cryo. What the hell? Lucio. Okay, Vandal now picked up. They have to hunt it down now just to run that clock down. Bang! Finally takes Melzer down to his knees. They'll salvage the weapon, but that's some great damage on Melzer.
Get absolutely destroyed by Melzer's frenzy. They're so happy to have done that much damage coming out of the round. We'll see what the buys are. Low armor there. Yeah, 100 Thieves is gonna easily try to go back into this with having a few other rifles. So Heat's not too worse for the wear from his buy previously on the Marshall. And man, putting that glitch pop to work. Nicely done. So how can they get this next round from the defensive side? Still going to focus on Kesnet in his rotations. Is one of the big ones here for Crew. Has been a lot of the focus towards this B area.
There's pressure on both ends. Defensive side for Crew pushing out towards A. 100 Thieves fighting for B main control. They've done so to start.
Yep.
But Kesnet, once again, you needed him to continue to initiate for these first blood attempts. Wins it against Cryo. It's now Aldrome pushing him forward and pushing him back as he gets pinged out.
And options across the map too. They still have A being encroached into right now. They pulled turret back, or turret was just destroyed by Shy there in mid. But this lurk up by Boostio. Still making it happen from series to series.
Very important here for MTA, a player that's never played against 100 Thieves coming back here into the roster for Crew.
Great point.
Aldrome is going to spot him, so great utility being utilized, and now they understand that Busio is inserted inside this A site in the pivot for 100 Thieves, and the attempt will be for a plant within this site, but Busio is still holding his ground for a bit. There's that double drop here from Shy and Heat, covering up that site. Shy also coming in from the screens again for a second one in the round. And EU at this point will not try to use any Hunter's Fury. Hasn't even been planted that spike inside the A site. This might be a save towards the end, and this is a great call for 100 Thieves and a great play for Crew, thanks to, again, that 3 kills that Melzer got with that frenzy in that previous round. It really nullified the economy here for 100 Thieves. This wasn't pretty much a bonus for the attack side. It was a full gun round.
Exactly. having to buy right back into it. We see quite a bit in the Americas.
10 seconds left.
Teams just kind of feel like they can go for the fight, have a little bit of money, feel like the low armor buy is okay, and will stave off whatever happens in the next few rounds of low economy. It's a choice, that's for sure. 2-1 here, as that one goes to Crew. Nicely done on the reaction to what would happen over at B. They didn't bite too much on what 100 Thieves was trying to put down. And like you said, MTA having the wherewithal to say, you know, we are against 100 Thieves. If they haven't hit the site yet, Boostio's got to be being a rat somewhere, and they find him with the drone almost instantly to make sure they can adapt to that defensive post plant. All right, walls up, B start again. Pretty much the same thing here for the side of 100 Thieves, as they do have a little bit of money still. Buy back in with low armor being a bit of their purchase last time, so flexing this money. But now we have some 100 credits, 150, 450. This is when it starts to matter, and the economy being low.
And that's where the Vandal mattered that EU saved in that previous round to allow for rifles to come in. If not, that's another, maybe only 3 with 2 stingers. But yet, the pressure from 100 Thieves, again, the game plan, trying to work towards this B main. A little bit slower than before, though. Trying to see if there was any knife that was going to come in early towards Garage. It was used towards the A side from Heat. There comes that push now at that minute mark. Really nobody contesting on either sides, and very similar plan. Look at the A side already. Boostio's trying to engage, trying to initiate, slowly towards this A side.
So we give Dart back. They've waited long enough. I mean, really haven't gained any space on the map. Mid's full watch right now by Shy. They have the ability to get out and protect Melzer here for a moment. And that Killjoy utility is ready to deny plant. So the more 100 Thieves wait, the harder this is going to be right here. They don't have an instant plant, and they're going to have to fish for Wingman if that's going to be the molly death. This does not look good.
There's a change of play. We have VU already going towards the A side, throwing a recon to sell a fake. And Boostio goes for the lurk in mid instead to break the alarm bot. Doesn't really pull out any defenders from Crew, though they still have a lot of players behind this wall as Kesnit swings out for the first blood. Yet 100 Thieves still mid inside this B site with 13 seconds left. Kesnit still trying to anchor back towards B. There's that fight from Boostio that pays off in the end, and MTA trades it back. Shark Dart's now raining down. It does get the contact onto Cryo, but no kill. Heavily damaged, but EU's there for the save. It prevents Cryo from falling down. It allows 100 Thieves to get 3.
100 Thieves knew that was going to be messy. The molly was already going off, but Asuna had to throw Wingman into it. So it wasn't going to plant in the first place. They just had to go through the motions. They had to get everybody in sight. And at that point, Vans, you know you're overpowering the other team by numbers. 100 Thieves played it very close to the wire there, but knew they would be stronger as a team. It gets a little sketchy, but they pull around in their favor. 3 ults there for 100 Thieves now. See if they try to pull something like that again, as Crew has to worry down to the last second of each round. No, Cryo starts them off immediately as MTA pushes.
The amount of times that they try to throw this knife towards the A side, 100 Thieves avoids it and then starts moving in right away, punishing the players, taking control of the pipes, and that's a huge player down here for Crew. That's no Sova utility to attempt for the retake. So they have to play within the site now for Crew. Doubling up towards the back at Dice. Still playing a buddy system on that side. Perfect for one trade, but wall bent by EU. A side now open, only Shy is alone towards the back. Hit by the Thrash, easy kill for Cryo. And this is gonna render difficult for Melzer once again. This time at least has a rifle to work with. Wingman goes for the plant. And all the players, they know they can play within the site. Play together, now spotted by the Dizzy. And this might be here just a call for the save for Melzer in the end. Seeing that nobody peeks out at the very beginning, no punishment that he could do. Now time is against him, and yes, indeed. The sun to fall back, and that's 100 Thieves with a clean take towards the end.
Yeah. You could even have Boostio Hunt here. I mean, he's on the Grand. Everybody else is actually kind of broke, so don't have Boostio Hunt. The alt orb isn't worth it. They can easily grab one next round, and a nice play here by 100 Thieves, securing with ults the Thrash through the site. Little parkour over Nest and 410 just to get Shy, who was not expecting that to be on the top level. Let's see all the tricks that 100 Thieves can pull here. So right to a round, right after extending the round all the way to the last few seconds, they go for a pretty fast hit towards A. So really changing the pace back and forth on what Crew has been able to see. And again, haven't gone mid yet for 100 Thieves here, so Crew still has to be wary of that lurk, as 100 Thieves are finding success at the sites already.
Yeah. The great thing for 100 Thieves throughout this battle so far against Crew is that they kept the economy very low for Crew in these gun rounds that Kesnet cannot initiate with an operator. And when you're banking a lot on Sova utility, on the KO knife, and you're trying to push on the non-info that you're getting, you think it's safe from getting punished. So I'm pretty sure they want to get this off of ASAP, so they don't get caught off guard once again by 100 Thieves avoiding this initial utility.
I'm really liking the Gecko use for right side clear at B long instead of trying to drone garage and get in there. Nicely done. So they still have the drone as they go to the right side. More util to clear all these close spots and just get Crew out of these crevices.
100 Thieves are not even afraid to get pinged by the recon dart thrown by MTA. They know they have the power of weapons. They know they have the power of cryo cells who opens it up. Kesnet, though, has managed to rotate across. He also getting a pick towards the screens. So 100 Thieves were trying to fight back towards the spawn like Leviathan did against Crew. They run down that clock. 100 Thieves cannot cross that line yet to move inside the A site for a plant. It's Boostio trying to move through, and with this plant, will allow the lockdown to get activated. Molly misses, but a double swing towards the back, and somehow it's turned in favor of Crew. On the lower by Blade Storm out. Kesset's now spotted. Boostio gets the headshot onto him. Swings on a second, 19 HP left, and that's Joy from behind for the execution. The buddy system pays off now for Crew as they all start together to get the last kill and the second round on Icebox.
You're not kidding. Look at the minimap all together as an understatement coming from that side, but they are still able to persevere. Just about how 100 Thieves took the site from the attack side last time. Power in numbers and trusting each other on the trades. It's going to have to come in spades here for both teams. A lot of elevation being played on this one, which is, I think, kept breaking the crosshairs and getting people tripped up. Man, big Blade Storm coming out by Kesnet there to cause trouble. Remember, that started at B too, right? They were pinging out as well. They saw Melzer, Kesnet over towards B, still go for the A hit again, and the rotation is there. Crew don't let 100 Thieves get that far away, and now Kesnet has the op, so they're going to be right in his sight.
That changes the positioning of the initiators. You see now MTA set up towards Boilers, playing behind here the turret to try to punish and fight. Knife once again was thrown towards the A side, no contact, so that's an early rotate from Crew. 4 players now all the way towards this B site where 100 Thieves, they engage with some utility to start. But it's their turn to pivot back towards the soft side. Good read and good call so far from the IGL of Boostio.
Yeah, it's one of the first times they're doing this flip, right? A lot of it's been the 4-1. Now it's flipped for the 4-1 A to B. Boostio still, I think, just the edge of his turret in mid, obviously, to keep watching, so 100 Thieves can focus on going forward in A. And Crew still playing that buddy system right now. Initiators together to make sure that utility comes in droves when they need it.
So right now, there's a lot of ults available for Crew. Hence why it looks like they want to play the post plan in a retake. But at the same time, the KO knife that was thrown towards B missed Boostio. So there's a window of opportunity for, once again, Boostio to lurk around. And with this pit, though, not allowing 100 Thieves to cross inside this A site, they're going to try to move back in. Probably an execution off the wall, but there's only 22 seconds left. This Nanoswarm that's currently posted up, by Shy, do a lot of damage, and it looks like it got used. Dash now activated for Kesnet in the back of the site. Off shot connects to Boostio through the wall, does get the hit. Plant still works out 400 Thieves as the fight goes back towards the B site. Austin looks back under tube, sees another one that's heat to fall. Advantage back now for 100 Thieves. Hunter's Fury available for the pulse plant. But he's actually stuck inside the site. That's EU. Now Asuna just got pinged out. MTA wins that 1v1, and there's that last one to go. Confirming it here. EU tucked in the corner. Melzer moves on! The flicker craft with a headshot on EU! And Melzer gets the round out for Crew. That was insane.
Oh, heavily benefiting from a Phantom in that situation, let me tell you. Getting in there, being able to get the first flick on the run, but then correct it. Holy moly, Melzer on fire right now. 8-4 on the map. Comes up very big here to trade off of MTA at the underneath the tube. And man, that was big. And looking with the way they came in, I thought Boostio was almost going to try to clear that distance to get the ult down right away towards Nest. But he gets taken out by Kesnet. With Boostio going up towards the Nest, maybe that wasn't the play, but Man, they got stopped really quick as they thought they had more space in the site. And now very, very aware of what this op can do on the side of Crew. Kesnet is going to get that back as Melzer was able to pick it up at the end of the round. So a timeout will now come in as Zix wants to get in the ear of the squad. It looked good in the beginning. They had good pace setting in the way they're getting into position. And I think they're second guessing how good they're actually positioned, right?
Yeah.
It seems like Boostio could be going forward to take that space, but they are giving Crew the credit they deserve in these situations.
Exactly, and EU not falling back to really try to seal the deal with Hunter's Fury on a 1-versus-1. He stayed tucked in within the site. I mean, at that point, he still had a pretty good angle, and it was a 50-50 chance for Melzer to win that fight. And somehow it was the flick that increased that advantage and gave a chance for Melzer to win it towards the end. So at least it calls out a timeout for 100 Thieves, potentially trying to work around this operator that's now been identified, used by Kesnet on this B site.
All right. I mean, it wouldn't actually be bad if they could get into this round and get a little lockdown game going, because they do have the Hunter's Fury, but they solidify around it, possibly still allows Crew to buy, and they've had to use all their ults just to get through this. It's, oh man. It's a game of when to use the ults. Do they feel like they can just get through this eco with enough damage is the question. Kesnet to push up, they guard the orb on A. And already 100 Thieves, they do try to push forward and see if they can get these Sheriffs to go to work right away.
Much faster pace to start for 100 Thieves. Makes sense with the lower buy that they have, and just trying to make sure that they can waste out this Viper utility very early on the defensive side, which is Melzer. And once they identify that here from Crew and that they don't have that fuel, both playing back now, Melzer and Heat, all the way towards Snowman. They want to use their weapons in the distance in their favor. Against the eco here, the Thieves are waiting for that second cycle, for that second time the orb to go down.
Yeah. And ready to play reactive, right? Has the Dizzy out. If any peek did come through, would help Cryo, but they get into position. Insert one on yellow. Now, spread across the map still. Looks like Boostio was able to dodge out on that dart just from MTA towards the backside of A, but they're already rotating to be there to meet 100 Thieves.
Boostio looks like he's going to fall back and meet up with the rest of his teammates too. But there's the hit inside. Melzer in the back. That's some great shots coming through as there's support there inside this B side. Shy holding it down from the bottom of the tube. There's only Boostio again left alone, but he was so far behind trying to find a pick towards that A side, and it almost feels like that recon dart that was thrown forced him to run around and gave his position away. Why he had to fall back.
Yeah, probably up there, maybe dodging the arrow itself, but you still had that push from Kesnet, right? You're right, probably getting that confirmation that somebody was there and just one person, or the fact that the arrow didn't see anybody in the process of elimination. You're not getting rushed in a certain amount of time, get the rotation in. So honestly, going forward, I want to see some mid play coming out here. I want to see attempt at mid, a little bit of pressure there, so Crew has to worry about it, because right now you have this rotation coming in from MTA, Kesnet, and Heat, and Kesnet will stay somewhere. Big Vamo right now. And then Heat and MTA are rotating around again with that utility for initiator, making sure no one's pushing, always having good info. And they're on the right side of the map right now. They're in A. This combo always together. And it doesn't seem like 100 Thieves can get an idea of what that combo is and how to break through it right now. Again, this is just without Boostio towards A. They go back to this garage patient hold. Slowly moving out. They're going to hold down to Wingman this time as they get through. They do have Thrash, 4 ults here to come out. A null command really to only shut that down. Okay.
Way too far to be able to use here. This null command was still towards the A side. So yeah, the lockdown from the Thieves will allow to open up the B site. And the execution will come in towards the B, but man, the null command would not allow the Viper wall to move up too. Asna's the first to fall. Hunter's Fury on the attack. Heat somehow gets a second one onto Bang. Hunter's Fury finally trades it back onto Melzer. But still 100 Thieves are at a disadvantage. 45 seconds left on the clock. Spike is down out in the open. Finally grouped up. But there's that flank coming out from Kesnet. Misses a couple of shots. EU surviving for a bit and winning that fight. Now the Aldrone, the KO swinging out. They have identification that the last few players of Crew are still towards the back of the site. Walking towards that back. A buddy system is not even there. It's EU going for the hero play. Now Heat. They definitely identified him when he swung out towards the Snowman. EU solo in HP. Recon Dart pings him out, 10 seconds left. You have to start committing now. And as he swings out, there's Boostio waiting for him. And finally, 100 Thieves get an answer back since their timeout.
And it's Vance, it's coming from brute force. That's not, usually it's clean, the protocols are hitting, you're like, oh my god, they're still pushing up. But no, 100 Thieves is taking these shots through the smoke. And yeah, you can say, oh, he got it luckily through the smoke. But if you think about it, lockdown went down, wall was waiting, and wall goes up. What's the opponent gonna do? Try to run out. So that spam is relatively easy to hit. It seems like these just are slightly half-baked, but great protocols to be running. They just have to realize Crew it feels one step ahead of them almost each time. But 100 Thieves did get that round. We have to remember that. It's just looking a little brute force.
At least it gives a bit of confidence for 100 Thieves. That was a 5 versus 2 that was converted on their side on the attack. All won here by EU and Boostio together.
Now towards A. And they going away from the lurk. Maybe that's what one of the timeout really came to, right? The lurk really hasn't given us the information we want. All 5 members of 100 Thieves together since that comes in, and the power has been working for them. They choose a very soft site here against Crew. Oh my god, they are booking it from B to A too as they realize this could be the play. Looks like we're gonna get an A scuffle.
That's a dash activated. Dizzy hits him in the face and forced to fall back. Couldn't get a kill before he dashed. Now it will be a full team retake. Already Heat answering first onto Boostio. Going towards the back for more sprays. That's Cryo to fall to. Thrash at least available. Pit now locked down and put down by Bang. Thrash now being used to try to support wherever he can. Jumping on the top of 410. It's Kesnet getting the pick off onto Bang, and slowly but surely, Crew are about to close this on a flawless until Asuna finally holds it towards the back, but you definitely see it here. Players sticking on to that spike, and looks like 100 Thieves don't even want to fight it. Until finally Asuna swings out, but it's too little too late. Too many numbers to fight against this time for 100 Thieves, and this time Crew was ready and will not let the advantage fall.
Crew's map movement is nutty right now. Just the things they're considering, the way they're moving, and just off of, I feel like that first bit of information. They're not having to second guess anything. The first time they saw somebody mid, or saw the turret mid, and didn't see anything B, like, oh, that's an A play, easy. It just seems like they are reading everything, and I'm sure Adam's very happy right now to see the sheep have turned into wolves for this game, and they are hungry, looking to try and bring this defensive half back into their favor. On Crew's side, Kesnet, it's another Blade Storm from him, as they do push B this time.
That knife is going to get so much info. That actually tags 3 players towards the garage, and rendering Wingman too far out to be picked up here by Asuna. And if they delay this well enough, and you can't pick up the Wingman, it's going to be difficult here for 100 Thieves to go for a plant in their eco, especially now that Boostio has just fallen to Heat at middle.
It's a great call. Shy.
Oh, this Bob Flash trying to try to swing out, but he knows better. They knew the rotate was going back towards the A side, and he doesn't want to give up his life or the player advantage for Crew.
And they're already starting to match it, right? Number for number here. It's just going to be Shy, just bit off to the left side with Viper.
That was ambitious there from Heat.
Yeah.
Walking out, now the uptrap.
Ambition continues.
Back and forth. Yeah, it's a dagger fight. Now trying to go for the duck hunt play.
No.
But the dog is laughing. And the rest of Crew as well, as they shut down the rest of the push of 100 Thieves inside A.
Basically pull and just whiff, 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 whiff. It happens. It happens in that the instant kind of executes these plays have to happen under. You can see is just sending everybody for a loop. Comms from Kesnet. What they might be able to do next round.
Give me those back.
Another round for Crew. Really good control on these retakes. Their confidence today just seems like something they haven't been able to find really starting the playoffs, and it's good to see from them because they do have a bit of that LCQ remembrance, that spark, a little bit of a playoff form, and yeah, Crew can start to turn it on.
It's always been very wavy, pretty much, right? And a technical pause, unfortunately, not a tactical here at this point. So we'll get to the issue very soon and resolve it. But again, it's been very sporadic in terms of results that we have our Crew so far. A couple of wins in a row that they had on stage 1, and then losing a couple in a row, and then now going into these playoffs, it's not that LCQ form that you were talking about, right? They still had to play and defeat Cloud9 in the upper bracket in that gauntlet, but then lost to Leviathan right after. So it's up and down there. There's no real consistency, but we know that Crew has always been good in the lower bracket run in these type of do or die playoff runs. And all they need now is only that one win. They don't have to go that deep this time around like an LCQ run like they did. This single win against 100 Thieves will allow for them to move to Champions and also allow for them to get another appearance in a row. They haven't missed a champs yet on that side of Crew.
It's crazy to think about. It honestly is. Just waiting to get a quick PC issue resolved on stage. And we'll be right back into the match. Thank you for your patience. And yeah, Crew, I think in those final moments, gain a little bit of power from the unexpected, from people kind of writing them off and not feeling like that's going to be where the power comes from. And Crew kind of uses that to their advantage. And then the hopeful, they bring in all the fans, and then they can bring that power too. And I think it becomes the teamwork that we're seeing from them over and over again, right? It doesn't have to just be Kesnet. It doesn't have to just be Heat in these plays. Everybody starts to step up in the moment, right? We've already seen from Melsner, huge rounds from him. Shy, we know, can just absolutely pop off. So that is the full package in Crew. But it does seem like the team itself ebbs and flows, which is weird to see. Usually you see a few players still being hot. But yeah, they move together in that sense.
When you talk about a PC issue, and we're going to resolve it soon, hopefully it's not a, CrowdStrike issue? That might take a little bit longer.
Oh my God.
Nonetheless, though, I do agree with you. Looking at the play style that we currently see from these two teams, Crew are doing a very good job sticking as a group. And when we talk about, you've mentioned it, after the timeout, we haven't seen too many lurk opportunities coming out from 100 Thieves or inserting players deep into a different site so that they could pull these rotates. And I think it's just a small miscommunication going into these rounds. Remember that round where Bucio was actually moving up here and getting ready to move from L into the A site, and you had 4 players setting up towards B. There wasn't enough utility being thrown on one end to force the rotate to allow Bucio to move through. So
they're expecting Crew to kind of bite on everything.
Exactly. So you need a little bit more here from the Thieves. And they've had these type of plays where, you know, when you're trying to pull the first wave of fakes that doesn't play out in your favor, they've always done second waves as fake too and go for these 10-second plans. So something that they're going to have to consider here going back into the game. And again, thank you for your patience. Looks like we are good to go to head back in the server and resume the last round of this half of Icebox.
Let's get to the round so we can go to break.
Yeah.
All right. All right, here we go. Vandals across the board. Looks like they're trying to hit some headshots. Would you figure? 2-1-1 or 3-1-1, a little different here from 100 Thieves. Another push up and a hide by Kesnet. They're trying to bait this out that it's only Melzer. Oh, will they peek him? Oh, they will.
Shot darts will for sure. Flushing him out, taking him down, and a trade comes out for 100 Thieves. Well done to start. That's B control in their favor, and Bucio realizing that he doesn't need to lurk as much because the rest of 100 Thieves are doing their job now towards this B site and winning all of these fights.
Yeah, where the hell was that for the past few rounds? This is what we saw from both of these teams in a lot of their previous games. Those step outs, the just 1v1 clears to open a site and wow the crowd. And now it has to happen again. 2v4 if Crew want the 7-5.
Wingman's planting.
Just everything. Basic high-low with the Wingman utility or Geico utility. And that plant does go down.
Not enough. So this is going to render difficult now for the last 2 players of Crew to retake this site towards B. Both of them grouped up and all spread out. 100 Thieves getting ready for these trades. It's looking pretty good, though, to start for Crew, but then Asuna swoops on the last 2 kills. It looked dominant to start as well for 100 Thieves that they had, what, a 5-round lead? But we end this half 6-6.
It did take the timeouts for sure to come in and kind of organize things. A very back and forth first half, and I don't think this is what we expected. I'm very glad this is what we got.
You see it here, 3 players swinging out to fight for that utility to flush out their opponents. So 100 Thieves still having a lot of fight here going into this first half of Icebox. And now we'll switch sides here and resume right after.
You know, it was a close first half here between these two teams, and I got a chance to hear a little bit of the comms. Won't go into any of those strats, but for 100 Thieves, you could definitely feel that there was a little bit of stress in the air, especially later in the half. It went and started getting a little bit hectic in those late round moments, but that's where a guy like EU stepped up. He was a very calm voice for 100 Thieves throughout that half, especially in late round situations, and especially when he was dead. He was coordinating crossfires, what positions his teammates needed to be playing, and kept that pressure on them way down, really salvaging a few rounds for the team. I also want to shout out Asuna. There was a moment in that game where after a tough round, 100 Thieves seemed a little bit scattered, but he came in, gave a big speech to the team, and got them centered going into those last few rounds that they were able to close out. Overall, it didn't seem to me like this was 100 Thieves that was getting out of their seats every round or anything like that. This is 100 Thieves that realizes how much is on the line with this game ahead of them. And locked up even, they're going to need to buckle down even more to close this out for a win.
Thank you so much, Ender. And I kind of like that shout here that Ender was mentioning about Asuna, because remember, this game came out like, what, 4 years ago, and Asuna was able to play for that 100 Thieves banner that allowed for them to win first strike in 2020. And he was just a young fragger, a rookie going into this game.
Right, he was the one listening to Hiko and Steel at that point.
Exactly, and now takes the role of that leadership, a roster built around him, and a roster built for championships.
That's growth, absolutely. Player and personal, and it's being huge here for the team as they can pull out those last few rounds to find the 6-6. We're back on Icebox. Crew now on the attack side. Almost looking like we haven't switched as the 4-1 starts off here. And they start to work the map. A little push up though, so they do get the orb denial onto A. 100 Thieves is trying to get some early info in that position.
Definitely feels like I'm casting a same pistol round. At least this time, though, Asuna is inserted up just around the orb of the A sign, so trying to listen for some information, trying to get a jiggle fight towards that sign. Crowd's watching the L while Crew are looking to push and create some sort of pressure towards this sign.
Ooh, good peek.
That was good enough.
Catches an eye. Ooh, to catch the back of his head, too, through the wall.
And also losing a player on the B side, so this is what you wanted to see from the Thieves on the attack side. Push and pull and punishing players on the rotate. Kesnet opening up with 2 kills on the B side and also allowing now Crew to have a safe plant.
The essence of the push and pull, right? Everybody rotates off. There's action at A, and that's when B peaks. Kesnet takes full advantage of those little peaks. Huge shots from the Sheriff here. And now 2 ghosts in a classic for injured Asuna.
Kesnet, with that kill, allows for him to get another dash here. But really not trying to push forward to go for a fight. And there's a little bit of pop shots coming through, but this is looking pretty good for Crew to seal the deal. EU solo gets a dink long range, but once again, too many players to deal against, and Crew answer it back with their own pistol in the second half.
Weapon is only a tool.
Very clean start, and already working a bit of the fake on the map too. That's crazy. For Kesnet to be able to pull that out solo insight with a Sheriff is absolutely huge. They already have 100 Thieves on the back foot starting in the second half. Sure, that's not the way they wanted to start, especially since we heard Ender kind of hearing those bit of stressful moments. Everything's going to just add more stress, especially when Kesnet's doing that. All right, second round. Proactive Thieves. It's exactly what you want to see from them here so they don't fall too far behind. Melzer's already going to start toying with mid, just putting that orb up and down to keep somebody watching it. It looks like we'll get a final B plant on this.
Yobi's going to be on point here with the Sheriff because he stands alone with his turret. Timmy has fallen, and now it's only him. A reload, yes, definitely good damage onto both Kesnet and Shine. He's trying to hold it down even longer. But with that first pressure that came through, nobody rotated immediately for 100 Thieves. So this still opens up the site, though, for Crew to go for a plant towards B. There's EU close, Shock Dart close. MTA just around the corner, moving up here with Melzer. They take down EU, a double swing towards the top. Now this is a chance. Yes, they are. There is a player advantage for Crew. But Kesnet and Shy are still 1 shot away from this classic and Sheriff available for Cryo and Asuna.
Switch guns, keep the Bogdans going. High, low. Just using Kesnet as a shield right now, kinda.
It's tough.
It's great.
There's a turret, an owl drone to delay enough to get information. Recon Arn still pushes them back, and that potentially could be it right here. The last two players, 100 Thieves, maybe looking for a tap on the spike to flush out some players. And not even an opportunity to die to spike. MTA picks up the 2 kills and builds up the Hunter's Fury at halfway.
Sheriff trading and picking up. We thought this would go towards B, and it was just about really clearing the site and getting in. Nice shot by Crew to do so. They keep quite a few alive. Also keeping these Guardians going for a little bit lower buy, but still having a bonus round gun to go against 100 Thieves with. We did see MTA getting a few there. Still not too close to the ultimate. Kesnet is closest as they break back to this 4-1. Obviously leaving shot here to make sure there's no big push here if they're on orb, which they do, and a quick clear towards Garage, but Cryo.
Exactly. The owl drone got shot, and he's still there and available. Dash still available too. Investing heavily into this operator as the wall comes down. Not hit by the knife, still allowing for him to re-peek if he wants to. And Bang still holds his ground towards his green side. There's that shot. There's that spike down.
Wow.
And it was a high risk, high reward here because Cryo went for the glass cannon. 3 players now from Crew trying to answer back. There's that shot. Miss, but coming out.
Spike down.
Run on to 2. Spike is down and Kesnet now. He has to play the hero, but he gets dropped by Cryo. And that's 100 Thieves getting their gun round.
That was some disgusting protection for Cryo right there. Bang on VIP protector duty. Perfectly times that push. And Cryo knew it as well. Didn't go for the second peek, just wanted one, and they threw the smokes down to create the chaos. Great job over at A site. And I actually, like you said, high risk, high reward, and it really is high risk. Because if you're peeking that close, you're almost alerting the enemy that someone else is here with me. I'm not just going to jump alone and get taken out because I'm giving away my audio. So Cryo to get that peek, it almost feels too easy for him.
The trust is there. The knife, though. Nobody's shooting at the start. So there you go. Cryo can't not retreat or at all.
Yeah.
But Bucio's still there with Bang. Orb up, now down to push forward. Oh, they did get the ping with the recon dart, but Crew are still better in their duels for this round.
When you see too many options, you just eyes light up and you want to go for all of them. Even the first one's tough. They start to back up. And now it's just going to be this rotation along the map. They're just trying to get both EU and Asuna out of a good position. So Sight is Cruz, and that's what's going to happen. So very quick to always go for this fight towards this side of B. They've been running the 4-1 constantly over and over here for Crew. Even the first few rounds is just consistent on that. And they like the way it starts to spread 100 Thieves here.
Ooh, that's a good shot.
That was cheeky.
That's spiked down. That's an opportunity, especially now that they have the thrash. Aljon then try to clear out towards the A site.
30 seconds left.
Will get vision and visibility onto 2 players and pinging one, allowing you to swing out Asuna just behind for the trades.
Deja vu, but for 100 Thieves. Now at A site. Oh my gosh. The absolute crossfires and setups to finalize these rounds for 100 Thieves on the last few have been incredible. Right place, right time is the only thing you can say. But yeah, the aim's got to be there too, sure. And yeah, Crew have been doing so much damage at B. It's basically been a game of 100 Thieves trying to figure out how to recuperate and be able to work the rest of the map with then what they have left. We'll see if it happens again. No, it goes towards A. And they're actually going to switch it up a little bit too on the side of 100 Thieves. So they're reading this to now have Cryo on the right side.
Another 2vx1 here by 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
the first one a 2v5, this time a 2v4. And it started off with a shock dart. And again, thankfully you have the thrash out there for Asuna to allow a third body to help out 100 Thieves to convert that round in. Just that win takes the win out of the sails of Crew of how they started off here on their attack side and also forcing them into a lower buy.
Let's get a quick pause on. We will alert you of what it is as we watch a little parkour here for a moment. Yeah, that's the kind of 100 Thieves I think people thought we would see throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah.
Of playoffs, of what their trajectory is right now towards the end of this split or stage, and seeing actually how much they couldn't perform, how much they almost look lost in their last match. This is life put back into them, I think.
Life goes back here into the round. As it was a quick audio pause now fixed up, and Crew looking to push very quickly towards this A side with the Blade Storm from Kesnet, dropped and denied immediately by Asuna.
Slow. Drone obviously going to temper things just a little bit, and already a big push here by Bang. If they can hold Crew here, this is going to be big.
And they're definitely doing so. Weapons are too good. Yes, labored for a couple of shots at the beginning, but in the end, a sealed deal and a flawless for 100 Thieves to continue to build the economy.
Definitely held Crew there. Like you said, flawless. And this is going to start feeling very comfortable for 100 Thieves. The economy means that with the momentum they have, the confidence in the fights they've been taking, maybe they take some extra fights, maybe they go a little crazy here and put somebody outside the box. Great stop up here, and that is going to force the hand of Crew to hit the big red button.
Good tag, by the way, on him. I killed him. There's me a Crew tag.
Pause for the cause as they get a few words of wisdom here to the side of Crew.
Yeah, seems to be playing so far here, the story for Crew. In these scenarios where they always have this player advantage, I mean, they had a lot of occasions around them, and almost half of them was lost here against the Thieves. So 100 Thieves, I mean, they're able to pull out a lot of fight through, again, the leadership and the vibes. Apparently, that Asuna has been telling on to the team to make sure that they don't falter against the pressure that's coming up from Crew Visa's side.
Friendly fire.
Recalling my bot.
Oh.
Yeah, change too. A little bit of a cycle for the Outlaw, potentially to solo up towards the B side.
All right. Dueling Hunter's Fury, a possibility here on this round. I mean, really not too much of a low buy, just that Outlaw floating around here. Unfortunately, Heat's the only one that would find an instant death from that in 100 Thieves' mind, so let's see how they avoid it or take a fight to it. They are very, very big on making sure nobody has this area. Obviously free ore, but knowing nobody is B long just allows you to focus on that mid kitchen.
That's huge though. Hunter's Fury coming out from Boiler all the way towards main. A ping onto one player, that's MTA. Orb now picked up, null command available. This is a dangerous pivot back towards A side though, because Bucio's posted up rather with the Outlaw.
Skirting around. That orb is deep. Like we said, it had to be Heat, right? He's the only one with the low armor, and it wasn't a headshot. So now Null Command's gonna have so much more priority and agency over A site, being a little tighter here. Nobody can hide in the back like you could in B, and there it is.
At least there's a contact onto Kesnet with that Outlaw, so he's down to 10 HP. Him dashing across is not gonna be as effective. He needs more utility to help with, and as soon as they cross the line, over the wall, Krell drops Heat. Now they're trying to reset. Asuna winning that fight against Melzer. And as they try to cross over to get the res up there onto the KO, Ricardo swings out to simultaneously drop Crew and give the lead for 100 Thieves by 2.
Damn, what a read by 100 Thieves. Not even being affected by the Null Command, really, because it's not going to affect your aim, and that's all 100 Thieves needed to do when they found the open shots. And that was a big one. The crowd is going right now for Cryo. And yeah, putting up some big, big frags here. And look at that. Let's go. Not really surprised, but they're like, all right, yeah, that was clean. You can see it on their faces. They're liking the way the game is going right now. 100 Thieves are. Quick 0 point out to Pipes, and we get a little more pace here out of Crew now. Quick drone into sight. Everything's been starting at B here, but they get right to the front door of A and start it off.
They're hoping to just get picks out of this. There's still so many players that were lurking around towards middle and B side for Crew. No opportunities to get the pick behind the Owl drone on the attack side of Crew, and they're going to have to reset. And yeah, you're seeing the calls coming out here from 100 Thieves, where you see on the player cams these rounds that they get. They're very vocal about them, but this was never going to be an easy game for 100 Thieves against Crew. This was mentioned now in these post-game interviews from the Thieves sides.
That's kind of what Shy wanted. Wanted to be seen just a second. Actually gets the Thrash ultimate. That's obviously going to check, but they're still ready.
So is Crew. Lots of bodies out on that side, and that's Fry, though. Outlaw going to work. Now with the Blade Storm right on the Kesnet, not given a chance now for Shy to get anything done, even not a chance to set up. Cryo's starting to feel it in the last few rounds.
Wild Cryo. The Blade Storm sitting down 4 members of Crew Visa. And Adam's gonna call a timeout after that one. They need to get some of these last rounds. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
It was almost important that they win last round and had the Outlaw still, because then it paid off even more. That's a real return on investment when you go for the long haul on it. All right, so Crew calls the timeout. They need to keep 100 Thieves off game point right now, and they have 3 ultimates to possibly do it. The Viper's Pit, they have a Lockdown, and they have a Hunter's Fury. And none of this can be easily traded by the side of 100 Thieves, so we have to assume, right, this is going to be a Crew round.
Yeah.
How are they going to do it? A lot of B pressure just to start off and get the space at B. Well, we've seen a little bit of a lurk from Shy towards A. Same 4-1 split from A to B. Like, is it going to be new? Is it going to be different? Do they feel comfortable just doing these strategies? Because both teams have basically avoided mid this entire map. It's been crazy. All right.
And I was looking at that mini-map. It looked like at some point they were trying to take that mid control, because this pit could be very important.
Yeah.
Pit to control, a long pit towards the air, trying to get a plan, leverage these ults to salvage a round and give a chance for Crew to continue to fight against 100 Thieves on Thieves' map pick.
All right. Knife out. Quick check. Yeah, just bang. So they actually have to consider, do we have a Jet here to worry about? They still want the space, though, and they give it to Kesnet.
They'll have Nano utility to deal with, though, on a side of Crew. And there goes Kesnet pushing forward, and bang, does win that fight. And that spike once again dropped, meanwhile, by Heat, just at the entrance of the B site. Delays being pulled out from the Poison Orb up on the side of the Thieves. Not given a chance for Crew to salvage a spike and fall back. So they're pretty much pinned. They have no choice but to fight. Orb now up. It isolates a couple of players. The one that was inside the smoke couldn't help out. That's Melzer on the top as his teammates fall by the hands once again of the defense of the Thieves.
High, low, and distant. Impossible.
Boy with them, yeah. What can you really do at this point?
Nothing. Nah, you can save.
We'll see.
Nope. Thought for a moment, Melzer was like, oh, okay, yeah, we're good. Nope. Nope. Cryo gets it. 12-8 for 100 Thieves. And that was not around it. They could get the ult used on. They felt comfortable doing it.
They wanted to.
They wanted to, but we didn't see any coming out of Crew. And the finisher.
They definitely wanted to as well, because look at this buy right now that's coming out from Crew. 4 Guardians, 1 Vandal, far away from the Blade Storms. Nothing to really help here. And that's
so neat that they actually have an Outlaw on this round 2, and Bang's gonna meet everybody with low armor first. He can just wreak havoc, trying to hide.
Look at this early rotate. You already see EU. Looks like he was heading towards Boiler to try to do the same, to try to fight here and try to cut the rotate, but instead decides to fall back within the A site where Cryo is posted up, the same position as before. That was not noted by Crew because they had no pressure in position on that side. It's an Outlaw and an Operator set up on the A site.
You're about to get a defensive dart coming back up too, so they should be able to do another read here towards A. We're gonna go ahead and get a knife out real quick as that pushes Cryo back.
And it was a little bait. Get hit by the knife so that somebody could swing towards L, but no contact with the Outlaw. Falling back now, picking up a rifle. Lockdown being used on the attack, and Kraus, he just wants to stay inside the site.
Yep.
Doesn't even care if he's gonna get detained. Just to allow Hero Thieves to get the first blood. Hit now coming out on the attack to block off the screens. Here's the attempt now for 100 Thieves to come back
and retake the site, all of them towards heaven. Only a wingman available, no other flashes to support. And now they have to just move in as a group, drop it towards the ground, headshot MTA. Spike has just been planted by Crew, but you do have other things moving in. Boost you with another one towards the dice. Now hiding inside the pit. The 3 players are holding back here. The 2 players are holding back. Females are in heat, right inside that pit.
With Guardians to push that fight, and EU was giving Heat such a hell of a time planting. You may see Heat underneath that heaven drop. Like, why aren't you planting? He got knocked down to 35 health before seeing anybody, and he thought he was getting shock darted. So Crew was also sent into chaos because they couldn't plant the spike, but still managed the situation so well throughout the pit. Man, pulling it out when they really needed to. Backs against the wall, game point on the line. Crew stay alive. 100 Thieves are going to start pushing back harder, though, I think. Already up to B here with the operator out.
This has been a play that's been used before here by 100 Thieves, but it's a jump spot denied by Cryo.
That was a, if you think about it, Cryo was deep on that angle. Usually it's just a sliver that has allowed Kesnet to do that same jump earlier on Cryo. But no, he got a little deeper with the help there of Boostio, or I'm sorry, of Bang.
EU, he was looking to be under attack there, but Asuna's there for the save. Up towards the A tower. 2-player advantage now for 100 Thieves. A different story than that previous round, and they also have ults in their favor now. So Boostio is going to put this up, force them back towards Bang on that flank. He's about to get swung out by 3 players. He gets 1 for it, and Cryo holding with the up. There's that crossover, and they're like, yeah, I think there's going to be an op there. Let's go back towards the A site where there's 3 players of 100 Thieves. As they go for the high-low, there's the last 2 picks. 100 Thieves clean in this last round as he defeats now Crew on the first map of Icebox.
Defensive side, locking it up here for 100 Thieves for sure. The protocols between Boostio and Bang, and Cryo and Bang on B as well. And then over towards the other side, having Asuna crush Cryo in the last few rounds, come up with that operator and the Blade Storms. What do you do when 100 Thieves surges like that? You almost can't do anything, Vansil.
The only thing you get to do right now is hopefully reset here and bring it over to the next round of Lotus, where they actually look pretty good against Cloud9, look good in the past of the season, and hopefully can push this onto Ascent.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
dodge that one. But Aston finds a good timing, just swings the ball, and it's good for 3.
Duelo por parte de Fabi, a ver cómo la maneja, lo tienen controlado, lo detectan, le va a poner una y la va a concretar el Fabi.
Here with Coach Zix of 100 Thieves. A little close there at the beginning, but eventually you take Icebox. I want to ask you about that closeness. It was 6-6 at the half. It was, what I saw personally, you can tell me if I'm wrong, is that there was a different 100 Thieves from the first half to the second half. One, would you agree with that? And two, what did you say to them at the half to help them just take it and run with it at the end?
I think it's pretty natural in like high pressure games that we kind of take a cautious approach at the beginning. We definitely started out very cautious, but I will say, I think that Crew's better half by far is defense, so we expected a much harder half on defense and a much easier time on our defense. So once we got to defense, we also just had a lot of confidence and knew that they're not that great with their util, to be honest. They just kind of swing dry a lot of the time, so yeah, we just played around that very, very well and came away with the win.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Interesting insight there that we got from Coach Zix. And I mean, I think one of the conversations that they probably had in the halftime was like, hey guys, wait, Cryo, just go and take them all out. That's part of the plan that worked out.
And you know what, Golden Boy? I was listening to the comms, but I'm not at liberty to say.
Yeah, you're not at liberty to say whether that was the plan.
No strats. No strats revealed.
I mean, but this guy was crushing it. But I think this kind of goes to what we were talking about leading into this match, which was that once those sides flip, once Cryo gets that comfortability with that op on defense, it's going to be really hard to stop them. And we also saw a few times that Crew, they kind of just continuously fit a square block into a circle hole. It just wasn't really working.
No, absolutely not. Cryo played a fantastic game. Always will on the defense with the op. Don't need to reiterate that anymore. I mean, it's just always the case, right? But on the other side for Crew, what's crazy is they actually led this game in first kills, 12-10, and lost in that fashion because 100 Thieves were able to capitalize on so many misplays in their man advantage situations, winning a 2v4, a 2v3.
So many times, and even for Cryo's himself, the way he was able to reposition to get like multi-frags with the op or the outlaw over towards B site in particular. Like I think if you're a Jet player out there, you want to go watch a game like that and see how he repositions with those types of guns because he was tearing Crew apart with it.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, something that really stuck out to me from what Coach Zix was saying was really just about how this team, Crew, their opponents, kind of just swing them wildly, right? In a lot of those situations there. Let's actually go ahead, though, and hear what Coach Adam has to say in the Crew camp as we get ready for map 2, and we'll talk more about that as we return.
Here with Coach Adam of Crew Visa. We are one map away from making the wrong type of history, Adam, where Crew will not make their first Champions event. And everyone who I've talked to in the team has said, we don't feel pressure, we don't feel the pressure. To be blunt, Adam, why aren't you feeling the pressure right now? You are one map away from elimination.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the team is feeling pressure. I mean, 100 Thieves is a difficult rival, and there are things that we are not supposed to fail on, and when we fail on game, it's easy for them to punish that, and that's what they did. But now we go to our map, and I think that we can have more control over those things in Lotus.
Was the team confident when you went back there?
Yeah, 100% after yesterday's loss. We spoke, and the team understood what we did wrong, and I feel them that they are really hungry for winning today.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Well, yeah, let's go ahead and talk about map 2. We're going to be taking a trip over to Lotus here. And as we were talking about before, right, this Crew team really needing to find that next level because it feels like at this point you got a lot of teams that are kind of playing around them when it comes to how they manipulate the game. And Crew's, unfortunately, playing right into their hands way too often.
This is one of the best maps, though, in the pool for Crew to take 100 Thieves to. Somehow 100 Thieves got away with not playing Lotus all the way from kickoff until just the end of stage 2, which is crazy because it's one of the most highly played maps in the pool right now. Crew have always been at a pretty solid level on it, and from what we've seen from 100 Thieves in the past couple weeks, it's left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I think Crew could definitely try to poke some holes in the defense, especially because Crew, I think, thrive on larger maps, so they're able to play less for like hard execs and more to like find timings, activate different lurks on other sides of the map. Lotus is certainly a map where you can play to that type of strength.
Interesting. So you feel like Lotus in this situation could very well play into Crew's hand here, potentially.
It's a better map for Crew, but I still think it's a 2-0 for 100 Thieves.
From what we've seen with 100 Thieves on attack here, I think they're incredibly readable. It's been a very one-note approach that Crew, from watching their previous games, should be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, so now I guess the question that we're all wondering is, does Crew have enough? Right? Like, yes, they have some slight advantages, but I do kind of want to rest on the fact that these guys, they're nasty aimers. Like, we kind of saw it in that Icebox game. Every time that they were given an opportunity, they thrive in those situations. Just got to find all those other pieces to work together here.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely strong. They've proven themselves to be strong. The trouble is they have only beaten Cloud9 in Stage 2. Only one singular team. Now facing elimination, not just from playoffs, but for the whole year for them. They have to turn it around, or it's just too late.
And let's not forget, that was a Cloud9 team that's also been in a bit of a flux, a bit of a tumultuous situation as well. So, I mean, why? Do you feel the same way for Crew in this instance?
That it's, I mean, for Crew going into this right now, I think that this is their best shot in the series of winning a map. I'm still worried for Ascent after that. I think that they can take this one, but they need to prove a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And look, we're not going to sugarcoat it. You get to Ascent, and I think 100 Thieves are sitting pretty with that one. So Crew, they have to figure it out here and now. And no matter what, they need to force that map 3 in order to keep the hope alive to make it to another Champions event. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for map 2 of this elimination matchup. You got Vansili and Rivington.
Thanks again, GB, and they pretty much nailed it here, Riv, on the analyst desk, that when you're looking at the veto and these 3 maps that we're playing, it's a tough one right now for Crew.
Yeah.
There's only really Lotus that's really going to give him a chance to push us to a 3rd map, but the 3rd map is Ascent. Although, when you're looking at the map like Lotus, you had some players pop off in that moment against that C9 game. Even if they lost 11-13, it was still a map that Heat popped off. It was still a map as well where, you know, Six was mentioning that they like to swing a lot against 100 Thieves, and that's what worked to their advantage, though, when they were playing the retakes on Lotus against C9.
It's when you can swing. And honestly, 100 Thieves didn't seem like they were all that collected on Lotus, too. So this could be a big, big toss-up. As we see the agents coming in right now, we do expect Heat to be on that fade, Kesnet back on the Raze, and the rest of the team to filter out as is. So nothing's changing really here for us as we get into the matchup. And we are going to have Crew on defense first. So they'll have to weather the storm of what 100 Thieves wants to bring to the table. Not looking like they have too much crazy stuff, just that Sheriff on Boostio.
And with 100 Thieves on the attack, though, that's where it was a pain point for them against G2.
Was always see, but never any results.
Never working the map really to their favor, and they also had to not only, you know, Bang could be Thanos maybe on Ascent, but they were playing against a Jonah P. Galactus over on the B side on how they were playing defensive side on G2. And they also did so good to shut down Asuna, not giving a chance here to allow the Star Duelists on this map to really activate for the side of the Thieves, and hopefully that's something that's been identified now for the attack side of 100 Thieves as they started off here with an A side control.
Haunt left, and right side you saw Heat's Haunt come out of B, and that is a heck of a B hold as everything's going towards A here for 100 Thieves so far. They've just skirted around the problem. I think MTA, he knows it's coming because he lost quite a bit of health there.
A great start, though, for 100 Thieves on this read. Weak side towards A. Crew was setting up for a trap play for a fight from the alarm, but on B or a tap on the C site. Now Kesnet is swinging out. Somehow Crew get the first blood. Up towards the staircase, and that's a spike falling down all the way towards the back. So yes, we've entered the site for 100 Thieves. We're so far away. Yeah, indeed. At least the paint shell is going to help a bit, give a chance now for Austin to move forward, but he's moving alone. No support towards the back at tree.
Jeez, they just set up a security system on the spike now. What else?
What else? It's the Sheriff. What else? It's the Sheriff. Boostio getting Timid to turn in 2 more in his favor, allowing EU again on a 1 versus 2. It's a high-low on the staircase. He's down to 1 HP. Gonna make it very difficult now. Hit by the paranoia, forced to fall back. And with 18 seconds left, now his hands pretty much pinched here, twisted, forced to move in and out of the smoke, and that's going to be greeted by the crossfire set up by Shy and Melzer. Swings out, there it is, Crew with a good start.
Man, just getting into sight was the problem. I think you nailed it. When the spike went down, that was kind of the crux of the play. Nobody had a chance to reroute through tree fast enough. Nobody was still there to secondary pick it up, so the spike as the caboose seemed to be a problem on that one as the train was headed into sight. Boostio with 3, though. That Sheriff did come up big. Kesnet is rocking his way towards the showstopper too after a kill for himself. Looks like they're going to try to nade back here on whatever may be a second round protocol.
Let's definitely try to smother these players here, trying to take board control like you just mentioned. And look at Lucio after the initial utility. Here is the footstep, the fallback of 3 players. Although unfortunately for the Thieves, as they were trying to fall back, Melzer got a pick here with the Outlaw. I'm assuming the door opened up for him to get that one as he's holding the tree. All right, he got an orb and a death.
Orb and an orb.
Lucio is able to sneak in towards that B side and get the pick. And he'll give a chance, though, for EU to move in for a plant. And somehow, again, the IGL with the Sheriff is able to drop 2.
4 Sheriff kills to start already.
And damage onto Heat. Heat now forced to throw a haunt to get info. Lucio's trying to find the timing with that swing. Weapon now picked up by Bang. His HP is down to 35, and the smoke is going to make it difficult for him to try to clutch this 1 versus 3.
All right. Crew keeping quite a few alive, too. So that is going to feel good. Going to have this Outlaw for the low armor next round.
No charges.
Let's see how they set up on defense, too, to come into this one, because I think we're going to finally get the 100 Thieves C round. And might just get a C mount fight. Good rotation so far by Crew. Not overexerting anything to get these situations back and really playing behind each other here. I think that's what they were failing to do a little bit towards the end of Iceboxes. Get those rounds. All right, yep, here's the C play from 100 Thieves. And it looks like they are going to get Haunt over the wall. Priority from Crew here, too.
Prowler instead under the smoke. And it's a double smoke, too, for them to pop out of there. And it surprises Kesnet. Duelist down now for Crew. Lucio continue to push forward. And finally, he is able to find something here with the Guardian to trade it back. But this bonus round from Crew that they were trying to take control towards Mount at the start was fully denied by great utility from 100 Thieves.
And that weapon is just out of Mount, so they're not really going to be able to do an excursion to get it. You can see EU protecting it just for now. And make sure they can't come out for this.
Bring them down.
Well, actually, yeah, this Prowler's not getting contact, and really doesn't matter really at this point. EU's anchored up, posted up here, and waiting potentially for the Haunt to come out and throw it, and just to keep really Crew anchored up towards the C side. You already see the scaling up on the other end from 100 Thieves out towards the A side on this minimap.
There you go.
Find you.
Boom. Called it. Haunt's out. He knows at least one's here, so they're going to be rotated across the map, and even that 1 at C means that probably don't have 2 on A. They would be rotating or backside sight, so this should be pretty easy for them to take.
Yeah. And it's definitely easy and open sight now for 100 Thieves to plant, and focusing on getting A orbs up onto Austin and getting the showstopper up and ready as soon as possible. And there is that triple push. Weapon upgrades coming out from Crew at least. Guardian, Vandal picked up.
Oh, okay, he heard him.
He's going to hear a lot of them, and he doesn't really have help yet. So the door gets opened up. That's a window of opportunity for EU to get punished, and he will. Shy with the first pick, and with the wall coming up, not given a chance here for 100 Thieves to help his teammates. Help EU to go for a trade. Now forced to fall back inside the site. Paranoia being thrown out. A face-to-face battle won by Bang, and there you go. They stopped the hemorrhaging for that round. Gun round converted for 100 Thieves on the attack.
All right. And it looked like 100 Thieves felt confident in that, right? Moving around the map, even losing 1 wasn't a problem. They kept pace. It looked like they had the positioning they wanted the whole time. And the EU lead was very nice, inserting him towards that left side. It's not even something we saw the last time they were playing Lotus. 100 Thieves wasn't showing us any fakes. They would go C. They wouldn't even open the door B or touch any of the doors in the map. They were just doing the basic fundamentals. And here, already stretching that a little bit more. And a nice cross-map play there. We get into guns for both teams here in our 4th round. A little less love on that C mound, but it is Crew pushing up on Rubble this time. Melzer gaining a very forward position as they went for that fight. And they're not going to find anything just yet, so expect that rotation now. 3 members for Crew and B, and they're playing a we're prepared to go to either side of the map situation on defense right now.
Looks like it's a setup.
Yeah.
Clearing out towards Rubble with the snake bite. Boostio trying to jump up towards B main. They have a lockdown to work with as well for the attack set of the Thieves. It could have potentially been a lockdown on C, on B at that point. Now it seems to be an execution just to try to clear rubble. And if they could take control of that, maybe ult towards A. But instead, as they realize the one-way smoke's being thrown out by Melzer, all of them falling back, pulling back, and going for that initial play, the lockdown towards C.
Smokes up for Cryo, gonna be able to get that good in sight. Oh my, Asuna.
Spike down, C.
And they lose 2 players in that fight before they're able to get that lockdown down. Door now being opened up by Heat. Just being sprayed as he falls back. And now the site's been given up because of this lockdown, but this will pin all 3 players of the Thieves inside the C site, and only 2 players will stand with weapons because the other one has the plant. Given a chance now for Crew to move in from the waterfall, trying to pinch in also from the spawn, but as Cryo still holding it towards the waterfall. Only one left, avoiding the paranoia. It's Boostio coming off the plant. Here's the footsteps on the top, there's the dink, but Kestit wall bangs him back. And Crew managed to get a clean retake in round number 4.
So Crew have their focus on C and B, right? They play outside of A on that round. There's quite a few ultimates, too, from 100 Thieves that would push them out of sight, right? Make that fearful to just play in it. But that's exactly what Crew do. Like you said, they're in sight when all these ults or hits are coming in. The lockdown was going down. They were ready to take that fight and throw 100 Thieves off guard. So really, really neat way to play this one towards C, knowing if it went A, it'd be a retake. But they were ready to just face the fight. And that's the Crew we know. Just getting down and dirty as soon as possible in these rounds as that fight happens. Ult for Kesnet. It looks like they're going to try to use it right off the bat.
Yeah, if any pressure is coming through. So a lot of that util towards bubble first, so that if there's actually anything going through and anybody trying to come across, at least a showstopper is going to be used towards the doorway. But a quick pivot by 100 Thieves, a quick tempo towards the C side. But all this a ruse to start.
This defensive setup that Crew is doing always leaves 3 and B right after the first protocol of the round. Really leaves it versatile for which way they want to move here. And are they gonna choose right though? 100 Thieves look to play that re-hit game again now on Lotus, where they have 4 towards C and that 1 lurk. And they've opened the door. It finally happened. Just trying to mass with Crew. That's all they need to put a few more things in their mind. And yeah, Crew is very spread thin across the map here, so this should be nice if 100 Thieves try to hit.
Toxin screen down. You definitely see the cautious play coming out from 100 Thieves. And this might be the engagement right after. When his orb comes down, it's going to have to be Asuna facing against the unknown with the showstopper in. Thankfully, here on that side, there's nobody
30 seconds left.
Guarding that site. Satchel's back towards the spawn, head-to-head against Kestit, who runs forward. And now Kestit has his own showstopper, gonna pull it out on his side, and now he runs forward!
What is happening?
At least it's traded out. There's the Nightfall out from the waterfall. Lots of contacts coming through on the pulse plan. It's going back and forth, lit up like a Christmas light, and only Cryo and Melzer. Controller versus controller, TPing across the world potentially. No, it's a fake. Inside the smoke, back face out, Cryo's waiting for Melzer. A bad play coming out, punished by the 100 Thieves.
That was big brain. Thought he could jump through and see it. Maybe he caught a glimpse of it, but actually catches the full clip. Goes down, and 100 Thieves find another round in this already back and forth matchup. Back and forth showstoppers, to be honest. That's absolutely crazy. I don't know if we've ever seen that. At least I haven't. Oh my. And yeah, the jump through, thinking had a moment. The positioning was outside sight. Just everybody's going wild right now. 100 Thieves are vibing just off of that round and what it meant.
I don't know if they're vibing. It feels like Asuna's heart rate was like at 300 there.
Palpitating, maybe the word. The vibes will come. The vibes will come.
Interesting enough, though, you see the control towards the C side of the mountain. The orb's picked up by Asuna when you had EU ready here with the Nightfall on that side. So they want to leverage, once again, utility to overtake the site. Maybe identifying that Crew is going to be on an eco this time around, so they can use guns in their advantage and use the guns to potentially get these orbs. And it works out. I mean, look at these sprays coming out.
Oh my God.
And there's a Nightfall. All right, through the smoke, Kesnet falls. And that's a post plant potentially successful now as the whole roster of 100 Thieves are guarding out the post plant on the C side. A battle about to ensue towards the flank, and it's going to be the last battle in the hands won by Bang. As 100 Thieves get a flawless and now tie up the game on Crew's map pick.
And I'm sure Zix is happy to see that. Having like you said, these are pressure games, right? We play a little slow to start that. Well, on eco rounds, you better not be slow to those. You got to be confident. You got to go, and especially after just winning the gun round they did. Get in there, start pulling the rug out from under Crew's retake by smoke shots. Why not? Why not? The flawless is there. The econ is now there, as you're seeing this low money here on the side of Crew that's going to really start to affect them if they can't get through these rounds. They have some ults to work with, and they continue to pressure this A Rubble side. I think 100 Thieves are just fine to let them have this area, use that initial util, and get back when they can. But this is a different look from Crew as they push a little bit further.
Exactly. With EU, his position, or should I say Bang from his position when he broke that haunt, heard a lot of util and players moving up towards the rubble, which also calls the 100 Thieves to pivot more towards the C side just to keep those opponents at bay and force potentially Crew to fall back and second guess their positioning here now. As you can see it, Melzer's now holding this area alone, and all of the Thieves are grouped up now together to fight back and potentially regain control of this A site.
Boostio finally gives a nod to front side B here. So whether or not this is conditioning for some rounds to come, you have to wonder as the A Rubble hit comes in.
Well, that Han's gonna get shot, so that gives his position away. Tries to TP out. Yeah, got seized with a molly, but at least it's an omen. TP's out and also gets back to safety behind spammable box. But that might be it as soon as this wall comes down. Asuna going for the spray first as the wall drops, and it's won by Melzer and Heat for the support, but it's a trade-off for a 1-for-1. Heat forced to fall back towards Hobbit. The lurk from Boostio, but once again, an immediate trade. Now Nightfall on the attack side does hit Shy. Shy falls back and goes for the lockdown right away, but there's the pivot from 100 Thieves towards the A site at 17 seconds left. Ping shells available for Kesdin that could deny the plant. 100 Thieves have to move quickly now. And there's Cryo winning that one, a huge kill to allow now finally a safe plant for the Thieves.
Shy just jumped into sight.
And he's moving in here towards the spam box. There's that double swing. He gets one. He isolates that fight. It's tied up on a 2v2, forcing out the pit on the attack. And now EU just holding his ground towards that staircase. Timidatory coming out. MTA winning that fight. The pit comes down, but the Tori doesn't spot him.
So low.
The players are definitely low, but now it's re-healed because of that pit. MTA is still very healthy. EU has no util. MTA with the wide swing for that fight.
Just waiting for the health to come back, knowing that couldn't come from Shy. He was watching the back angle. It is up to MTA to swing and hitting those shots today. Absolutely wild round for Shy. The speed which Shy dropped back into sight was a huge kill here. Absolutely incredible movement.
Especially there.
Man, yeah, MTA's quick flick and going towards tree to get regain control there. Wild. That's a little bit of confidence we have not been seeing from Crew, and after 2 rounds to 100 Thieves, Crew take one back in the post plant. 3 ults ready too, and that was the econ round that they could not suffer. They get through it, get those 3,000 credits. Little push out here. We've switched the map completely as we put Melzer on the left side and the rest of Crew now for this rubble fight, but nothing's gonna come of it just yet.
Definitely a stalemate to start. Orb now picked up by Asuna, 1 away from the showstopper. Continuous, similar scenarios rather, as once again Bang was pressured out towards the A side, but this time around it's not going to be Melzer trying to hold out the orb, hold out the A main. It's actually going to be MTA that does have a snake bite to work with still, so it could delay even more. So once again, 100 Thieves trying to work the map and a push forward from Shy and Heat. Catches Boostio off guard, identifying these lurks and the pressure that Boostio is trying to bring.
They realize he's just toying with him. Wait though, Asuna trying to move fast here and recoup on that kill and see if they can get one of their own.
Paranoia is beautiful here just to push the players back from the Nightfall thrown by Heat. You'll take that any day. A little Paranoia versus an ult. Now the paint shell's coming down here from heaven. Asuna avoids it after going for the plant. And with that has the showstopper, but he's low on HP. Bang with the spray. Showstopper now initiated. Engaged and holding it back towards the tree just to be the last line of defense and also trying to run that clock down. MTA trying to walk out, hit by the C's, also taken down by Cryo. And the last 3 players here, it's going to be difficult now for Crew rather.
to retake this A site. It comes down potentially on this pinch towards the staircase as well. There's a high-low. Melzer makes it work. Advantage back for 100 Thieves as there's only one player left. It's going to be Heat at low HP in the back of the site. The swing from the side avoids the shots, breaks the haunt. And Asuna is just going to run the clock down. It's all in favor of the Thieves. Heat trying to fall back to save. Might be too late. The round will go for the Thieves no matter what. Oh, he escaped. He escaped. At least there's that. At least there's that.
He gets away with it. Oh, 100 Thieves right back to A. Even with the majority of the members of crew there to start it, right? That's one of the rounds where it was only Melzer at C and the rest of crew is A. 100 Thieves still push through, and these side takes and retakes are bloody. Yeah. Teams are right in each other's faces. These smokes clear. They're testing each other to the max, and it is just coming down to the last drop in a few players every single time as we're now at round 9, 4-4 here on map 2. Just that pit's going to be left for MTA. Slowing it down with that basic 4-1 here from 100 Thieves. They don't even leave. Yeah. Actually, bang over there for Eve for their long.
Pistol round setup pretty much now for crew. The difference is they don't have the alarm bot out towards the B main, so they do have some players needed to face that angle. And the jump spot, you see it from the mini-map coming out here from MTA, so all of this pressure might be good because this is the perfect stack on this orb tap. Door, although not being broken up. You're waiting for the turret to actually initiate that. There's the paranoia, but Asuna with the judge close range, and there's the swing out the door. That's a spike down, and a beautiful setup by crew to shut down 100 Thieves on that control of the C-Mound. Although here's the push at the door. MT misses that cross, giving a chance now for Bang for that fight. There's that headshot onto Kestit. And Bucio's now alone in the back one by Heath, crouching down for the spray. And crew take the lead again.
A thrifty coming in from crew. If you were to rewind the game just a few rounds back, you'd see them playing that same strat outside B. They just weren't able to use it. Reading the map when it's most appropriate, trying to put these little outside the box protocols in. And man, did it pay off. Super smart stuff coming in from MTA to keep the options open here for crew. And for that round to come back in their favor. We go back and forth again. Now crew takes the lead, and it's going to be pistols. Sheriffs for 100 Thieves here as they're finally economy broken. Just a rubble control will not be fought for this time. And it's going to have to be 100 Thieves on a fact-finding mission here before they feel comfortable on this, their own thrifty to get through this round.
Looks like they thought they had an opportunity here to take down Melzer opening that door. But with that shot gives their position away, and they're like, okay, well, let's just go back to where we could maybe get some pressure on the C side. One-way smoke being thrown by Cryo, allowing Bucio to sneak up and get the headshot onto MTA. Huge start now for 100 Thieves to move inside the C site, the platform mound. Potentially here to play outside of the site because Keston has the showstopper to work with. Door now being opened from the back, shot and taken down by Cryo once again. And that will potentially nullify the usage of that showstopper for Kesnet, unless they want to commit it. Kesnet and Heat already running in. Pain shells now being thrown towards the bend. Snake bite to answer back on the side of the Thieves. And that is it. Last two players falling back for crew. And it'll be a round converted by 100 Thieves with a thrifty.
Thrifty and a thrifty. They answer back with one of their own. You have to be kidding me. What is this game right now? That lurking from Boostio too, just catching onto the site, able to easily take down MTA quick, and Heat's gonna be forced to save again. Deja vu for crew. Jeez. 100 Thieves showing so much more life here on their attack side, and that confidence that they're able to bring out. And by confidence, I mean they're not just waiting outside C and trying to work off audio that they hear at A or maybe a step mid. They're creating their own opportunities, which is exactly what was lacking for 100 Thieves last time they played Lotus. They were waiting for opportunities. Let's see if they can create some more here in the last few rounds of the first half. 2 ults per side to be used. This is a very different look from 100 Thieves here. Way back in, just to see if they can get some different movement out of crew. Okay, 2 away from Nightfall for Heat, and again, They start to just collect in B so they can rotate anywhere off 100 these actions.
They want to fight this. As soon as the smoke dissipates, it's potentially a paranoia and just a run through here with the haunt.
There.
As now they hear the Prowlers coming out towards B main, though, this might be the call to move forward. But Kesden is rotating back, ready with the showstopper just behind his teammate. There's a satchel across with the wall up. Paranoia being thrown on the defensive side, and it looks like we don't want to go for the high-risk, high-reward of the showstopper of Kesden.
Got that little lurk on the left side of the map, still giving out audio, and look where EU's going, instantly booking it back. They can easily hear Shy running out of sight right now through Waterfall, but do they know it's MTA again?
Busio might get picked here. They heard the drop for sure. And there's that easy kill. TP towards the site. He sticks it. Oh my god, that was close. Let go of that one for Cryo. Gonna meet up with the rest of 100 Thieves. Forced now to open the door, but once again, potentially into their trap if they were committed to move inside this B site. Once again, because of this showstopper for Kesden. Now just going for the trade off towards that C site, one on their side. 3-on-3, Kesden with the showstopper. Now Satchel right at the legs of Cryo.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left. Satchel, though, denies that plan for a bit, forcing the stick, runs out of bullets, or switch to the knife, and there's that spring. Oh! Heat!
Oh my gosh. Everybody right now should just be walking over and high-fiving Kesnet for the strats on that round. Being able to bump the bomb, being able to get the kill with the showstopper, causing chaos in the site, and absolutely leaves up the chance for the team, for Crew, to close this one out. The runaway is such a bait there from Shy, because MTA was staying in sight. Here's the jump by, and Busio thought he was free in C.
Busio's always been very confident with the way that he plays as this lurk. I mean, we've seen so many opportunities in his past games against Sentinels as well. It's like, how the hell did he make it behind enemy lines, pushing out towards the mid side, and thought this time around he had an opportunity to do the same thing towards that ramp. And unfortunately not checking his angles, not aware, as you called here, Riv, that it was a perfect bait and switch, and that is probably going to have to be a timeout to go back to some cleaner protocols for this last round. So thankfully, no showstopper for the retake on the side of Crew, and they still have a lockdown to really just overtake a site.
Right. Loft and Nightfall coming in from Heat if they want to use it. 14-6 for him.
Oh, they'll definitely want to use it. We're moving to the last round now, so this might get bloody. This might get bloody.
Let's see what they can do. And if you think about it, if those lurks had almost detected the MTA and C with Shy's runaway earlier, Busio now knows that, right? Is you just educate yourself throughout the game and learn what they're doing. That lurk now into C would be totally different. But with 1 round left, info's hardly usable. They just understand that Crew is going to leave someone inside anchoring really late in the round.
Pistol round set up once again, but for the 3rd time, a slight variation. The alarm bot goes back in front of B, but there's no turret to watch the C side, so the paranoia throw and the pinch could potentially be made off the tap of an orb. Again, leveraging a Nightfall of Heat on top of that. And there it is. Paranoia, Nightfall, hits so many players, and there's a deep look from Bang to try to win that fight. 2 players now falling down for the Thieves, and a huge advantage for Crew to start.
Ooh. Cutting that timeout off. Nicely done. And now 3 members of 100 Thieves figuring out where to go on the map. All they have was C usually on these and B, so everything has to be retaken without using their utility. And Crew look like they're going to grab a 7-5. A hell of a fight from the defensive side. Crew, at one point, 100 Thieves had a few in their favor, but still bring it back here as we watch these final frags of the round.
It could still happen. Remember what just happened on Icebox previously. They lost a 2 versus 4. They lost a 2 versus 5 for Crew this time. There's even an extra body for the Thieves, and on top of that, the lockdown is still available. So despite getting 2 first bloods on Crew's side in this round, there's still an important ult in the hands of 100 Thieves here.
Oh, that was a 3-ping? Crazy hard.
But this pit is not going to do too much. That lockdown is going to force them away unless he just wants to stay stuck in that with the support that he has from the rest of the players. There's 13 seconds left. Smokes are being drawn out. EU's just waiting on the other side of the Hobbit. And as now we attempt to go for the plant, there's the C's. There's no need to follow up. Door has been broken. It's not being checked. EU with the first kill, swings out on the second one. It is doable once again for the Thieves. Cryo holding outside of the smoke. There's one hiding inside of it, and that's going to be Heat.
EU with a third into the round. He finally answers back, but it's perfect trade for 100 Thieves. They've turned it around. It's up to MTA alone now. Cryo inside of the tree. Tap on that spike, sees, pushes MTA away, and there's that wide swing converted by 100 Thieves as Crew lets another advantage fall.
Who else picks the pockets on an unwinnable round? It's 100 Thieves to do it again. We saw it on Icebox. We see it here on Lotus. They stave off a 7-5, and they give us the clean 6-6 first half. And by clean, I mean both teams were throwing some haymakers in these. They needed the star power in strats. They had great protocols from both sides. They were reading each other really well. What a start to the second map.
And this is tournament life on the line for both of these teams, but you do have that one map advantage currently for 100 Thieves. Crew have to turn it back right around here as the score is tied 6-6, and it will resume after the break.
Yo creo que los otros equipos siempre ven que somos un equipo fuerte, pero que no podemos hacer los partidos. Entonces como que nos juegan de igual a igual como si fuera un equipo bastante importante para ellos, porque cada vez que perdemos o ganamos contra ellos nos tiran comentarios positivos. Entonces creo que siempre nos juegan como si fuéramos un equipo realmente bueno.
That's definitely it. Every team that plays against Crew Visa, despite the sporadic string of wins and strings of losses that comes out of this team, they're always going to be a team that's going to make you sweat for these victories.
Right.
And you've currently seen it here in this first half of Lotus, and at the same time, how much value they could also bring as a team in these swings. But now, they take the attack side, and they played against Cloud9 when it was an 11-1.5. They hopefully have cooked something new today.
It's funny, we've heard other teams say that too, but being on the receiving end of just getting basically looked at page after page, so they know their strats, they would pregame prep everything, but only because the team had lost and then they were playing a certain team. Here, Crew is like, why does everybody prep so hard against us if everybody doesn't think we're that good? Well, they are that good. That's why teams prep. Crazy, crazy stuff. See what they can get on this one, and Crew have done their prep too. It just means they have to prep hard as well, knowing that every team's going to be gunning for them. It's no joke when Crew gets into an LCQ run or a playoff run with these players. Towards C to start. We're going to get Crew on the attack side now. 100 Thieves over onto defense. Would you believe a 4-1 to start us off? Don't actually have, oh, we do have Asuna Sheriff, okay. Just looking around, usually it's Boostio, but he's on a shorty this round, so he's gonna stay close. Everything is about waterfall and getting somebody to turn in him for there.
Yeah, he went 2 nanos and armored as well, so he's trying to play the jiggle, trying to do some damage with the nanos, get a shorty. If he falls back, I'm sure there's a classic towards waterfall for that round, but definitely a stalemate to start things off. We're at the minute mark, and everybody from Crew are still holding back towards the spawn. As finally here in the mid round, starting to scale up towards the mound. Alarm bot to watch a flank potentially now, giving a tell that the commitment is going to be the C site for Crew. There's that paranoid close range. Lucio still waiting, but just inside that smoke makes a little bit of noise, and there's that classic. Snake bite held them back for a bit, and here comes a whole pop, the huge pop.
Ooh, the fake. Nobody bites.
But Bang will out towards the band. 3-4 swinging out from Crew. And that's 2 down, 400 Thieves. And C-Site opened up for a plant.
Oh, that was chunky.
Good damage. 7 left here for Kesnet in terms of HP. Some Sheriff damage being done, but into the pulse plant. Really good for Crew. On the whole execution of flawless on top of that.
Vans, what's your over-under on the fact that they heard him pick up a weapon there just on the other side of the wall? Not a single person went to Boostio. I think they heard the little tick of the gun getting picked up. And very smart comms play. Everybody loops back a sight. Yeah, they take some nade damage, but the round win is A++ here. They get some good shots in, and they clean that one up. All right, Crew start off with a pistol. They should be able to get this second round unless the Thrifties continue to go the way of the low buy. Guardians, Vandals, holy moly. They are taking out loans just to get into this. They want to keep guns throughout that bonus, so Crew playing this one probably very slow. Want to keep everybody alive here.
Cover going out.
Yeah, it seems like they're refinancing their house on this buy.
so deep into the weapons. And think about it, the way 100 Thieves have been hitting this many, or just a few Sheriffs, they combine those shots and you could have one of those Vandals for yourself. So,
but it's a perfect read so far for Thieves. One hiding behind the tree, EU just waiting across, but no Prowler, no C, so it's really classic in Sheriff Austin with pain shells, but because of this angle, I don't think he wants to throw those pain shells. A wraparound from Crew, contact play, close range as Ben gets picked off. MTA with the second in the round, and finally Austin is going to get spotted. Oh, what an entry, what a round by MTA. A nice little anti-eco, flawless, and yeah, you're going to be able to just pay the bank back after that.
Yeah, you easily pay the bank back. Did they have UAV on that round? Is every turn they hit, there was a player there. MTA was just absolutely laser beaming people. Good Lord. That was unexpected, especially for the setup that 100 Thieves had there. You think one member of Crew goes down. But yeah, you can see Adam just absolutely pumped up there. Turn it up to 11. And Crew's trying to right now. They're going to go back towards A here to, again, just tempt. Same strat. A little bit of a push. Let's see what the reaction is from 100 Thieves. We do not have an operator coming out. And I don't think we're going to be seeing one.
Kraus behind the boxes and was trying to get that spray T-piece out, which allows EU to break the door and take down Melzer. And that's huge because that's no smokes for Crew to set up now for an execution.
What are these weapons on the right side? Still low armor for what's guarding on that C site. It's just going to be bang for now. The team moving into more of an anchor position on defense for 100 Thieves as Crew are setting up for that offensive attack. Oh, and they've chosen right. Soft site, it's just bang.
No utility, though. Trying to play the contact. There's finally a hot being thrown. Bang's position. Surrendered, given up. Especially with the boom bot, but somehow still manages to win that duel against Heat. Snakebite on the ground. Another one-on-one. Finally a double swing, but here it comes. Crew and are able to take the C site for now. Elise towards the bend. Shy is heavily wounded. Paranoia out on the defensive side. Now it's time for 100 Thieves to counteract. Turn around for EU in a 1 versus 2. Beautiful shots coming out from Crew. A chance to still win. Shy just waiting for EU for the peak. EU only has 2 bullets.
2 incredible clutchers in this game right now against each other.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
EU's gonna play it safe and Shy was going for the top swing for sure, and EU was cold the whole time.
Wow. I'm sure they couldn't relay too much damage onto him too, so yeah, wanting to at least get an eye on EU, something, but a smart play. Keeps distance, waiting for the plan anyways, it would have seemed like. Good replay on this. Bang to be in the back of sight. Actually super heady from Bang to step up there. Because when you're coming around that corner, a team expects you to kind of play on the platform. You're not going to be swinging into water, but swinging down into water is definitely what caught Crew off guard, dwindled their numbers, and got that damage onto Shy, so EU could collect. Really big stuff just coming together here in small steps for 100 Thieves on these rounds, but we're going to see a Crew B hit possibly here. Spike's down, so there's going to be a push and pull for now.
Definitely lots of utility being used at the very beginning. Breaking all util towards the B side. Wall coming up now on the defensive side. But really for Crew, working around that map, focusing on an orb. And now having players inserted in different areas. You still see Melzer up towards this side, and Asuna Although you had players instant up towards B, this is Asuna with a judge close range.
Oh boy.
Not checked. The problem went so deep, and somehow Asuna survives and falls back. There's not too much damage that he was able to do there against Crew with the surprise judge.
Yeah, I think they shocked each other for a moment. Quick hit. B door open in the end, and possibly an end B here as they're going to try to get a little fake towards C going on and get these players rotated on the side of 100 Thieves. Melzer.
Catches Cryo off guard as Cryo was trying to get a paranoia for the C side. Best he could do was that, but at least there's players for 100 Thieves. What just happened?
What in the world?
What just happened? Everybody just popped and died towards front B.
I think the door hit him on the way out. That's what it looked like. That door opened from 100 Thieves, and it was just a slaughter inside that tunnel in front side B. 100 Thieves are reacting very fast right now. And they're really not letting Crew feel like they have any space, to be honest.
There was nothing coming in from the B side. It was just Musu and Bang at the bend. Just spraying them all down.
Okay, back towards A. Scuffle? No, just a hang. Cryo, though, playing some elevation.
Good at this angle. Usually gets a pop shot here. Only saw this time not quick enough on a reaction, but at least spotted Keston jumping across. So that's Duelist on that side. Potentially now keeping 100 Thieves heavier towards this an A side hold. You can definitely see it here. The rotate out from Asuna down towards the staircase. Comes down now to the lurk activation, a double push coming out from Crew. But there's no util to come across with it. Bang just waiting on the other side. It almost feels like the murmurs here coming out. They felt something on Crew's side. Smokes dissipates. There's that contact play. Wall comes up. It's spotted too. But Try was still able to get instruct slightly inside this B site. Now forced to commit.
Good positioning.
And there's the high-low. Perfect now for the trade. 100 Thieves still with the upper hand, especially now that MTA has fallen by the hands of Cryo on the lurk. No opportunities to go in for a plant on this Thrifty for Crew. And once again, 100 Thieves, they take the lead.
Whoa. A little bit of a back and forth there. Cryo getting the 1v1 on the right side of the map. Definitely been some criticism towards why isn't he on a jet? Obviously here on Lotus, that's not going to be the composition. But people have always said, oh, there's the smokes. It's not going to be as good as a Cryo. It's not. Yeah. No, 14-11, stepping up, anchoring the left side. Been doing a big job there on Lotus for 100 Thieves. And the rest of the team too. Bang's 15-13. Playoff Bang here to play as the team continues to pull back rounds after Crew gets a few. With this though, this has been second half. 1-2-3 for the side of 100 Thieves here to start us off.
Crew are definitely feeling the pressure now because of this timeout being called. The first one by Crew on this map. They still have another in the bank. Same thing for 100 Thieves. But again, remember, Crew, they're falling behind not only by one round on this map, but one map in the series. And them losing this series will be the first time in all of the history of all the champs that we've had here in the VCTs that Crew will not attend. And they're looking for an opportunity here to defeat 100 Thieves and secure the 4th spot to join their LATAM compatriots to move into Champs in Seoul. And for 100 Thieves, looking to make the return as well, 4 out of the 5 to come back onto the championship stage, as they will allow EU to taste the championship stage as well. Moving up from challengers, picked up here by M80. And now potentially to move to champs with 100 Thieves. As now on the attack side after the timeout, Crew playing it very cautiously. It's time for them to feel the heat, to feel that pressure.
My ult's ready.
And to not be as explosive as we know that Crew could be.
Big hits here for the site. If they just don't want to get in with a lockdown, they do it with Showstopper, and they're going to see who's there to play before they get in.
It's definitely a setup. A setup to push out, Boombot to move forward towards the mound. And I was just about to mention that triple setup, the high-lows, was probably potentially right there to deny that Showstopper coming in. We stay on a 4 versus 4.
It's a little aggressive at C. I think everybody takes a breath after that. The door open here from Melzer as the play to C happens. It doesn't even look like they feel like that door is a problem on the side of 100 Thieves. They're still staying. We're just going to have EU check to make sure there's no hard B lurk.
Will just be a split inside the door. This is perfect right now. What 100 Thieves want for Crew to deplete their showstopper early. Depleting the lockdown early.
Lockdown.
Very interesting plays. But also it gives a chance now for Crew to set up the play towards Hobbit. And taking down the players on the A side would not allow a Nightfall to be used here on the defensive side retake.
I love the positioning already. Just if they stay in sight after putting a lockdown that early, it's useless. They have to gain some ground. Shy facing the wall, anti-flash, but also just being a little rat here.
Yeah, they're trying to leverage Kezit to be the bait. And there's a Nightfall. And that, because of that, he still gets 2 kills.
One enemy remaining.
And even the third one somehow. The Nightfall should have seen him, and he's able to play close range and just dome 3 players of 100 Thieves and allow Crew to tie up the game.
Jeez. Basically feeling like he's hiding until he looks down at his feet and his shoes get tied together. Didn't even matter. Yeah, the peak push there was crazy, but you can't fault. You got to try things certain times, get an upper hand in the round. It just looks that much crazier because we have an even score round after round here at 9-9. So anything I think anybody does outside team protocol just feels crazy. We still got to see it. We still got to have that play though. Quickly out Melzer onto Rubble, and they're not going to get too much worse for wear here off any utility coming in from the A stop from 100 Thieves. But we do have a lurk here. 100 Thieves get proactive on C long. Shy's going to find out.
Shy's going to find out the first duel and also see Boostio move up. No opportunities to trade it out. Boostio forced to fall back in ADS to cover that area. So wounded are 100 Thieves to start off the round number 19. Look at the positioning. You see her from Cry. He has to kind of go back and forth at this point and can't add that extra support into the A site, especially when they don't have a paranoia to help for the hold. They're just going to have to potentially gamble now where this hit from Crew would come from.
I like this thought already from Crew. I mean, he took one down here. Chances are, yes, they're still a player, but do they fully rebolster the site? Probably not. So you're more than likely getting that one player. Boostio is forced to back up, but he has his util to play around here, Van Silly. Uh-oh.
30 seconds.
No, he doesn't.
That's my fault. That's my fault. I'm sorry. That's me.
Crew made it in. This will be a plant. And also you can see it here. It's a Kesnet plant. Very similar play style to 100 Thieves where you have so many players close to these ults on MTA, on Heat, on Melzer. But they do give a lot of value to the showstopper right now on their raise. Again, for both of these teams, and you definitely see it for the last 3 of 100 Thieves, although isolated and separated. They're going to save their weapons now and forfeit the round to Crew.
What incredible stuff from Crew, too. Again, another round in their favor, but this is MTA coming in late to the season and being able to adjust with the team. Yes, had played with it before, understands the mentality and how to align with what the team wants to do from being there. But it's a different story to make it happen. And we're seeing it here from Crew. Another round for them is Melzer gets a little bit of a lurk on an Omen diff. But yeah, the round we saw them go C to A and then door to B, right? And then this round, it's pretty incredible things they're coming up with here. Right after the bonus is won by 100 Thieves, Crew do grab 2 rounds of their own. Just hatch that nade. Unfortunate. Looks like we will get a timeout here. On the side, 100 Thieves. Zix likes to get in early and set things up for the team, and you can easily kind of get an idea of what is affecting the team and what his Crew is using to get an advantage.
Yeah, it felt like Boostio
actually
felt
Zix
some sort of
quiet.
Yeah, I think it's all really on the conversation here around what Boostio and the rest of the team, what have they been seeing so far. I mean, the double push that we saw towards that C mound that got punished here by Shy, that's one of the first high-risk plays that 100 Thieves kind of did without getting really information on how they set up here for Crew on watching these flanks.
Right.
And it didn't pay off. It didn't pay off. They lost a round because of that, and now it's time to go back to, okay, maybe we have to use more utility or go back to the default of let's get our util, let's hold the A side. Let's get the one-way smokes, the default Lotus that you can play here with this composition here for the Thieves.
All right. Looking at the economy, Crew is stacked right now, like 5,000 almost across the board. 2 members just bought, so they're on a 2,500, but no problems there. Pretty low money for 100 Thieves here, so they could be in a position to suffer with these rounds to come if they cannot get through healthy. Just a watch now still from Shy Vans. Watch that flank. They know 100 Thieves wants to try things. They just want to give everybody that's pushing up on A free time.
This is not bad, though, from how things are going here for the setup for 100 Thieves to get information. Double up towards the mound. There's a Prowler to lisp out towards B main.
Yeah.
If there was contact, you're set up with the Paranoia to try to pinch that area. Well, for the rest, you could anchor up a little bit more deeply inside the A site because you have the alarm bot watching the staircase. So they are trying to go for, once again, some risky plays on stacks because they have this lower buy and trying to capitalize out of that. And it's a judge close.
They're trying to play this crossfire again with Tree and fake out to the right flank or right peak.
Now the Swarm pushes Asuna out, but the door has closed. So that's going to reset things, though. Look at him hide back behind the tree. And Busio just winning with the judge. There's a seize, it catches one, he swings out! And didn't realize there was 3 players there. Judge is not going to do anything. Busio melted by the snake bite. And now it's up to EU alone inside the site. Cryo long range from heaven with the
30
Guardian.
seconds left.
And you still see Cruz slightly hesitating, being fairly cautious to move inside the site. EU now avoiding the turret, trying to walk up. There's the Paranoia, but Bowser's waiting at the staircase for the backstab. And that will not give any chance here for 100 Thieves. I don't think this is going to be a 2 versus 5 that 100 Thieves could convert this time around because everybody is so close and tight-knit for Crew.
And the timeout doesn't matter. The fact that they threw the nade at Tree and were able to clear Tree so easily, think back to Crew's defense. They run that same positioning. I mean, a lot of people do. It's a really good crossfire here as we see the final shots. But the fact that they just threw a nade at Asuna's feet, that's crazy. Can't ask for more for Crew right now, especially coming out 100 Thieves timeout to just snuff out that momentum so they don't feel anything from it. Few ultimates for Crew to use here in the next round. And you know, if Asuna hadn't gotten chipped by that nade, he probably could have almost gotten a collat there. Probably could have almost. I'm really leaving it up to chance. All right, Stingers around and the Guardian for Busio.
They are mine.
And keeping their economy within range of being able to purchase, but still that's Crew's favor right now. Back to this 4-1. They like the way that 100 Thieves is answering it. It's not giving Crew that much pressure, and they don't have to sweat anything all the way up to Orb each time.
They definitely have been looking like clean rounds for Crew on how they're attacking these past few rounds.
Shadows traveling.
And albeit it was a broken buy for 100 Thieves, another broken buy for them this time around. And they're playing for the tie. They want to try to force this into overtime unless able to convert. The lower buy with Stingers, this half buy that they bring out.
Man, Crew actually set up really well here to close this one out and bring us to a third map. Alts, money, the momentum of the game. So they swap the 4-1, inserting Heat. That means Heat's going to have some type of a ruse play, right? This Haunt goes over towards A. Oh, it's going to be a full Nightfall. And he tags so many, you're right.
And that's definitely, okay, pedal to the metal. Let's move in towards the C site. Or picked up meanwhile by Kesnin, and it might even give him a spike. Indeed, he has it on his back. He'll activate it. And you talk about how important these ults could be. Yes, they have these set up if they don't need to use it into the next round. Lurk here by Heat, spotted now by the turret.
Kesnick got his, planting.
Now we'll have to see here for 100 Thieves in the lower buy on the retake. If it forces out these ults, this is pretty good. Oh, it's actually a turnaround by 100 Thieves. There's only 1 player left somehow. Heat now hit by the Prowler, gets the headshot onto EU. Cryo goes for the defuse, and that's a lockdown. That's a win here for the Thieves.
Absolutely wild. Too many cooks in the kitchen on that one. A little too forward from Shy and Kesnin at the same time. They get caught up in the showstopper. Feels good to get a double kill, but not that type of double kill. All right. So 100 Thieves actually, they stop it. We did not see that coming on the Stinger Guardian round, Van Silly. Give me a break. Crazy stuff. Honestly, after that chaos, the stingers are the best thing to have when you're running into sight. Just W and mouse 1. Results will come. All right, spikes down in A lobby. A little bit of push and pull around here from Crew as they know this is getting tight. A few more rounds of this economy and they won't be able to do too much if 100 Thieves get that game point.
Such a huge cushion there by 100 Thieves by converting that round with 4 players still alive and the first blood in this round. Crew's still healthy. Still good to buy in the next should they lose this one here. Although 100 Thieves this time around has a showstopper to work with, a great opportunity to tie up the game with it, as all of them are converting towards Asuna. Asuna misses a spray fight against Shy, who gets 3 kills and a lockdown activated for his side should they choose to use it for Crew. How are these fights being won so far?
I think that's a great point because it looked like they almost wanted to put lockdown right away, but realizing more rounds to play, get together so they can collectively use it and know the timing. So this is going to be the push into sight. They just have to worry about that drop, and the pings are already there.
Smart. It's in that corner, and they have a snake bite as well for if they want to use it for MTA. And there you go. Just gets shot in there.
Spike planted.
Now it's Bang. Able to rappel down silently. Here's the footsteps of 2 players towards Tree. Doesn't know if there's a third one. It'll be a surprise. Shy with a 4K. Pit coming up. And it's Busio alone now with the turret. Walking inside that pit, slowly decaying down. Tap onto it. There's a spray that's Melzer that seals the ace. But Crew doesn't care. They want the map in their favor.
You mentioned Shy there. The 4K from him recently in that round. The flank watch, winning the 1v1 duels, incredibly important on their attack side, on Crew's attack side right now, coming from Shy. 23 and 15 from him, cleaning up 100 Thieves members across the board. And they grab another one, Vance. Game point here. This has been a slugfest of a Lotus map between 100 Thieves and Crew, and we might even get that ascent for our decider. Crew's gonna push out towards A, actually roaming a bit towards B. It's one of the first times here in the last few rounds, if not their first.
So they're trying to bait out the showstopper. The spike's already dropped down towards the spawn, so they're trying to work the map for Crew's attack side. And really, for 100 Thieves, are not biting into any type of early utility being thrown yet. They want to confirm where the hit's going to be. They need the showstopper to add value to this round because they have, once again, a broken by Stinger and Bulldog in the hands of Bang and Asuna, respectively.
Oof.
As with the map point for Crew, you need this round to be pristine on the defensive side.
Looks like one of those wild rounds that'll eventually end B here for Crew. They already tried to get a blast pact utility destroy on C, but Bustio has placed his utility a bit deeper to not be affected by that just right away. So door does get open. They're using previous round strats here to get themselves around the map and not for the initial protocol. So they're trying to run 100 Thieves thin on defense.
Position's not the best here for Asuna. He's playing on the staircase. He might get caught. He's already got sprayed. Pain shells in, forced to come out. Showstopper close, there's the haunt, and not dodged by Kesnet, but at least Melzer is there. Oh, once again, EU opens the door and breaks it up. Fight towards the B side, pinch from Crew inside, and now swing it back! Jose! Toronto saves the day!
Oh my gosh! The way that Crew Visa was just jumping through there, he trying to get the jump peaks for the teammate. That usually they're so confident you just see a team take a round at that point, but no, Cryo. He held that, and then a slight little transition there at the end too as they collided on each other. Woo. Beautiful stuff. A necessary round there, staving off defeat. 100 Thieves stays here on Lotus, and we're gonna get a timeout from Crew. Ooh.
All the marbles in this round. Crew needing to close the map. That's something also that Kesnet just talked about when we came back from his halftime, when we had a chance to speak with him. Always given respect here by their opponents, but there always seem to be known to be a team that's not able to finish out maps. And now with this timeout, with championships in Seoul on the line, Crew needs to stave this last hold from 100 Thieves. If not, their dreams of going back to Champions is gone.
Okay, so let's think what has worked for Crew, right? They've got a lot of B strategies that were late in the round that worked. Some not necessarily needing a kill, but definitely were assisted by one kill at C, I think, to start that round, or A. They've had C, played with B door. The A strats are their slowest, and I think give 100 Thieves the most time to set up a defensive protocol to stop over there. We don't see any ults on the board. Bang's the closest one on deck with the Viper's Pit here. And Crew are going to try to go for that A again. This is the last time they played this. This is where Shy came up with the 1v1 at C.
It's not that quick coming through from Crew. It's a TP across, no satchels forward. But it is at least a tempo quick enough to potentially explode when this wall comes down. And there's the first. There's a second and a third.
Fans.
This is going to be it right here. I mean, look at the HP. Look at the players. It's easy right now for Crew to go for a plant. Tasting now the third map as a spike goes down on the A site. The last two players of 100 Thieves, Bang and Boostio. They've converted before a 2 versus 5 on Icebox, but now their positions have been given up by the Nightfall. And look how safe they're playing it. 3 players towards the tree. And as everybody's deafened on the defensive side, they're just so afraid of any players pushing, but this is perfect for Crew. No chance, really, as they need a miracle now for 100 Thieves to convert this round. It's not going to happen as Boostio is now the last player standing. There's not enough time onto the spike. Pad up the stats, get those kills, but it's over there. Crew will be able to push this onto Ascent.
Beautiful Lotus play from Crew. Again, shout out to MTA coming in at the end of the season, able to route Crew around the attack and defense of the side of 100 Thieves. And you have to admit there was a big return on investment there as Adam came in with the timeouts. The timeouts were so big for Crew here to settle down and get themselves in place to make sure we got to Ascent. What a game from Shy, 25 and 17 from the Sentinel.
Confidence is definitely coming back for Crew. Ascent is once again going to be a brawl. And I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Comes that one. But Aslan finds a good timing, just swings the ball, and it's good for 3.
Duelo por parte de Fabi, a ver cómo la maneja, lo tienen controlado, lo detectan, le va a poner una y la va a concretar el Fabi.
Welcome back, everyone, as we get ready for map number 3. Could only end this way as the players are getting geared up, ready to go, talking to one another, and most importantly, enjoying some delicious potassium, which is always
That's the good stuff.
the most important thing of the day.
I think the more important stuff was the notes that Zix was going through. They were getting ready to go for this map 3, a third map that is going to decide everything for these two teams' years.
Yeah. Crazy to think that this could be it for 100 Thieves. After winning the Stage 1 playoffs, the greatest accomplishment for the 100 Thieves org in Valorant since First Strike. And on the cusp of now not making champions. Busio possibly not making it back after winning champions last year.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And the thing is, though, is that part of the reason why they saw, for Crew, saw so much success there was because of what we were getting out of Heat from really just top to bottom. I think, like, everyone in the team was contributing exponentially. But, I mean, like, firstly, the Lev stats, look, we're going to be honest, it was just not a great day. But today, this is the Heat that we saw in the C9 game, for example. That was absolutely shredding.
I mean, this is the Heat that we've seen ever since he joined the roster, right? When MTA took the step back at Stage 1, this team started going on a tear. Heat was the guy to watch, and I think throughout this game on the Fade was just carving up 100 Thieves.
This has always been a map as well for me where Heat is a standout factor, as is Shy, who played very well. But no doubt, Heat's addition into this team is one of the critical reasons that Crew have hit this pretty consistent higher level than they've ever been on before. Will be a very impactful element on Ascent, the final map, which will be a tough one for Crew to win. But if they can do it, it's going to be reliant on their heavy firepower players like him to step up.
And it's so impressive just watching. I mean, you saw it in a number of those clips, but the kills Heat is getting isn't just, like one kill every round. It's like spray transfers, good control in very heated moments to get 3, 4Ks pretty consistently. Like, that is really, really good stuff to see out of him. And it's one of the reasons why in all those brawls you're seeing on Lotus, you have a guy like him, you're going to win a lot of your rounds. And that's exactly what Crew did.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading to Ascent here, though, this is 100 Thieves' most dominant map at the moment, bar none. They're 5-1 on the map right now. This year, their one loss, Genji at Shanghai, the tournament winners, right? So they've been massively impressive here. And for more random numbers to throw at you, but in Stage 2 on this map, Cryo's average kills in an Ascent game is 24.3. That's his average amount of kills.
That sounds like a big number.
That's a large number, a very large number, in fact. So in order for Crew to win this game, they are going to have to step up massively. I'm looking at Heat, I'm looking at Kesnet, I'm also looking at MTA, who plays the Sova for them now on Ascent, who's looked rather uncomfortable on that agent since picking it up, a new agent for him competitively. They're going to have to really, dig deep to be able to get this win.
I will say, though, that it doesn't look like 100 Thieves are looking a lot shakier than I was expecting from them. Not just necessarily in this loss on that last.
You feel like in both maps?
I felt in the first game, especially, like when I was listening in, like they were very hectic in their comms, and it seemed like on Lotus and also on that first map of Icebox, they've gotten into a lot of these late round situations where the coordination just is not there between players, and you've got a lot of different ideas. Like there were a few different rounds there towards the end where it was like Boostio and Bang, the last two players alive, and they're sort of like separating out the timings they're taking the fights. Seemed very, very odd. So that's something they must lock in on here. Yeah, they've got huge winning chances on Ascent, but I need to see them lock in those fundamentals here to make that clean.
Yeah, very interesting situation though, right? Because at the start of this series and what we were talking about, if we had made it to Ascent, we were all ready to just kind of toss, our hats into it and be like, I think 100 Thieves walks away with this one. But after what we saw in the Lotus game, the disjointed plays that we've been getting from 100 Thieves, to your point as well, I do feel like Crew have an opening. But the reality is, it's a small window of opportunity, if we're being real.
For sure. They have an opening rather, but I think we might be perceiving this in a different way if, for instance, Lotus was first in Icebox, was second because I think their Lotus is just so mid. It was destined to, Crew would have had to really had a bad performance, I think.
And it still was 13-11.
Yeah,
right.
But they would have had to have a serious drop from their typical Lotus level, I think, to drop the map to 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
So I'm still going into this expecting 100 Thieves to be the heavy favorite.
I will say the side that's the most interesting for me to watch, and I think the one that'll decide this game, is when 100 Thieves are on the defense and Crew are on the attack. Because I think those are both their preferred sides, like Cryo always getting a round 3 up on defense, absolutely shutting down a lot of the area in mid. But also, on the other hand, the other Jet in Kesnet is always finding openings when he's able to find those either walkouts in towards like market or top mid. Even sometimes he goes like really deep through a tree to find it timing back towards heaven or something like that. So I think that is going to be my big question is, will Crew be able to poke holes and find those windows in the 100 Thieves defense, truly?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the side that they're going to be starting on. And, I mean, look, when we saw this 100 Thieves team go up against Loud, Cryo was like 17-0 on defense.
Yeah, he almost had a perfect game.
Just every angle held, he got a kill with the op. The initiators from Loud in that game were failing at pushing him off. The angles, the setups on attack weren't great for nullifying him. We're going to need to see MTA specifically on that Sova using the drone effectively to push Cryo off these angles. Heat as well, some of those deep flashes, like that is going to be crucial for them starting into this game because it could quickly just be a roll for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, it's going to be great to see how this thing shakes out no matter what. If you're a Crew fan, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, you've been treated to an excellent game so far, an excellent series, but it is all coming down to this one final map to determine who locks in the last spot at Champion Seoul. It's all on the line, and this is it. The loser, their season comes to an end. The winner moves on. Let's go ahead and send it one more time for the cast. You got Vancillion Riv with the call.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yeah, they set the stage already. I don't think I need to repeat it. It all comes down to this, and it's going to be a pressured moment for both now Crew and 100 Thieves. The thing is, though, I'm going to have to lean back towards that side. What is it going to look like here for Crew? Because I'm looking back at the 2 last results of 100 Thieves. A win against Sentinels where Bang went 458 ACS on the attack. Hey, like he was popping off. But then also, before that, when they played against Loud, they won 12 rounds on a defense. So attack and defense looks really good here for the Thieves. And hopefully Crew Visa has something. They have that tape and it could fight back. And it's going to be the most vanilla comp. But I love this because this gives an opportunity to see really those players pop off like they wanted to see on the desk here.
I mean, you see the map percentage win, that leftmost stat on each one of the lowers. That definitely favors 100 Thieves there a little bit and what they've been doing recently. So yeah, the pressure's on. Is this going to be something that Crew feels comfortable with on attack first? We're going to find out just about right away. And I love the desk point is when that operator comes out, how much does the style of the game change, right? Is it changing from 100 Thieves aside, or is Crew going to figure out a way around it? So a lot to see here. Like you said, we get our vanilla comps. We would be expecting nothing that's changed too much on Ascent in 50 years. So this is what we're working with, baby.
To piggyback on that, there's definitely going to be a type of stylistic change when the yacht comes out, because out of recency bias, just looking at 100 Thieves again against Loud, that 12-0 scoreline, where did it find that success? It wasn't on Thanos Bang, it was actually on Cryocells, on how he was actually able to move in, get quick kills off the up, dash away, and then when it came down to those players that needed to anchor up, they owned up and gobbled up Loud pretty much.
Yeah.
But Crew, I mean, again, this is because it's such a vanilla comp and that you give a lot of respect to Crew on how good they are at swinging and playing aggressively. They still have great opportunities to trade off the fight and turn it around despite potentially losing a battle against an op in the beginning. I mean, look at how those heroic plays that came out from Shy, from Kesnet, from Heat. Without further ado, it's time for the pistol round, the final map in this series between Thieves and Crew. Crew on the attack side, working the A site. No B side hold though. Turrets watching up top mid, so this is going to be a commitment towards the A site pop.
Instant.
I love that smoke. A drop smoke allowing Crowd to get the pick onto MTA. Bang holding behind here towards the coffins and gets that pick. A second one there onto Shy. And the full commitment gets fully denied. He is now alone at 25. And 100 Thieves are looking very good to secure
They're pissed around here in this third map of the series.
It's uncanny. Bang, in my mind, might be one of the best, or not the best, A anchor on Ascent that we see, right? Like you can maybe give B to Trent from G2, but watching Bang anchor A is absolutely absurd every time.
Yeah.
The amount of multi-kills he gets, the amount that he makes an opponent team chase him back and forth, it played it smart. And seeing that, the smoke come in from Kesnet, it was actually teleported in on Melzer too. And they double cloudburst there, or get a cloudburst in rather, but Bang knew exactly what was going on, didn't try to over peek, and waited for the assistance to come in. So that's what they're working against today. Jeez.
That's definitely good variation here to take down that initial push out from Crew. Yeah, they're going to have to rethink this around for Crew definitely on how they could snuff out Bang if they choose to commit towards this A site again. But when they go towards B, I mean, this is still also EU. Very good with the Sova utility. Very good with an Odin as well. And with Boostio anchoring up with them. Already some wallbang shots, getting some damage, some opportunity, some advantage for the Thieves on the defensive side. It's now Crew realizing that after the smoke came down that they had to fall back, and when they cross over back towards mid, here's the man of the hour, Cryo with his own Guardian. Looking back down. The sight of that Guardian, but nobody really wants to cross yet.
No shot. What a hit from Kesnet. Like you said, dry peaks there. 100D's not ready for that one, and this is going to be a weapon they should be able to collect.
And that one's my bad, chat. Cast
Nice
curse there.
curse.
Opportunity for Guardian yet picked up by Crew.
All right, drop somebody that Sheriff. Let's go. Looks like they'll keep it. They're not even going to worry about... Oh, no, yeah. Okay, yep. Max it out in the moment. You still have this pressure over from MTA. He's going to have a dart that's going to hit behind the members of 100 Thieves as market hit comes in.
Left.
If they can time it right, they're just waiting for that, and MTA just got his dart.
And also still has a knife to work with, but he doesn't want to use it. He wants to use it more reactively when the hit is coming. And it seems to be towards the B site.
Okay.
Realizing now their players 100 Thieves, it's a high-low, just playing towards the ledge.
Turn down.
Is going to be EU. Now popping out. There's a swing left and right. The ADS for 2. Lucio only with the ghost towards the back, though. Will he deny the plant? The high-low, beautiful flash.
Oh, my God.
And now there's no time. And the wall back headshot onto Heat. What a nice flash that came out from Asuna.
That was disgusting. Honestly, the ranges KO has on this, some of them from spawn over the switch house into sight, a few other ones you can talk about when we see them, but executed perfectly from 100 Thieves there. That was nice from Kesnet, though.
Yeah,
that was beautiful. Those are the ones you feel through the monitor at home. And yeah, Boostio so clean in the back of sight, keeping that anchor down. And they start off with 2 from the defensive side here. So we'll get a quick pause on the clock, so we'll get that and let you know what it is. We get a little tech pause. Vandals out for Crew, as they're gonna not have anything coming online in terms of ultimates just yet, but low armor there. And it is, again, the buy-in Crew, or I'm sorry, Boostio is gonna go ahead and get himself a Guardian here for this bonus since he was alive last time. And then a few other weapons we'll see 100 Thieves bringing in. And we'll let you know what the tech pause is in just a second.
At least for now, with the eco that you had coming out from Crew and how they were working that map, they're realizing that there's not too much like refresh utility coming out here from the initiators to figure out where the hit could be at the mid-round towards the last second hits. They're being a lot more reactive here for 100 Thieves, as I just mentioned before. So for Crew, when they come back into this game, do they want to start pivoting a little bit more to try to waste out that utility, to give them an opportunity to really default that map in their favor? And then using that firepower that they bring here from the Crew side to potentially make this a close game. But 100 Thieves so far, they're looking like like Ascent rather is still going to be a very strong map for them to play on.
Yeah, I'd love to see Crew as we come out of this tech pause, if they start work in the middle of the map, or at least knowing where that Killjoy utility is, start on it right away. Get more eyeballs from 100 Thieves worried about mid, so you can start to get Cryo moving around the map, or whoever is going to be feeling good and out of their original positions, because Crew on just the swings right now isn't going to pay off every time.
No.
Sheriff shots like that aren't every round. So I'd love to see that from mid, as well as once they open that up, I feel like Kesnet and team are so good at pushing and being behind each other on that, as they still have a pretty good protocol for B main into site, as we saw from last time.
It's been definitely an intense series so far between these two teams. A first map here of Icebox that went back and forth. That got fairly close, and Lotus that went down to the wire. For both teams to win their own map pick, to push this down to the third map here of Ascent. And for Kesnet, getting a pop like that with a Sheriff at that second round on that eco round that Crew brought in, it definitely, for me, thinks that it brings them a lot of confidence now that they're not afraid to fight out against the mid side. And potentially even not afraid to fight against the op that you were mentioning before here, of how that style could change on the defensive side once 100 Thieves gets the op out in their favor.
And Kesnet is definitely confident enough to do so. If you even look at their last loss they had against G2 on Ascent, it was +8 for Kesnet and 29 and 21. Even in that loss. So you're still going to get a powerhouse out of this guy no matter what. Set him up and you'll be able to find it. And it's if they can stop 100 Thieves here on the bonus. We still haven't seen if 100 Thieves will go in for a full purchase just yet. But I'm sure Boostio has something in mind here that'll stop whatever Crew will start off on their gun round with.
Yeah, definitely if you're looking here on the bonus that's about to come out, there's still a lot of good money for 100 Thieves to go for. You know, like a half shield, Stinger, Spectre, something like that, or maybe even Guardians to try to hold out the defensive side. But if not, still the economy is going to be good enough to have a full gun round in that round number 4. But talking about that situation, that scenario where you want to try to force out that op as soon as possible, will they try to have a little bit more of a tame buy in this third round, or maybe go into a bigger buy here in their bonus? And it's a bigger buy.
A bonus operator again from Cryo. We say that, I feel like a broken record for Cryo on these bonus rounds.
Yeah, and it's not only the op, but it's also the Odin from EU who's holding it now towards that catwalk.
You just don't worry about the money. It's free, right? It's free credits. You just got to do something to get it.
Not going to miss this time, though. Cryo moves down. First blood, 400 Thieves. And you see already the rotate coming back from Crew. A 2-1-2 setup to default to work that map, and realizing that they lost mid control, they lost cat control. It's up to the Hail Mary hit inside this B side. Aldrone to look up first. Fragment being thrown on the defensive side just to hold him back for a bit. This is going to render things quite difficult. Pop flash with a recon, no pings to allow wallbangs to happen, but somehow Kesnet still gets a kill inside the smoke. Melzer swings out onto Asuna as Boostio's now holding with that Guardian, in that bonus round that turned into a gun round that turned into a force buy for 100 Thieves will potentially be converted into an eco round on the next, because Crew's looking pretty good on his pulse plan.
Boom, and do they grab the op? I don't even know if they will. I think Kesnet just wants to keep moving fast and may go on to another member, but I think 100 Thieves was confident in the Odin, confident in the pressure they had. They split the site very horizontal like this, right? So it gave the bottom of the site, if you're looking at the minimap on that line, to the side of Crew, top of the site to 100 Thieves, and Kesnet was able to set up and find the Odin spam. Easy, that just starts to dwindle the site, and you got it after losing that member in B main. So very nicely done by Crew to put the pressure on here coming out of that tech pause. Boom. And they grab it. Bang's gonna keep it safe. Hold it close to the chest.
Silver lining.
All right.
Silver lining here as an op could be salvage for Cryo, and the economy is still pretty okay where they can get these small shields, but it's definitely going to be off the back again of this first blood shut out by Cryo with the operator, using him towards that mid take. But for the rest, it looks so good on how they just smothered inside that site. They got lucky for sure for Crew to get that smoke kill back towards that spawn, and that really opened things up for Crew to move in. Oh, we're attempting it. The push down. Oh, Melzer punishment onto Cryo. Started with a TP on the top to avoid line of sight from mid. Heard the walkout on catwalk, just went for the spray inside that smoke.
Melzer, some of these rounds just absolutely electric when tested. Think of just Icebox at the end of B. really able to clean up a situation when it's put in front of him. And now a rotate back. EU tries to hit the same spot, and he'll go ahead and hold hands with Cryo.
And it has to come down to these risky plays. You're trying to bring the situation back into your favor. Bustio couldn't capitalize onto a headshot as the cross came in from Crew. 4 players now running across. Osino finding a timing, but he lost his seaman in the process. Still drops the spike. 35 seconds left into the round. And he's just gonna run that clock down for a bit, allowing his opponents to move inside the site and stay stuck within. Beautiful knife being thrown towards the B main, realizing now there's not gonna be any elite lurks coming out. Potentially thinking now all 3 players from Crew are engaged and now stacked inside B.
Little disruption.
Paranoia out. Shy avoids it. That's beautiful in the end for Crew.
Okay, that is the quintessential Crew round. The first 2 kills were dry peeks from Tiles onto Cat, right? Or I think Melzer was top mid, and then we had one from Tiles. Yeah, so up, okay, he does one. Another dry peek towards Tiles, kill towards both. Like, it is no joke when we say Crew just peeks you. You have to be ready for it because it's a pace-setting round right there as they bring another one in their favor. That was very nice.
It was also a good read as well, and a call coming out from Crew, because many rounds we've seen Cryo just set up towards that staircase and look down towards that link. So Cryo thought there was not going to be anybody else moving up towards top mid, so that TP across was just a good read coming out from Melzer to punish that as well. Nice variation, and you could already tell here, look at the different position that you currently have. But yeah, of course, albeit a eco out from 100 Thieves, but they're not adding that same pressure into middle anymore.
And now it's Crew's pressure to mid. They have everybody here, but still lurk towards A. A little touch on EU. Whoa, sliver of health as he limps away.
You're gonna have to be on point with the Sheriff. Back towards Logs. Smoke now being thrown. Paranoia for them to peek out. That's Bustio that does get that backstab. Shock Dart, huge damage onto Heat. Down to 88. It's a high-low in that area. Also, MTA is there. The lurk from behind. The timing's good. Not good enough. It's off. The 2 players fell down towards that B side. Crowd couldn't get the trade-off. And with the door closing, at least Asana's gonna get 1 pick.
Some unnecessary kills coming in here for sure. Once 100 Thieves creates the chaos. I don't know if Asuna will be able to do that much more damage, but that got real awkward for a second for a Crew getting pinched between both sides. They adapted though, figured out what they needed to do, and hopefully lose no more members as they finalize this round.
That's on you.
That's one. Going back and forth here, playing curse tag.
Hop Flash though, an opportunity to pick up a weapon. That hot blinded both players. But MTA was ready for it towards the end.
All right, Crew moving around the map very confident. I think that's one of their biggest advantages right now. With their tiles, they take out mid very easily. They move up from mid very easily. And they're getting these situations in their favor. Albeit a low buy there, they were very confident in their push towards mid. Let's see how they run the map when we have guns on the side of 100 Thieves.
Okay, it was a full blind.
Yeah, gonna have that op coming out now for Cryo once again. Same spot too. Gonna try to rinse and repeat with this. Oh my God! Man's having a bad day.
Well, we said it, they're not afraid to fight Vandal against Op. What a drive-by by Shy. Pop Flash though, Bank drops inside the site. He does have support from 2 other players. Pop Flash coming out from Asuna. A 1-for-1 trade though, as we have 3 players this time. Big Paranoia and a Recon, and it goes back and forth. A fight inside the smoke. EU closes it out for 100 Thieves.
What's so important about Tree at that moment? Going into sight, it looked like they had so much control. They had already pushed through, but everybody wanted to backpedal. Make sure that Tree was clear when the spike was down over towards A Archway. And EU just has a field day as they bunch up. And what an opening shot, too. To lose this round, to lose it like this, too. They got swarmed by EU. Whoop. Thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunate to lose that one. So Kruk start off hot, still fall away on that to bring us back to 3-3 here. Mid control seems to be their priority for the moment as they work Cat and towards that alarm bot again.
Right now for 100 Thieves, there's So many plays that it has to be one player going for sprays and then multi-kills on their side. They can't continue to play with this op trying to peek dry into these lanes because it's getting punished now since they started investing in this operator. Crowd not getting the same value as he did before.
And look what destroying the alarm bot has done. It's taken EU off Cat and moved both members outside of sight. Bang's now trying to creep back in to Jenny, but this rotation just from destroying that alarm bot, it's exactly what Crew wanted, getting 100 Thieves to move.
Getting ready for a pod flash to peek here into the tree. Asuna has a fragment to work with to try to push them back. Should he get any contact? Owl Drone instead's being used, and then the Hunter's Fury coming out on the defensive side. It actually pings up to 2. EU continuing to go to work. Arsenal as well to hold that tree. It's all up to 1. It's Kesnet against the world. There's that first headshot to Arsenal at least. But it's going to be so difficult for him to take that round back in his hands. 100 Thieves are back in the lead.
So good. EU's positioning puts him at a high advantage to use Sova ultimate from back towards spawn as he's just watching because the alarm bot went down. So he's playing a deeper position to make sure that doesn't have any problems heading into market. And man, did it pay off. Very nice fragment from Asuna as well. It landed perfectly to deny the positioning right in front of the archway. And a huge cleanup from the ultimate from EU. That was just clean protocol from across the map. Stuff you like to see from any team.
Placing swarm grenade.
Operator still up and Bladestorm is ready now.
And 100 Thieves are changing position now, this time putting Asuna towards this left side, anticipating lockdown to be used by Crew towards B. So get knife, null come in. And even with the knife, it actually did get that ping on to Shy. So they have to reset here for Crew.
Pings all the way back through spawn as they got little A main control. And they're going to use that to fly into the site. I mean, whoever goes switch is going to be worse for wear here on those mollies, but it's been the dash to the right side with Melzer and Kesnet trying to get to that brown box before they head to Dice here. And Bang is actually not on A this time.
Yeah, he was playing towards this B side so he could smoke out the turret. This time around now, the commitment for Crew inside this A site. There's no Bang, but there's at least Boostio for the first kill that round. Traded out by MTA. As a recon dart does get the ping out, there is the lockdown being used. A little bit too late to throw the knife out from Asa to deny that lockdown to be used. Pop flashes now. It seems as though 100 Thieves want to fight for this. There's a gap towards the top, the fight from heaven, and he is just waiting by the dice. But the kills are going in favor of 100 Thieves. All of them in favor of 100 Thieves, as a matter of fact.
And all of them heaven. Just soaring down into the site. That was crazy. It was like a family photo as Crew looked up there to see what they could fight, and they just saw everybody waving at them from the side of 100 Thieves. Not a retake you usually see from a team. It's usually pinching from both sides or getting something going on, but yeah, that works out perfectly fine for 100 Thieves. Really nice job here getting around the lockdown as well. Yeah. They know there was a lot of peeking going on by Crew at those last moments. Nobody knew who was actually watching heaven, so it's like everybody tried to peek their head out for a second and got it torn off. 3 rounds in a row now. Seems to be going back and forth in that form. And just a hit. They might have actually gotten themselves picked up on that. It looks like Kesnet's good, so no, sir. Just a hit onto Melzer. Towards A, still the operator, and a lockdown to be used for the side of 100 Thieves to slow this one down. In one of the first rounds, we really see Crew putting all their eggs in one basket for a site.
There's that paranoia being thrown long range, the updraft to try to dodge it, and he does so. Now swinging out, just got pinged out, but no kills on the op. At least a low reply coming out from Crew allows for them to pick up 2 kills and move inside this A site. A battle across as MTA somehow gives his position by closing the door with the Stinger spray. Easy pick coming out, spike down, wasting down the clock, allowing now 100 Thieves to set up with this lockdown.
There it is.
There's no paranoia, no flashes. Crew can't really fight into the door side of Tree to deny that ult. So they have to play all the way towards Wine. Look at the pinch coming through as well from Asuna. And all they got to do is wait this out. There's that one. There is that. Spray transfer didn't really connect, but at least EU is there.
EU gets it. A nice cleanup over towards the A site. And that was 100 Thieves honestly just putting up that defense where they have to make sure there's no flank and they can easily focus forward onto the site. It doesn't seem like Crew was getting a lot of the lurks to work. So I think Boostio at this point is letting everybody know, fight what you're seeing. We really don't have to wait for the lurk. It's already coming from that person at B or whoever is that rotator watching it. And that's given them a lot of strength behind each other and anchoring and taking the fights they want to take. Crew Visa timeout now as we get up to round number 10.
In this timeout, once again, important. Coach Adam finding some success the last few times they called these timeouts throughout this series. Keeping the games close, allowing Crew to finish that second map up in their favor. But this time around, trying to figure out here, realizing that 100 Thieves' approach now with this operator has been a lot more passive. They're given a lot of space for Crew to work with, although they are going for full sight hits without really knowing where the players could be really set up here for 100 Thieves. So now with mid being a little bit more open here for Crew to work with, there's an opportunity for them now to default back around and not being as quick on the tempo.
It seemed like mid B has been what actually affects 100 Thieves more, whether or not it works right away for Crew. That's the space they're gaining the most while being the strongest, while having that biggest advantage. Neat little placements for the Mollies. We'll see if they can stop anybody on the way into sight here. Backside. What's Cryo doing back there?
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder.
Jumping around.
Is there a ledge that he could jump up there to look down towards mid? He looked at it early, though. He looked at it early, hasn't seen anything. I mean, I'd love to see it, what he was doing out there towards the spawn, but at least has that line of sight towards the back of M3, back into Fridge. And for Crew, they don't know any information either.
Yeah.
They all defaulted towards the spawn, now just grouping up for potentially another Hail Mary.
Maybe just chilling for a market 0 point. Anything that would be thrown and give away his detection or his position, because they want that op to be unknown until it takes a shot. Slowly getting the smoke out. Cryo has position on this, online, ready for the shot.
Dash activated, hit by the paranoia, goes for a lucky shot, and it delivers. And then onto Heat, back into the site. A beautiful ping out the recon from EU. It's looking to be potentially a flawless. It's not, but a round still comes in. 400 Thieves.
Bye-bye from Cryo on that round. Played it smart, hid the operator from Crew, and it surprised the hell out of him as they tried to get into that B site one after the other. So the Crew have now gone from trying a full A. There you go.
There it is. He was looking for that TP.
Oh, he's looking for Melzer. Exactly. He's like, I want revenge right now. So very cool to see. And also getting that up online so they can use it effectively. It seems like it's been falling to the wayside a few too many times for 100 Thieves, and almost looks like a scary buy sometimes because it'd have to be for the retake, but that was not the case. See if Cryo can make it the same thing here as we move into round 11. Spikes down, so this is, oh, that was the timing they didn't want.
At least this is a perfect 3-2-1 swing. There you go, showing the barrel of that Sheriff first, and then went for the double swing, although Cryo still is able to get that pick. Heat inserted up towards Pizza. Double nanos now with not really much to utility. These are going to be popped now that once Cryo gets information or contact towards B main.
Yeah.
It's so neat how they actually get behind the smoke of Melzer towards A there. Melz, like we said, for them, and TPing into that, trying to play a little bit of a fake out. As 100 Thieves reset in A, unsure of what Crew is doing. Crew are going to take some big space here. Heat can do so much damage this round. It's up to the team, though. It's up for Crew on the right side of the map. So make that noise for Heat.
30 seconds left.
Turret down two to watch inside that smoke so they could try to cross over. All eggs in the basket right now to move inside the A side to at least try to get a plant down. The insert, the late lurk. All right, we got a couple of kills here across the map.
Gets him.
A site's open for a plant. Somehow this could be converted back for Crew. Smoke up and a jump up. Recon, and that might initiate the spray. There's that first and a spray transfer on the other. The thrifty converted by Crew.
When you least expect it.
Last round in the half.
Beautifully encroaching in middle, even losing MTA, they're still able to find a way around this because that positioning, the movement back towards A, and the fact that Crew keeps flexing a little bit of potential towards mid. It seems to pay off with a kill or the positioning that allows easy sight takes for Crew here. Easy read of the map in their macro. The next one's going to be a B hit here. 100 Thieves are kind of focusing the right side. Null command out. The 0 point tries to counter.
They're all suppressed, can't move in right now for Crew. Just waiting for the null command to stop here. Oh, the dash in right in the face of Austin who gets that kill. Cryo once again under heavy attack, does get the kill. This man is unstoppable when he heats up. Once again, blocks the opportunity of Crew to move inside this B site. You hear the TP out towards A, trying to at least close the gap. Everybody's separated though for Crew. And Melzer is trying to walk in.
And the Spike needs to take the A train to get over here. This is late, but Crew obviously locked down the site with Melzer. Can he stay alive though? Because he still has to kind of put up a fight and give him a reason to not want to enter back into sight. You can see EU and Cryo still very worried it could be towards the other side, but they send EU a little early here as they know it's A now. 3v4 on this round. 100 Thieves coming back in.
Perfect. Swing out for a trade. It's a wide swing, but still very dangerous for the retake for the Thieves. Cryo has the operator still. No weapons around for an upgrade yet. He's just trying to look at the line of sight down towards the A main until the smoke comes up. Also potentially waiting here for a recon dart if they still have it. If not, the paranoia. And it's the paranoia instead towards Jenny. But Shy is holding it down towards the jump up boxes. Lockdown being initiated out. MTA just waiting around the corner, but misses the timing. Lockdown now broken. MTA traded out with the there's that tap on that spike. Cryo's looking to bring it halfway. He has to. There's no time. And Shy is just waiting it out. What the hell? A shot from Cryo, but Shy is going to win the round for Crew.
Not shy at all on that one, knowing exactly what he needed to do and calls the bluff. Ooh, that's kind of wild. What a play at the end. I thought it was almost a mistake to throw down the lockdown just in the front of the site. Dip it under hell a little bit more, and then they're forced to really play for it, but it doesn't matter. Semantics in the round, the way they play the last part, even after Cryo starts putting up these round numbers at the end. It comes down to Shy making it a 7-5.
Crew stepping up right now, warming up in the last two rounds, bringing it close right now into the second half. There's only one more half in this series to see who will book that fourth spot to champs, and this will resume after the break.
Thieves lead at the half, and it starts in round 6 after they've lost the previous 3 rounds in a row and are coming in at a critical juncture with low money and big ults on the Crew side. They come into this round, and it gets bad immediately. Cryo ends up whiffing this shot, and it puts 100 Thieves into a 4-on-5 almost immediately. And it's even worse because there's only one player on this side of the map. So they call in very fast rotates to try and flood out of heaven as fast as they possibly can. And it works. First of all, Bang drops here. Super risky, and he's flashed, but he survives. And now he can set up for a brilliant flash and a high-low double swing coming out from heaven. And actually, things get really dreadful for MTA here because his entire team is forced back by that flash. He comes out and instantly falls, and it keeps going. Bang has the paranoia to blind up everyone, but hold on, how are they also tagged by a dart right there? Like, that wins them the round, but EU didn't use the dart. That's off cooldown already, but it comes in at a minute. You have to go all the way back to 1 minute and 28 seconds here. That's when he uses the dart. And then you count down 10 seconds later, this dart is landing and is comboed with the paranoia to absolutely ruin Crew. It was a sick play, sets them up with the advantage, and now they only need 6 more to close.
I just love it when Ender talks dirty to me. Great utility combination now, 400 Thieves to convert into those rounds, and hopefully something that they continue to cook up here on the attack side to see if they could close out this series. But Crew, again, just mentioning what happened before the half. They salvaged the last 2 rounds looking very good in disadvantaged positions. And it wasn't on superstar players like as Kesnet. It was MTA, the rookie, coming in, playing with Shy, and stepping up when it matters. And keeping a dream alive for Crew to potentially get this victory against 100 Thieves.
It's been so quiet. I didn't even think the walls dropped yet. We're just seeing everybody waiting. But no, they have. We're already almost down to a minute in the round. I don't know if anybody's even seen each other.
There's only a knife that did.
Yeah, very patient play just to be able to read the map by that knife so far. And I don't know if Crew are going to like the way they're going, but they have chosen the wrong site here, and 100 Thieves are going to play it slow. But this is kind of what I think plagued 100 Thieves and brought Zix into a first time out, is that in these rounds, they just weren't confident that what they had set up was right, and they kept being timid about it. Let's see if they just collapse on a site here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Here we go.
Played off the turret just to get the contact towards B main, but then for the rest, they're all rotated out to stack towards A. And I think, if not mistaken, that was the B door that was closed. So it really doesn't give it an opportunity for Crew to rotate back and split back in. So all of them are going to have to flood back towards the spawn. Knife being thrown towards the back of the site on the defensive side, doesn't hit anybody yet. Kesnet with the dash, hit by the paranoia. Dashing away right now as Cryo's holding the site with the rest of his teammates. There's that late lurk coming out from Boostio. Kesnet with the first blood though onto Boosty. Bang with the right clicks. His teammates are falling down. Another one in his favor. Picks up the ghost. It's a 2 versus 3. He's on the last player standing. A Shy flanks him from behind. Crew with the pistol. A chance to tie up the game as they will play their gun round in the anti-eco.
Shy doing such a good job staying alive on that one. We were saying, okay, everybody's rotating off of this. B hit's gonna be pretty tough. Shy backs up just enough, is one of the final ones standing on the round as the full retake comes in. Healthy from the side of Crew here. And Kesnet, man, with that Sheriff on pistol is so deadly. The rest of the team absolutely collapsing right onto 100 Thieves. All right. Next round, you see his scores up there. Asuna fragging out. Melzer on the other side trying to put up some numbers here. Spike's down for a second round 100 Thieves strat. So they're really looking to sell something here, get some orbs, and work the map before they find a site. If the Crew could use this advantage to push up and even gain some of their gain some ground here. Now they have that mid prior and tiles priority. So this is going to make whoever's playing site very happy.
Triple walkout too. Jump spot and flicks coming out from Kesnet are kind of nice.
Last player standing.
Mang once again solo. And great shots coming out from Heat. 3 Bulldog kills, and now we've tied up the game just as expected.
It's a quick Guardian snap coming in from Kesnet there. Guardian's passed off. Operator coming in on that bonus. Whoop, whoop. Cleans up again. All playing together too. Not wanting to get caught by a weird shotgun or shorty here on short. On that low buy round from 100 Thieves. You're gonna get a gear pause. I'm telling you right now. Tech pause coming in. So we're gonna get that and hopefully resolve this nice and quick as we're about to get into this bonus round. And it's 7-7. Like, we're on our 3rd map. Champions on the line. And somebody needs to start breaking away here with the momentum.
Yeah. And it seems to be a slight issue on Boosie's side that he's going to try to fix up. Already back in the game, as you could see on his monitor. So we should be able to resume fairly soon. But if not, going into this matchup between these two teams on a map like Ascent, in this stage 2, there's been a head-to-head comparison of how good Cryo has been on the side of the Thieves. Averaging here at 1.28 kills per round, while Kesnet is only at 0.76. Although, you're looking at how things have been going so far, for Crew on the defensive half in the first couple of rounds. Kesnet is bringing that number up.
All right, mouse issue is resolved. Back to the clicking. All right. Front play? No, just Molly's being set up. They're going to leave this up to Crew. Kesnet's going to get a peek on forward B here. No turret? Oh, they do have the turret set up. Okay, just couldn't hear it.
It's a glass cannon op as well. Very similar to what Pearl was doing in that on that first half, rather, although again, remember when they were invested quite early into the op on the defensive side for 100 Thieves, Pearl got punished like what, 2 or 3 rounds in a row.
Cat was not where he wanted to be walking for most of those rounds.
Oh, I like this. Look at that. You do have the ping coming out. There you go. It was a bait and switch. Get hit by the Owl Drone, allowing Kesnet to walk back up, get the kill with the operator, and give the first blood and an advantage for Crew.
Just hit Cryo too, or at least it was a shot from before. They're going to keep moving on this. I love the setup that Crew actually did to start too. We saw Molly being thrown by Shy to kind of just alert the Killjoy was there, and they still tried to get the off. They're setting up so many potential situations to get these kills on 100 Thieves as they try to enter the site. And already they've got back into Anchor A as they're trying to put themselves back into a position here for a post plant.
It's a little dangerous though. Yeah, that's it.
Crazy.
They actually moved the spike in that area, and that's a spike down.
I have the spike.
Thankfully though, Bang was able to trade it out, pick up the spike, and now can regroup with the other 2 players who are trying to find openings on these lurks. Off shot miss, very rare shot miss by Kesnet. A second opportunity, but it's a Nanostorm that pushes them out. There's only 13 seconds left on the clock. That's a beautiful paranoia, trying to jump across, trying to get the plant. Now with 7 seconds left, it seems for Crew, they don't want to flood in and deny that plant. They want to play the teamwork. They have one plant to work with on the side of Heat and a knife to attempt a retake.
Pings in the back. They actually just cleared a boathouse. They were like, wait a minute, we haven't done this. It could be tricky. It's all on these 4 members now of Crew to drop into sight.
At least one smoke was thrown just before he got hit by the knife. That's 3 players left, but the flash is still available. There is that Bang, but it's way too high. They should be ready for this. It's a 1-for-1. There's Bang and Boostio going to work. Heat is now alone, and Heat finally falls with the rest.
Very well played by 100 Thieves there. What a nice back and forth, and slowing down the map to finally favor themselves. It seems like it's only let Crew get into position in these situations, but Crew does not have the read this time. MTA does not know what Boostio wants here and where the team wants to go throughout these rounds. And we see it on that one. Very, very nicely done. And now they realize they take the op out. They have a little bit less they have to deal with. See where these setups go.
Placing swarm grenade.
Destroy for the quick util outside archway. And ready for it.
Yeah, trying to break that cage of utility. At least it gives the information right now for the Thieves that they're playing a forward position for Crew. So look at the pivot back for 100 Thieves. Back towards mid control, a smoke for M3. Owl Drone to clear out the alarm bot, but there's still a watchtower being made here to look down towards a catwalk push from Asuna.
Quick play towards mid. Little ruse towards Cat. They have to clear out A main though. They just heard a teleport towards Wine. It's gonna be big for Melzer and Bang to have this 1v1.
Who's hiding inside that smoke? Paranoia being thrown out though. That nullifies the knife that got information on the side of Crew. Stinger is pretty good so far though. Advantage coming out for Crew. Big paranoia. Heat trying to hold out off angle towards the back of the dice. Asuna could not get more than one.
Down A.
EU in a 1 versus 3. Jump spot. Swing out, aims towards the air. There's that first and second, and there's still 30 seconds.
Again?
Although the spike is down towards the site, up against Shy. A one-way smoke being thrown, but it wasn't spotted here by EU. Recon dart available, 20 seconds left. Shy playing out in the open, is just watching that jump up inside the generator. EU's looking up, swings back, the 3K into Red Bull clutch. Will Crew lose here when they have such a huge advantage in terms of players?
So good, and EU is feeling it. As soon as he hit the shot, he raised his hand and just waved to Crew. How you guys doing over there? How you guys doing? Absorbing it from the crowd too, as you just saw on your screen. And I thought that was Mauser cleaning it up, being able to take that fight at A main, get the paranoia, slow down sight. But it just, there it is. There it is, thank you. Be here all weekend. It might even be here for Seoul if they keep playing like this. All right, we are gonna get a timeout coming out of this one. Defuse, well, he's looking at the crowd too. Just another day at the office in these clutch rounds for EU. It's been, his consistency has been incredible recently. Big stuff. And yeah, it forces the hand of Crew to call a timeout here. We're gonna relax, reset, and listen up, and try to get the good defense going down, or at least a read. I think what worked well for them, and I was going to praise Mauser for it, as he should be, is that they had the A main control. They were looking to get B main control with having Kesnet peeking that, having a dart go through, but they never really were able to get it. Mid cat got lost, and it seems to be too much. So keeping mid and keeping A, something, keeping two of the extremities or mid and extremity, I think is a goal right now for Crew. Because if they only have A extremity, they don't have enough read on what Boostio wants to do with the rest of 100 Thieves. So that's what we're looking for. Can Crew keep these extremities on lockdown? At least keep an eye on mid here. Start of the round doesn't matter because nobody's going to be there, but we'll see how they rotate out as we get into round 17. Few ultimates to be used across the map. And they're just waiting for these darts for everything to go down. Look how far 100 Thieves is playing back.
Exactly. On top of that, the economy is not that great for Crew, so they just want to hold off. Just trying to see if they could punish players trying to pick up an orb. Bang finds a TP away as the turret got broken. And also, I think it cancels out the opportunity from Crew to salvage that orb on the A side. And with that, once again, off the turret, it's a pivot towards the B site, realizing that it's probably a soft site for Crew. The rotate is already here for Crew. Null command now being pulled out. That's a nice guard! Shiloh is still up for 2 kills with the Sheriff. It's a 2v2 somehow. Smelzer! Lucio's now alone. His position's given away.
Bomb grenade out.
Camera is up there! The spray transfer trying to get the second issue right quick! Oh, that should have been around once again for Crew!
That's the point. That should have been a round for Crew. And when it doesn't go your way, you start to wonder. You start to wonder why. Where are the holes? Where are the mistakes? But you have hardly any time to repair them. Boostio takes the advantage on that one. A big boon here. 3-round lead for 100 Thieves as they look to sign their ticket to Seoul.
The silver lining, though, for Crew to keep the fight alive here is that they have a gun round. They did all of this in a thrifty, and have also worked the economy down for 100 Thieves. There's a dash over from Cryo with a flag! What a play coming out for the Thieves to overtake this B site!
So quick, so confident right now. Leveling up round by round here. The second half of Ascent, the third and final map on this series. Boostio plants. 3 members of Crew look like they're going to save here and get themselves some opportunity for next round.
I was just about to mention that not only the silver lining was the damage done by Crew with the lower buy, they also worked down the economy. I mean, look at what 100 Thieves has at that point.
Yeah.
They probably would have had like a half shield, lower buy, an opportunity to come back. But a beautiful play that was done. Another nerdy moment coming out from 100 Thieves that allows Cryo to dash over the shed and get those 2 picks off the Hunter's Fury, off the Flash. And an easy round in the end for 100 Thieves in the post plant.
And this isn't even coming off a timeout. This is ready for the strat, planning it for rounds, and just the call that they wanted to make, right? This isn't a Zix had to get in their ear for anything.
This is a practice one for sure.
Practice 100 Thieves ready to pull that out when necessary. And man, it was fast and clean.
Also delete my
So we have Crew. What can they do to rebuttal now? Because we have to look at from their side, from defense. They're falling behind. They have the lockdown. They have the null command. Let's see this play one more time because it deserves it. I'm not going to talk over it. As I did. And they need to at least have more than just what's in the site to start, right? Almost playing back in the site if they do realize the team is coming. Mauser tries to get that forward position. That's perfect. But now they have to react. They still leave Heat in there by himself. So the null command's going to be able to come out after this. I think this is actually good timing for what Crew can do to stop this.
Just a quick push coming out this time around. There's a late lurk coming out from Cryo as well. You hear the null command out from Arsenal at the same time as Kesdet has no choice but to dash away. Oh, sorry, it's a null coming out by Heat. As Cryo's the one here that's being suppressed towards the Drake Dinked. As he's forced to fall back, and as he does, MTA catches him. This will now force 100 Thieves to push in and fight towards main. There's that swing from Bang at the back of Jenny, but he's low on HP. Smoke to come out, plays inside of it, and they're trying to fight back against the lockdown, placed down by Shy on Crew. No plant coming through yet. They might even fall back and reset and go for a second wave. There's that swing on the other side, though, and MTA gets a third in the round. One more time, it's EU in a clutch situation.
It's crazy. I feel like in parentheses, his name is Hiko.
30 seconds left.
Wait, they just smoked it up, so he can just pick it up. Will he want to fall back into this? No, he's gonna go look for a timing to fight. Smoke comes out, easy kill for MTA. 4 in the round.
Crazy.
For the newcomer of the roster. In the roster of Crew, rather.
Eyes up. Wild stuff there. Really, really well played. And it was difficult for 100 Thieves to hold on that, trying to stay in so much after post. And Crew doing a great job of being able to swing back even harder. To be honest, with the momentum 100 Thieves had, this round did not see light at the end of the tunnel there for Crew, but they persevere. They have a Hunter's Fury as they come into this next one. And they're going to try to get forward positioning a little bit on tree. Oh, they just run through. Look by Kesnet towards mid. They finally put somebody back online there. And it looks like it's one of the rounds the 100 Thieves are going to try to toy with that utility too and just get a little bit of movement. Man, Crew are doing these fact-finding missions in the beginning of the round. It seems like 100 Thieves stays all the way back. We just had 2 members of Crew in and out of B main, not seeing much, so that, yeah, they can go back to setting up. But I feel like that's benefiting 100 Thieves so much that they're just taking a little bit more time to get here in B main or get to mid. Now they're going to hit.
Recon flash as well, just to make sure that there's nobody towards the switch. There's a Hunter's Fury activated on the defensive side. There's that first ping as one was trying to grab an orb. First blood though for Kesnet, and that's the late lurk. Denied. No split coming through from 100 Thieves. All grouped up now with the last 4 players towards B main. Activation running through towards the lane. Shy's gonna have to hold it back inside the site alone as the rest of his team is still fighting back towards the spawn. The right click denied. Shy gets the pick. Now it's a TP down towards the ground as Asuna gets that pick. To answer right back, the plant comes through. EU holding towards the logs. Knife now. Don't think has spotted him. But Nano will fragment out, pushes him out. And that's a beautiful spray by MTA. 2 players left alive now for 100 Thieves within this round. Make that only 1. And MTA in the last 2 rounds, that's 7 kills that he's done.
Yeah, he's crushing in these last few rounds. And you know what? When the IGL's getting that many frags, it makes the calls that more confident too when you're getting into the site, and that's exactly what Crew needs right now. Great retaliation. That's such a big pickup from Shy to be able to get the Blade Storm out of the site, especially Cryo out of the site immediately and the swing back in. Look how pumped up Crew is now as they're coming back into it 2 rounds away, and Zix hits the timeout button.
And you're playing in those moments. You just saw that right-click Blade Storm from Cryo that's trying to take down Shy. If you don't have that extra body, if you don't have that extra piece of utility, Crew will take it any day and fight you in those duels, and they're good at those. So there's a little bit of complacency coming out from 100 Thieves in those heavy moments where they're really trying to salvage a round in their favor. They're gonna have to reset that button.
And after 4 straight rounds from 100 Thieves, 2 go in the favor of Crew, and they shatter a bit of the economy here for the side of Thieves. We'll see if they continue to go in for more of a bigger buy. They have a bit of cash, so they can flex into maybe some Bulldogs, but that's if they want to have a lower buy for a next round, right? See if they set themselves up for gun after gun. 5 seconds left in this timeout. Both teams getting a chance to talk to their players. We're only 2 rounds away here, Vans, for 100 Thieves to lock in Seoul, but Crew They are right on their heels.
They're also 2 rounds away of tying up the game on the side of Crew. And definitely up to their heels. The economy's flowing in favor for Crew in this round.
Yeah.
Look at how much was spent here on this side, how good the loadout is for Crew versus 100 Thieves. You saw hesitation on what we wanted to buy here. Judges, Buckies, but it's going to be Stingers instead. Stingers on the attack, or Stingers in general, though, did work out for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they did.
Earlier on in the series. As a knife does get information to start off, though. That was a knife thrown by Heat. Pings out 2 players. Started thinking about this split out from 100 Thieves. Paranoia out, that's Heat, but Kesnet unaffected by anything. 2 easy kills coming out in his favor, and that's 2 key players out of the puzzle. 400 Thieves, that's EU and Cryo down.
Bustio in a scary spot here, trying to rethink a situation, maybe find 1 kill with the door to his back. Kesnet's ready. They double peek this, could be the swing.
Most likely here. Grouping up slowly, especially with Osno with this Stinger only.
Double tag on that knife too.
Oh, it's a solo one instead, but we'll take that fight.
Oh, Osno wants that gun. He's almost crept in there, but you gotta be careful. He does have the spike. He can't go too far.
Alarm by now towards the tree. 30 seconds left. I mean, they're watching everything here for Crew.
Yeah, it's complete defensive lockdown here by Crew. It is going to take a miracle for 100 Thieves to get through into the site. Shy's going to push out here. Could be a delivered Vandal.
So interesting. Although it does work out. Shy does get that pick. That's a spike down. Bang, though, getting a dink. That's 3 kills. It's a 1-for-1. MTA versus Bang. Spike picked up. TP'd back towards the A site.
7 seconds.
And will try to stick the plant.
Has to.
Vandal now picked up instead of the Odin for MTA. Shockdart now lands right at the feet of Bang. Down to 15 HP. Bulldog in his hands. There's that shot. Second Shockdart. Cannot dodge it. The radius is good enough for the kill. And Crew will now make the lead of the 100 Thieves and cut it down by 1.
MTA just doesn't miss right now. So many rounds because of this guy right here is the reason Crew is still in this series, 1 point away from tying it up. Like we said, the calls were going to be coming in confident after the shots, and so is the utility. Man, Crew has to do something, though, to stave off stuff like that. To stave off 100 Thieves coming up with instant multi-kills as they adapt to the pressure of the situation. One of these times, 100 Thieves is going to get more, and they're going to run away with the round. Crew does not have that opportunity.
These Silvas are working overtime right now.
Yeah, they are.
Both EU and MTA. And potentially the series in itself could see some overtime, as it is now 11-10 for 100 Thieves. You see the cautious play coming out once again on the attack side. The respect given here to Crew. The jump peek and the TP back does see Melzer in the front.
4 towards A. I was wondering if they would bring up that operator again on the side of Crew's defense. And I wonder if 100 Thieves are going to try to run into that. No, they just leave Bang. They just play it for the noise.
Okay, looks like we're going to fall back here and potentially put EU on the Owl Drone to fake an ore pickup from Osna over towards the B site. Will this work out in their favor, especially after this Nanoswarm was thrown here by Bustio? The spot has been forfeited. You hear the Owl Drone and you see it on that radar. A TP coming out on top of that to go in the back of the site. It's canceled out. The jig is up.
30 seconds left.
Nobody moves out here for Crew. They still have a stronghold inside the A site, and that's Melzer with the first blood, and they're gonna walk right into a trap. 400 Thieves. EU no choice but to save, and Crew have done it. They're able to tie up this game 11-11.
And check it out, the round that Crew plays almost everybody in sight, they don't throw the smoke that goes here between Jenny and Dicebox. So every angle is open that they need to trade on, that they need to get back in. And I think 100 Thieves was expecting a little bit more cover in the middle of that site. 11-11, Crew bring it back. I say from the brink, it was almost there, but yeah, it was close. 4 rounds in a row for both teams. That's what it's taken here on Ascent to get us to even.
The util's too good. You see the assist coming out from the recon.
Yeah, that's
again. So
clean.
Unsung hero for that round, but definitely a hero in the previous rounds. And you're starting to see here 100 Thieves scrambling to find a way to work this map on their attack side, and also a timeout being called by Zix.
Oh my God, I wonder if we get like the scoreboard with the KDA on the screen right now, because once you see it again, when we get in the game, everybody is fragging. Like, that's how close this is.
All 10.
It's 17 to 13 are the kills on 100 Thieves from top to bottom. 16 to 12 are the kills for Crew on their side, and they're all very close to fragging with each other. This is taking every ounce that the players have for both teams right now to get to Seoul.
The final timeout in regulation in the tiebreaker map of Ascent between 100 Thieves and Crew. Out of this timeout, it is a low buy that you have for 100 Thieves. And they have to potentially find some sort of fast pivot with these stingers.
Yeah.
And Kazin is back with the op. Dangerous moments now for 100 Thieves.
All right. Wall drops. We can see the instant knights are gonna go out. I don't think we get too much action. The Odin's ready for the spam MTA, just a little closer as turret gets touched. Oh no, he's actually ready for the dart. Interesting. And just follow up with spam. Doesn't have to worry until the turret takes any contact anywho. So they chill, and so does 100 Thieves. Like, this is one of their slowest rounds. And this is what they're looking for. That's even good info for them, right? Boostio's happy to at least see a dart, and they start to move forward knowing that that bit of coverage is a window that's gone now.
The thing is right now is that Shy is staying inside this B site, and you're leaning towards B with 100 Thieves with potentially using this null command to overtake the site, and all that utility is going to be gone.
Yep.
Well, at the mid mark, they're just trying to wait for the next cycle to see what information they could get, because the recon dart from Crew got first contact and got initiation that there's at least one player outside of B main. Second knife now being thrown, avoided by Boostio. And that might be the call. You see them all already running back here towards B main.
Ooh, pop flash over. This is going to be up to Cryo.
30 seconds left.
Still, they give him the space. This is going to get tricky for Shy, though.
No null command. What the? It's easy here for Shy. That ledge is not checked. Cryo's able to answer back. Advantage out for Crew still. Plant down for Boostio, but the weapons are still quite strong for Crew for the retake.
That's where they've been so powerful, right?
Aljo missed the tag, though. This gives an opportunity for them to save up for a bit. ADS from Cryo. Headshot there onto Melzer. Pop flash, no good timing. An opportunity here for 100 Thieves once again to hold back their defensive line. Cryo at low HP has gotten dropped by Heat. Double hole towards the back of the site. Odin moving through. That's MT again. And it's EU again. That's a 1v1 now. Recon out. Kazin pushing forward. The paper Kazin gets the kill. The swing up and the final blow to get Crew at map and series point.
This is the one where they fall. At map point, Shy on his feet. What a kill. Kaznit comes up huge. The operator's ready for the next round. He knows what it means. And now they have 100 Thieves sweating. Crew ready to head to Seoul with one more round. And man, it comes down to EU again. And that's the round he doesn't get. So close. So well played by both teams, both players. Somebody's got to win. And now, 5 in a row for Crew. Can they make it 6, or do we get overtime?
If this knife hits something, they might be able to go for a Hunter's Fury right away. There's that command, and there's that Hunter's Fury.
Off the gut.
No pings coming out, but at least it gives a chance now for 100 Thieves to go in for a plan. It all comes down to this, for 100 Thieves to try to push us into an overtime, or if not, it's over, and Crew will lock that 4th spot.
You should
Asuna getting ready for the lineup here with the lockdown. There's a Hunter's Fury coming out as well on the defensive side. All of the ults are coming through. First blood out for 100 Thieves. Lockdown now, they're straight on the attack, but everything missed on the defensive side. There's a gap now for Crew to be able to move in. Dropping down, tap on the spike. Lucio got the take. Let's spray through the smoke. This might be it right here. They're sticking onto that spike, trying to spray it across for 100 Thieves. The defuse is good enough to push Crew once again to another champion stage.
The strength that they found from stage 1, dripping that back in, bringing back MTA to have some incredible rounds. Adam with the incredible timeouts, and Crew to sign all the way to Seoul now. Their ticket is locked in.
Can't believe it had to come down to a Hail Mary spray to try to keep the match alive. But what a play for the last few rounds coming out from Crew Visa, from MTA, Aza Silva 2, to knock out 100 Thieves in the playoff run. They mentioned on the desk why it was mentioning it. So uncomfortable in these new worlds. We also saw weeks across.
Yeah.
MTA was playing a Cypher. The trips weren't good. They jumped over it and then allowed here Crew to falter to their opponents. But again, another one of these storylines where it comes down to when it matters, when they have to do a lower bracket run, when they have to go through gauntlets. Crew will never fail to deliver and push themselves once again to a champion stage.
This is such a cool game to look at the stats on too, just to see what went into it. Cryo and Kesnet both had 7 first bloods as the duelists here on the map, trying to set their team up for success. But like I said, it took everybody. If you see the scoreboard, there's frags across the board, and it was teamwork that's going to bring Crew to Seoul.
Look at that after these moments, and we mentioned it throughout the series, like the amount of disadvantage or advantage situation that Crew has lost against 100 Thieves. Everything looked into these 1 versus 3s, 2 versus 5s, won by 100 Thieves, and it all comes down to 1v1s, crucial 1v1s, won by MTA, won by Kestit. And when it mattered the most, those were the rounds that hurt there for 100 Thieves.
And Crew move on.
That's crazy so far. What can you say here at this point as well? Crew, again, never fails to deliver, but unfortunately here it's also the end of the run for 100 Thieves. They almost made it. At this point, they had such a good run from stage 1, making it here to Shanghai. And then, yes, maybe a slow start going into stage 2, losing to Furia, but was able to turn it around back to move into the playoffs, defeating Sentinels in the gauntlet match, picking up all these points, but unfortunately not enough points as well to secure it through the circuit points.
It does seem like it was that last bit of ounce 100 Thieves had in their last few matches, and Crew able to watch those matches and get the better of them.
Yeah, well, that, without further ado, let's send it down to Elizabeth down at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Well, friends, I don't even know what to say because history continues to be made. Crew is going to VALORANT Champions in Seoul. And that is in large part thanks to you, Melser. I walked over, I started bowing to you because you played absolutely out of your mind. Talk to me about the last few rounds of that match. It seems back and forth. Just, I literally have chills talking about it. Just talk to me about that. What happened? What were you feeling?
Estuvimos manteniendo la calma siempre. Creo que en algunos momentos como decaímos, como en el primer mapa, pero nos supimos unir y creo que eso fue la fuerza que nos hizo ganar hoy, que nos mantuvimos como un equipo y eso hizo la diferencia.
We were able to stay calm, and that one was a big key. We fell a couple times in the map number 1, for example, but we were able to stay calm and play as a team, and that's what allowed us to win today.
And absolutely incredibly deserved. Something I want to ask you is you've been to Champions 2022 and 2023, both years. Now you're going in 2024. What is it with this team that makes it so special?
Yo creo que en este momento estoy con las personas indicadas. Creo que estoy sinceramente con los mejores en cada rol. Creo que Motita ha demostrado ser un jugador muy bueno, que solamente le falta experiencia y ahora la está agarrando. Gracias a él cerramos el mapa. Y creo que podemos dar la sorpresa, creo que estamos los indicados en el momento indicado.
I think it's just we're with the right people. I'm with the right people right now. Everybody with their best roles, and I think Motita, MTA, he was who was able to let us get the 3 rounds in those last couple rounds. So he's a big piece, and he just needs more experience, but he's great.
Now, something I'm just gonna let you take the floor. You're keeping the Crew streak alive. You are going to Champions. Anything you would like to say to the people who doubted you, like the entire talent team who said 100 Thieves was going to win?
¿Si quiero decir algo?
Sí.
No, que gracias a todos los que están apoyando siempre, que estuvo bien que confiaran porque lo pudimos lograr. Y esto todavía no termina acá, sino que quiero y creo que podemos lograr hacer un buen papel en Champions.
Thank you to everybody supporting, everybody who has been supporting, and everybody who believed, because this ended up turning out to be true. And it's not over yet, because I think we can have a good performance in Seoul.
And what a performance you had today. And I think the crowd is so excited for you to be the crew for sure. Excited for you going to Seoul. Congratulations. And thank you so much. Guys, give it up for Meltzer one more time. I know you've been cheering, but absolutely deserved. Do we have that coach who's going to Seoul too, who's just punched his ticket? It's Adam in the post show.
Troy.
Wow, wow, wow. Crew does it again. This will be the 4th champions in a row that this team, this Latin American plucky squad that always manages to pull it off, makes their way through. I got Coach Adam here at the desk. We're floored, we're blown away, and most importantly, we're just happy for you guys. Because you could see, like at that moment, not to say the 100 Thieves didn't want it, you know that they wanted it just as much as you guys did, but that moment, after yesterday to today, that is insane, genuinely. From your perspective, walk me through what happened at the end of that Leviathan game. You guys get truthfully, like absolutely rinsed, and now you gotta figure out how to win this game, how to bring the troops back together to win against 100 Thieves. What happened there, Adam?
Well, yesterday was a really hard day for us.
Yeah.
Usually we try to play to be the wolves in game, not the sheeps.
Yeah, yeah.
And yesterday, for some reason, we weren't able to find that personality.
Did you guys figure it out? Like, did you have a conversation about it, or was it just wasn't working that day?
Yeah, we weren't like on our best spot.
Yeah.
And against a rival like Lev, you can do that because they will just destroy you as they did with us.
Yeah.
So it was really hard, but I think that if we lost yesterday, like 2-1 in a good game, maybe we wouldn't be able to win today.
Yeah.
Because today the guys were so mad.
They were fired up.
So fired up, like,
yeah.
Because losing like that yesterday was like a shame.
Yeah.
Like so embarrassing, so far away from our standards. So they were so mad. So like we're going to go there and destroy 100 Thieves and qualify.
Yeah.
And I think that we did.
Yeah.
On that last map, Ascent, that's been such a good map for 100 Thieves this year. And you guys had a great first half on attack. Not a lot of teams have been able to get that many rounds against them, like if any at all. And then after that, in that second half, there was that string of rounds where they were making miracles happen. Like you guys had a 2v1 at the end of the round and they won it out, and it felt like things were slipping away. What was the environment like in the team in those moments when it was about like 11-7, they were in the lead?
Yeah.
How were you able to make the comeback from there?
I think that on Icebox, we had a flashback to how we felt yesterday.
Yeah.
Because we were playing good Icebox, but then
it fell apart at the second half.
Then we fell apart, and I felt how the team was trying to get surrender. And I don't know, on Lotus, the guy just went back in their mind, and they said we're winning this, 100% we're winning this.
Yeah.
And on Ascent, the whole map, from round 1 to round, I don't know, when we won, they were on the same mindset, like we're going to win this.
Even when you were down.
Even when we lost the 3v1 against EU.
Yeah. Big round.
It was huge, map winning round. I used my last tag pause there, and I just remembered those words to them, like, hey guys, you said that we're going to win.
Yeah.
And we are going to win. And then we won.
Yeah. Unfreaking believable, man. Who was the individual in that moment? Was it a collective of the team, everyone trying to get each other going, or was Melzer, stepping up into that, as the leader? Like, what was the?
I think that everyone got their moments.
Yeah. Okay.
But ones that I am really proud is MTA.
Yeah.
Because he's the new guy on a different role, having a different match, a difficult match, and he was really pumping his teammates.
And I mean that clutch, that 1v1 clutch with the 2 shock darts.
That was huge.
We saw that happen. We're like, well, I think this is it. If they keep playing like this.
And he was, hey guys, we're going to win this, and he was so calm.
Yeah.
Because usually new guys, or when they're too young, they suffer much of anxiety.
Yeah.
But he was calm, like saying, guys, we have advantage, take it easy, just breathe.
Wow.
We're going to do this, and we are going to do this. And in a blink of an eye,
it happened.
It happened.
I was very happy to see him pull off that clutch, have a nice moment at the end of it. It's been a tough season for him, for sure. And I wanted to ask you if you felt like, for a new guy, if you thought maybe you were putting a little bit too much on his plate at times, having to pick up so many new agents that he hadn't played in pro
And in the
matches
time frame, let's
before.
not forget that too.
Yeah, if you felt at times like maybe this was a little bit too much for a new guy, and then also just kind of speaking to, I'm curious about his growth in the team since then and what you've noticed, the positives that he's bringing.
It was a crazy decision to do it, especially because he used to be duelist. He was one-trick duelist, play no experience on anything. We bring him to crew. We start teaching them how to play flashes. Then he got injured.
Yeah.
He needs to go out. It comes. He goes to the bench and he started practicing smokes.
Yeah.
Because by that time Melzer was having a rough time. So our emergency plan was to make the switch. But then Melzer came back. So things go hard. We need to take out Klaus.
Yeah.
MTA comes in. And when I spoke with him, was random. I say, hey, come to my desk. And I tell him, you're going to play. You're going to play instead of Klaus, and you're going to play his exact roles.
Yeah.
And I tell you this because I trust you, because I see his evolution when he came in and he started learning flashes.
Yeah.
He had a really, really hard time getting prepped for kickoff.
Yeah.
Really, really hard, but when he came to the stage, he was a really, really good version. He learned so much. He was always the first one in the office.
Yeah.
Like he was just trying so hard. And in that moment when he needed to take out Klaus, I said, if there is a man for this job, is MTA. And I told him, this is crazy. This is the huge challenge with no timing, with no anything. But I'm sure that you are able to do it. And I told him, I don't need you to be the best now. I need you to be ready for playoffs.
Wow.
And he did it. He actually, 100% he did it.
He did it. Well, look at this. Your wild and quite frankly absurd but amazing decision led to this right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and where we are, because Leviathan have punched their Crew. No thanks to Leviathan. Crew have punched their ticket and will be getting potentially some sweet revenge against Leviathan tomorrow. They will be moving on in this bracket. And I mean, Coach, that right there, what you just told us, that story, MTA being first one in the office, last one out, all that right there is exactly what you want to hear, man. And I'm excited to see what you guys could do tomorrow as you take on Leviathan yet again. It's going to be a tough one, though. I know you're maybe not looking forward to it, what happened last time. Or are you? Is this going to be, is Crew going to try and ride this momentum here?
Yeah, I think the guys are still furious with what happened with Lev.
Yeah, I mean, if they were pissed at 100 Thieves, they might be really mad at Lev.
I'm pretty sure that more than getting to grand finals,
Yeah.
tomorrow will be a day of redemption, of saying to the world what we did the last day was a slip, a rock in the road.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the guys will want to take some revenge tomorrow.
Hey, well, listen, man, Leviathan's going to be equally as angry, too, after losing today, so I'm expecting some fireworks in that one. Yeah. But, Coach, I just want to thank you for stopping by, brother.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me.
Hey, always, man. You're always welcome here. Congratulations to you, to the Crew organization, and most importantly to those players for working so hard and qualifying for Champions in Korea. You're going to Korea, man. That's crazy.
I'm still processing it.
Yeah, you and the boys taking a trip over to South Korea. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But for us, that's going to do it for today's show. You can see all the qualified teams locked up, ready to go for Champions Seoul. But we still have to crown our America's champions. And don't get it twisted. We got 2 more days left to play here, folks. So it's going to be awesome. You don't want to miss it. Join us here tomorrow for a BO5 between Crew and Leviathan. And then we see G2 on Sunday, where we will crown our America's champion. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace. This was the matchup that we were all eagerly anticipating. These two teams are hitting a growth spurt at the best possible time.
Everyone stop what you're doing because we're about to see some elite Valorant.
Has to be dodged and avoided as well. It's off angle, spraying them down, expecting that re-peek. And active into it. The fight tweaking towards the back as well. That's a reckoning offloaded, but again the timing. It's picture perfect. Shock darts forwards, flying util into the hands as a punishment. There and away and around still with that damage. He cannot be getting away with his G2. Not again.
Nice.
A thrifty to close it all out. Ridiculous. Out wide and open, in through the showers, fighting in a slip it around Mazzino from behind. Barely there, and still lands it. Everybody topples. They have to explode out into this one and try and take these fights. Brute force on display, but King locking it down, and that's overwhelming. It's a Mosh into the corner, showstopper flashed up as well. Lev, path has been paved up into the site, but they're not accounting for this octagon. Flash is perfect, Jonah B! The professor in action, man, he schooled them. 13-6, a 2-0 finish. They look like they're on a warpath to take Americas by storm.
One spot left for grabs in Champions Seoul, and it's going to be one of these two teams to nab it.
I thought Crew were the underdogs, but they've got the sixth man. They're bringing out the Gator today to take down other teams.
Kesset's now spotted. Boostio gets the headshot onto him. Swings on a second, 19 HP left, but that's Shy from behind for the execution. EU tucked in the corner. Melzer moves up!
And all spread out. 100 Thieves getting ready for these trades. It's looking pretty good, though, to start for Crew, but then Asuna sweeps on the last 2 kills. Lots of bodies out on that side, and that's Cryer, though. Outlaw going to work. Now with the Blade Storm right on to Kesset, not given a chance now.
100 Thieves clean in this last round as he defeat Crew on the first map of Icebox. Lots of contacts coming through on the post plan. It's going back and forth, lit up like a Christmas light, and only Cryer and Melzer. Inside the smoke, knife is out, Krau's waiting for Melzer. And there's a swing out the door, that's a spike down, and a beautiful setup by Crew. And Bucio's now alone in the back one. And that, because of that, he still gets 2 kills. And even the third one, somehow, Crew will be able to push this onto Ascent. Big paranoia and a recon, and it goes back and forth. A fight inside the smoke, EU!
Triple walkout too. Jump spot and the flicks coming out from Kesset are kind of nice. And great shots coming out from Heat.
And go for a second wave. There's a swing out on the other side though.
Easy kill for MTA. 4 in the round. Nobody moves out here for Crew. They still have a stronghold inside the A site, and that's Melzer with the first blood.
And they're gonna walk right into a trap. 400 Thieves. And the fuse is good enough to push Crew once again to another champion stage.